Right, we are live. Hey guys, how's it going? Welcome back to the Kiwi Lads channel. We are back for an exciting day 3 that is shaping up here between Australia and the West Indies. Last night we saw some great batting from the youngster Paul, who finds himself only 3 away from getting his first ever half century at international level. We should mention this is his debut, but he's been looking very solid. He'll have some bruises on his body to show for that first day, though, on the arm, in the chest twice. Also, I should mention it's a tough one to say, but both men wear purple nether regions for the today. They've both taken a big groin shot in yesterday's last session of the day, but we saw some good batting from both of them. We saw some great bowling from the Australians with Pat Cummins, Josh Hazlewood, all really working hard on that line and length outside of off stump. The West Indies just picking their ball, waiting for the right opportunity, and now they'll look to try and exceed the expectations. I think already being 74 without loss is a lot more than a lot of people gave the West Indies credit for. The Australians 598 for 4 declared. Seemed like they were really in the box seat. They still are. But the longer that Australia go without taking a wicket, the longer the West Indies keep their hopes of maybe drawing this test match alive. It's looking like a great batting surface. I should finish that word, shouldn't I? Before going on to my next point. But it hasn't really broken up the way that they thought that it may have. We haven't had a hugely hot day other than day 1. Because it was a bit cooler day 2, it didn't really, I guess, crack and get as quick as they expected. But now the 2 West Indian batsmen making their way back out onto the field. Chanderpaul's father, he'll be watching from Florida in the USA. It's going to be a random hour of the night there, I believe. But he will certainly be watching his son possibly bring up his first ever half century. But Pat Cummins giving the team a bit of a chat. David Warner the same. Although I don't know what Warner could say for this match other than, whoops, chipped it on, didn't I? But Travis Head, he knows that feeling, out on 99 when he was batting, unfortunately, just before the declaration. But Brathwaite and Chanderpaul, they'll be looking to get through this first session, still out there together at the end of it. And then just continue building up a few runs. They haven't been going at a bad run rate. You're looking at about 3 and over here for the West Indies so far. All smiles in the slip, Gordon, Khawaja and Warner. And also we have got there, are you going to be watching the Black Caps live stream, says Ollie Wilson. That is a good point. The Black Caps women's side are actually going to be up against Bangladesh, I believe, is their first challenge. So while you have mentioned that, Ollie, I will get a little screen up and I will put that on the other monitor. The benefits of having 2. I can't imagine how I used to do this with just the one. Because, oh no, actually I do. I used to have it on my iPad instead. A little bit of a mix-up. So that will be starting at 6:30 p.m. tonight, so I don't have to get that up just yet, which is good news, but we'll be through the first session for that. Where at? Says Ollie Wilson. It's on Spark Sport, if that is the question. Or if you're talking which ground, I'm not actually too sure which ground they are playing from. But Brathwaite sitting on 18 off 79. 69 dots he has faced, but he's still out there. That's the main thing. They didn't want to lose that wicket late in the day, or else it could have given the Australians some really big momentum heading into today. But I believe opening the bowling today, it is going to be Josh Hazlewood. He was getting his line and length quite good yesterday. You'd have to say he didn't quite get that ball that he would have been after, the one that came in, then went away late. I'll be looking for it today, and it's looking like a hot day at Optus Stadium. A few more people in attendance for the Friday. Hopefully they can get more people in for Saturday and Sunday, with it being on the weekend. But we just heard from the Australian umpire. It's time to play. Hazlewood charging in for the first ball of day 3, and it's on the money straight away. It's as if he hasn't just had like a 12-hour break between the last time that he bowled. In fact, it would have been longer than that, or else he could have been bowling at 3 a.m. if he was bored. It would have been about 10 p.m. over there in Perth, so maybe an evening session just to keep the body going for heading to sleep. And also, where have you been, or what have you been doing, my friend? I have been sleeping, is the best way of putting it. I went to sleep at about 5:30 a.m. That was by the time I finished all the prep for the 7s and everything that we've got coming up later on today, I should mention. And yeah, by the time I have finished, oh, what a ripper that is. That is the perfect ball to bowl to the left-hander. Chanderpaul's done very well not to get any of the bat on that. And I think it's just because the ball was too good. Wasn't able to get a bit of connection on it, bit of extra bounce as well from Hazlewood. Hit the seam, balloons up, and then just goes through at about hip height. That's 2 rippers for the first 2 balls. Hamish is funny, says Pads Blaze. I don't know about that. I feel like it's more just I say things and some people like them. Hazelwood now. It's a little bit wider, but still it's that line and length. Chanderpaul knows that he's going to be in a battle this morning because Australia not taking a wicket last night, that would have infuriated them because they thought by the end of the day, even I said if they get them about 3 or 4 down here, that's where it gets a little bit interesting for the West Indies because then does it become preservation in the midfield or the middle order, or does it become that you still attack, try and get those runs on the board because they still need another 325 runs to be able to stop the follow-on. That is the first step for the West Indies here. Hazelwood, though, a little bit leg-side-ish that time, but shorter as well. There is one Australian in the crowd who's appealed, who's already probably down to about 5 points, but no one else interested in that one. 47 off 77 deliveries for Chanderpaul. I didn't do anything. Says Badza, I feel like now I have to open the YouTube thingy, don't I? One moment. I really wish they'd work out a way of putting it on the editing software because it's a little bit of a weird one, isn't it? That for some reason, just that little message doesn't pop up in the same chat as everyone else's. It's like it's been separated. Nicely off the edge there for Chanderpaul. It's gone through, and that's going to be his 50 runs. Now, the thing is, he started the exact same way, and he's got the edge for his first run. He's got his edge for the 50th run. And now it's going to be the 51 on the board for Chanderpaul. An exciting moment for the youngster, the maiden 50 on debut. His dad will be proud of him. But he looks like he didn't really like the fact that came off the edge. And also we have got there, Amish spells like a monkey. Meow Hi Dad was Pads Blazer's 9-month membership one. There you go. Straight through the gap. Like they've said, he played it with soft hands anyway, but great work from Chanderpaul in an innings that they needed a couple players at least to step up. He is one of the many for West Indies who look like he's going to be able to help do the job. And hi, Hamish says, Brandon, welcome in, mate. Hope you're doing well. Hazelwood, though. That's off the edge. Straight to Warner. Well, I'm glad he got his 50 the ball before because Chanderpaul now is on his way. Hazelwood, this over has been a very accurate one just outside of the off stump. He did that left side ball off the outside edge of Chanderpaul, and now, unfortunately, he has found that outside edge for the youngster. So his dad, he's probably celebrating. He's just walked around the kitchen going, yes, my boy's done it. He's gone back to the couch, and then the very next ball, he's seen Warner snatch him for the dismissal. And you're welcome, Hamish. His bad's ablaze. All of my comments, though, about him being a player who has stuck around when he's needed to are still relevant, though, I should say. He's worked hard. 51 off 79 balls, but a great start to the day for the Aussies. Almost 2 hours faced for Tangerine Chanderpaul, but he will now be out. Like they're saying, we've had one over, and we've already had a half century and a wicket. And a question for you, Hamish, what is game looking forward? Says Brandon, I was looking forward to this one, to be honest, because at the end of the day, this test match, forgetting that there's just been a wicket, looked like it was going to be an extremely intense day of cricket. A full 90 overs that could have gone either way for them, and 18 off 79. He's got to stay out there, though. He's taken up time just trying to make sure that he was out there alongside his teammate, although now with Bonner at the crease, this man's not messing around. He's not the tallest individual in the world. He's got the largest chest protector, though. That one looks like it's about 5 sizes too big, but he will be hoping to stay out there for an absolute fun time, you'd have to say. If he plays it like England have been, could have himself 100 off 100. They've just said, Mark Waugh, we've hardly seen him in this test match. Bonner, he's hardly touched it. He was in the midfield, he was in the slip corner, I should say. And I was like, over 500 days in a day, or 500 runs in a day, like WGF. Yeah, it was weird from England. Like watching it, it just didn't seem like a real test match. Whipped to the leg side from Braithwaite. Going to be worked to the leg side. Almost manages to race to the boundary, but nicely fielded by Josh Hazelwood at deep fine leg. Keeps it to just the single. But this is what Pat Cummins and Josh Hazelwood love. When one of them's got their tail up, the other one seems to also have that feeling of we're not too far away from picking up another wicket. That is just a classy delivery from Hazelwood. Too good for Chanderpaul. Like they've said, he had to play at it. It moved a mile, and it just ended up coming back late. That didn't mean that he did get the outside edge, and England are going mad in their game. They are. And in the rugby sevens, I would say probably New Zealand, Fiji is always a good one to watch in the group stage. And then Samoa, USA is my other one that I am quite excited for. It's like they are playing T20 or ODI. Yeah. After 300 you cannot try and play at that, Bonner. That makes Pat Cummins very happy. He's decided to play at a slightly wider one than he should have. And now Cummins will go, okay, if I bring that in a little bit, might be able to pick him up. But yeah, it was weird watching England because 50 overs down, they had over 300 runs on the board. In an ODI, you would take that. You'd say, yep, we've done pretty well there, boys. It's a probably defendable total. But then they went on and got themselves another 200 on top of that. And never underestimate the power of eels and mash, says Fluffy there. Interesting. I don't think I've ever tasted an eel. Well bowled by Cummins. Okay. Australia seem like a whole different side than what we saw last night, which is dangerous. And why Rugby Sevens going back to Hong Kong. They are showing the highlights of Hong Kong before the next Dubai 7 start up. It's a shame that some of those games overlap, unfortunately, because, yeah, I'm not even sure if Samoa Canada is going to be shown on TV for us here in New Zealand. I've got that live stream scheduled. We're hoping we're going to be able to watch it, but it may be a case of keeping you guys updated with what's happening in that game while also doing the other game that's on TV, which I have no idea what is actually going to be that other game. But the way they've got it laid out, they need two channels to be able to show it nicely. Bowled by Cummins, coming back in, bouncing well. Bonner gets bat on it for the first time today. Big shame to lose that early wicket of Chanderpaul just as the youngster was starting to find his feet. Like I mentioned, he started his innings with an edge, finished his innings with an edge, but he also brought up the 50 with the edge. Josh Hazelwood drinking some, is that Gatorade? That looks like extremely dark Gatorade if that is Gatorade. And also, don't do drugs, kids, says Fluffy. That's a good message for the children, isn't it? Or maybe don't do drugs, everyone. Pat Cummins, now that's close. It's managed to hit Bonner just on the bat, then the pad, but he's worked it away to the leg side, gets the single, and he is going to be off the mark. Like they've said, the inside edge for Bonner, he'll be taking that every day of the week. And don't drugs, kids, or do drugs, kids. Oh, I do not endorse that message, I should say. And also, but if you do good drugs with good friends, says Fluffy. Interesting. Yeah, that was coming back quite nicely by Pat Cummins. Just managed to get the bat on it for Bonner. Like they're saying, there could be quite a bit of playing and missing today. I think his rib protector's actually not on his ribs. It's kind of out more well bowled, but well played by Braithwaite. Good pace on that ball by Pat Cummins. End of the over, and it's 1 for 80. This is going to be a tough spell. I would say out of all of this match so far for the West Indies, this first, I would say 10 overs is going to be the trickiest period. Even though Australia have already bowled 20 overs, the ball's still swinging. Oh, sorry, a little bit more than that, 27 overs. Ball's still swinging. Bit of seam on offer there for both of the bowlers, Cummins and Hazelwood. It's going to be a day that's going to be, if you can get through that first session, you're going to be able to get your run. Similar to what we saw for Australia. We saw Khawaja. He kind of found his form very early in his innings, whereas someone like a Labuschagne, it took him a little bit longer to be able to get the middle of the bat. And look at what happened for him. He got the 200. If someone tries to stop you, fight them. Says Pads Ablaze. Interesting. But also hydration is important, says Fluffy. It is indeed in Hazelwood. Wow. They've actually just said there were only 4 player misses in the England versus Pakistan game. 8 player misses for day 1. Outside of our stump, left alone there for Bonner. They're just showing Hazelwood's over everything on that hard-to-hit line, except the one ball that went to the leg side just to throw him off, and then it was the slightly shorter delivery that managed to get him or give them a Chinese burn. I haven't had one of those since primary school. There's another name for it as well, isn't there, that I can't think of. Now Hazelwood charging into Bonner. Oh, he's played it late, almost too late. It's actually going to go through to the keeper with him tapping that one down. It was no threat to the stumps, though, luckily for him. But Hazelwood, today seems like a whole different day for him. He was bowling well last night, but bowling even better for the start of day 3. Yeah, alcoholic's only good if you drink lots. Or alcohol's only good if you drink lots, says Pads Ablaze. And there. Okay. Fair enough. Okay, they're just talking about the Ashes coming up, whether or not England score 500 in a day is a wait-and-see scenario. Nicely played there by Bonner, in behind it for defensive. Hits it straight to mid-on, Pat Cummins. That was a correct, says Fluffy. Yeah, but they are just showing the little robot cam. It ended up just drifting straight across Chunder. Paul Warner's done well to take that one, although it went straight to his hands. Taking the early catch. Straight into them. And also we have got there, I think West Indies should try and bat out 100 overs, says Alison Patterson. If they can get through 100, that would be a very good start for the West Indies. I believe their main goal will still be get another 319 runs on the board. That takes away the chance of a follow-on for the Australians. And then without the follow-on, it means that you have got, I guess, a little bit of time to bowl at the Australians just to see what they're going to be doing, what their tactical plans are. We will go like this. We will go like that. There we go. I was wondering where my phone was, but it was in my pocket. I normally have it sitting there so that I can see what other matches are going on at the same time. But at the moment, this is the only game. Hazelwood, great ball once again outside off stump. Bonner will be wanting the spell to be over because both Cummins and Hazelwood are finding that line outside of off stump. The seam presentation just makes that ball go away by half a tad. I made The Lost Book is available on Xbox coming soon as horror in there, says Brandon. That was extremely close to the outside edge of Bonner. And I think Hazelwood and Cummins are both looking for a couple wickets here in this first session for themselves. Or in fact, in this first spell, I think they're both searching for that outside edge, left alone there by Bonner. That's the end of the 28th over. 1 for 80, another maiden for Josh Hazelwood, and Cummins will now be bowling from the other end. So I'm questioning who their next change will be. We saw a little bit of Nathan Lyon late last night. I don't see them bringing him on just yet. I believe they'll go Mitchell Starc, and then Cameron Green, I think, might be the duo that they go with. We didn't get to see Cameron Green bowling last night, but with a bit of line and length and that extra bit of height, could be quite a handy player to have coming in for the next changeover. And so follow-on is 199 or less than Aussie's first innings. Too dumb to do the maths. Yep, pretty much. So as long as they keep it to under 200, the West Indies that they need to chase, then Australia have to bat again. Whereas if it's over 200, Australia are then given the option, would you like to enforce the follow-on, which means West Indies bat through again? Or do you want to have a bat? And then if they did have another bat, we'd probably see them put on another 100 runs or so just to make it tough for the West Indies. And then if they're confident, they'll try and bowl them out on probably day 5. And also, who do you think should be West Indies' next head coach? Says Alison Patterson. It's a tricky one because you look at their 2022 results. 3 wins, 2 draws. They haven't exactly had a bad year, so I don't think they'll end up getting rid of their coach for a bit of time just because results have been relatively decent for the West Indies in Test match cricket. They are just up against a really tough Australian side that not too many sides have been able to find their way through when they are playing them in Australia. And me, that is not him. And there's Fluffy. And also, are you playing the Lost Book game? Probably not, to be honest, Brandon. I hardly get a chance to play any Xbox at the moment. I've got one sitting there and one sitting there from when that one blew up. And I haven't been playing either of them for the last 3 or 4 months, somewhere around there. In fact, the only time we actually get to play Xbox is when we film videos, for whether that's Rugby League Live or for the gaming channel. Pat Cummins outside of off stump, drifting away. A little bit of variable bounce there, or just a bit of variable pace for Pat Cummins there. It seems like that ball slightly died on the surface. Where did it bounce? Just stays low. Not really past the bat, but when it reached Alex Carey, it was actually on the half volley. Oh, no, that did stay a little bit lower than it should have. Maybe a bit of variable bounce starting to kick in for day 3. Nozo Hickey, how's that, lad, mate? Says Mark Roberts. Welcome in, mate. Hope you are doing very well. Currently, Australia, their bowling attack's looking solid for the start of day 3. A short ball, ducks underneath of though Braithwaite. He hasn't scored a huge amount of runs throughout his 85 deliveries, sitting on 19, but the most important thing is he's still at the crease. That's what they need the West Indies even if it's not someone to use up, or I'll rephrase that. Even if it's not someone to get a huge amount of runs, it's someone to use up balls that they don't have to bowl at Australia later on, and they don't have to face later on if Australia enforce that follow on, if that makes sense. So pretty much the more balls they use now, the less balls they have to worry about facing later. Pat Cummins now outside of off stump once again, finding that fifth stump line. Braithwaite playing a miss. This is going to be a tough morning session. I've said it many times already in this live stream. It's going to get harder, I would think, when you get Mitchell Starc bowling those unpredictable deliveries. But see, you've got Chris Gale that could coach the West Indies. I don't know whether or not he coached them in test match cricket. There would almost be a little bit of a, what's it called? Not on it. Oh, it could be onomatopoeia a little bit in terms of it would like, But then saying that, Brendan McCullum coaches England. And look what he's been able to do for them. Although he slowly became a little bit more of a long format guy throughout his career. He managed to get the fastest ever 100, though, in his final game of test match cricket. Nicely fielded by Cameron Green. 2 runs off the bat, though, for Braithwaite. Close out the over. And it is now going to be 82 for 1. It's looking like it could have been another maiden there for Pat Cummins, but Braithwaite gets a bit of bat on that one. Just showing the flying fox angle. Like they say in the slip cordon. Okay, we're actually hearing what they have been saying on commentary all throughout last year, all throughout this year. They think the slip cordon are too close together. So far, it's been working out. The first one going straight to David Warner, but you want to make sure that you're not getting in each other's way when you're diving to the side, or else it can cause a bit of trouble. I do see they've got Cameron Green actually at about a 4th slip rather than a gully, which is interesting for Josh Hazlewood. And also, Hamish, England literally played like T20 cricket and scored almost 506 runs and 75 overs. We cover second day today, says Coding. We probably won't have any of Pakistan versus England today, but we will be doing hopefully at least 2 sessions of West Indies versus Australia for today is the plan. We're going to be squeezing it in around the 7s rugby that we have got. Our first 7s live stream at 7:30. So a lot of 7s in there, but I think we've got about 10 7s matches we are doing today, somewhere around that mark, maybe a few less, maybe about 8. And then, that's a ball from Josh Hazlewood. There was a little bit of a noise for Bonner there, but it wasn't off the bat. Hazlewood disappointed not to find that outside edge. It was close. This is great bowling from Hazlewood. The seam presentation. It's close to Bonner's outside here. He's just got to last for the next maybe 5 or so overs. Just get through this little bit of a tough patch, because he's one of those players, when he gets through that, he can then score a lot of runs. We've seen him do it in the past. He just needs to get there first. He's always shorter ball there. He plays it all right, gets the bat on it, hits it into his leg. But he's still out there. That's the main thing. He's sitting on 1 of 14 deliveries currently for Bonner. Okay, I saw you are busy with rugby today. Lots of live stream scheduled, says Coding. And there as well. But yeah, we did do the last session of England versus Pakistan yesterday between 11 p.m. and about 12:30 a.m. I think it was when it did end up closing out. I said yesterday that Spain might throw the game to eliminate Germany and get an easier draw, says Al Mack. So I haven't seen the results of the games last night. How did Morocco and Canada go? I know at halftime it was 2-1 to Morocco. Did they end up going on and getting themselves the win? And alongside that, there was Croatia-Belgium. They were sitting 0-0 at halftime, and it was a must-win for the Belgium boys, and they needed Morocco to lose as well. In fact, no, they just needed to win, because then they would overtake Croatia, and then Morocco needed to win to be in that top 2. So yeah, I'm wondering how those results go. I might have to have a look. And also, Reese Bauer said, how are you today? I'm doing very well at the moment. It seems like it's going to be a good day of test match cricket. We've seen that early wicket fall for the West Indies, which I think wasn't really ideal for them to start the day as it did. But we did see the youngster Chanderpaul bring up his 50, though. Nicely played once again and behind the ball. And England versus Pakistan would probably be more interesting, says Fluffy. In terms of between this one and that one, Fluffy, as in between England, Pakistan, and West Indies, Australia. And Japan beat Spain, and Germany was eliminated. Japan beat Spain. Japan beat Germany and Spain. Can we just talk about, or we won't talk about it too much now, but how have they managed to do so? That is absolutely massive for the Japanese confidence. Beating Germany, beating Spain in a FIFA World Cup is huge. We've got to remember that was the group New Zealand were going to be in. So if New Zealand had beaten Germany and Spain also and beaten Japan, they could have been going through. Or even if they just beat Spain and Germany, it would have been an interesting game. Sadly, we didn't get to see it, but that is going to be a decent shot. Close out the over for Braithwaite, able to get the 4 runs down the leg side. Oh no. That's a shame. Mitchell Marsh is going to miss the Australian summer once again. 3 months he's going to be out for. That man just can't catch a break, unfortunately. Like, every time he's about to come back, Mitchell Marsh ends up getting injured again. Whether it is... Okay, the ODI series versus India in March is the next time we're going to see Mitchell Marsh in action. And Morocco finished at first in the group. Also, if they finished at first in their group, that would mean that Belgium beat Croatia, did they? They managed to get themselves the win? Or was it just actually, it could have just been a draw between Croatia and Belgium. And the German fans are really angry. That's been purposely help eliminate them, says Al Mac. Now outside of off stump, left alone once again by Bonner. He's just got to pick his ball to play. And also Germany getting angry at another European nation has never ended well. I'm ready for episode 3. And I predict Japan to simultaneously of the rugby, soccer, and cricket World Cups. They would have to start playing cricket because I don't think they've got a side at the moment in the cricket world. And Belgium was out from the World Cup. Okay, so Croatia must have drew with them, I would assume was the case. Now charging in Cummins. Found his line and length early today. That was it as well. It's going to be nicely done, though. They take the quick single scampering through. Nice work from Bonner. Be able to see the opportunity to rotate the strike from the West Indies. Made the most of it. Bonner sitting on 3 off 17. Braithwaite there, 25 off 88 currently. Isn't Belgium like Europe's dodgy uncle? I don't really know too much about Belgium other than they've got pretty decent chocolate, don't they? And also they've got Virgil van Dijk. Is that who he plays for? He's Belgian. That's how you say it, isn't it? Is he from Belgium? What is that noise? Oh, it's a plane. Oh, that's close, but it's coming back in, and the height would be the factor, so Pat Cummins doesn't appeal for that one. Yeah, I could hear a plane flying over, and Belgium are a fake nation, half Dutch, half French. Country shouldn't exist, says Sebastian. And also Don Bradman is a good Japanese player or cricketer. And I should mention Steve Smith, able to now reach that Don Bradman height of his career, getting the same amount of centuries. Or has he taken over centuries now? I think it might be he's taken over the centuries factor. But everyone watching this game from the roof at Optus Stadium, well, not quite everyone, just a group of about 15 people. Cummins there, that's the ripper of a ball. How is that one missed? The stumps. He just seems to get that line early. Braithwaite doing well, though, not allowing it to hit his outside edge. What does it do here? Yeah, that's close to the sticker on Braithwaite's bat. He's not giving up his wicket early, though, which is what you want to see. You want to see him digging in Don Bradman as Australian, says Robert. I think he knew that, Robert. Overall. But Dwan Bradman, maybe not. And also Croatia, says Nate. There's our now Pat Cummins charges in. That's a good ball again. That one stayed a little bit lower and a bit further outside off stump, just repeatedly beating the bat at the moment, the Australian bowlers. West Indies still trailing by 510 runs. They've got a long way to go. Smith has 29 centuries, same as Bradman. Okay, so he needs one more to be able to overtake the great Don Bradman. And yeah, Belgium's like that person that always has a current driving conviction, says Fluffy there. He's already halfway to the century, though, Braithwaite. And I say already because he's faced 91 balls, don't get me wrong. It's not the quickest strike rate, I should say, we have seen, but he's still got to keep out there. He's got to keep his composure. Looks like he wants a drink. And that's going to be the end of the over. 1 for 88 now for the West Indies. I will mention anyone who is new, be sure to hit that subscribe button. We're back with plenty more test match cricket coming up in the near future. We are hoping to do not just the third session, but maybe even the second session. We might be able to get some of that going as well. And Smith's level with Don Bradman average as centuries. If he gets 100 in the second innings, he passes Bradman. They're not going to need him to get 100 in the second innings. I don't think Australia will even bat for that long in the second innings to even allow Labuschagne a 50 perhaps, because they'll want to keep that pressure on. Okay. They've just talked about Garfield Sober's got a run out as captain for two different players to bring up their 200th wicket 12 years apart. That's quite an interesting stat there. That's an in-depth stat from Ian Smith there. Bonner, 3 runs off 17 deliveries. Hazelwood searching. That's nicely played in behind it. Nicely done. And also we have got there, well, you think Australia will bat again if this game will win by an innings? Well, last time we've seen Australia have this opportunity, they actually blew it. It was in Pakistan. They made the mistake. And because of it, it did kind of cost them a little bit. So they'll have that in the back of their minds. They should enforce the follow-on if they've got a lead of 300 or more, because currently these bowlers are looking sharp, but then they don't want to give up that opportunity of bowling last on a surface that may break up. So I would say, if anything, we might see the Australians put a quick fire 50 to 100 on the board. I would say more likely a quick fire 100, then put the West Indies back in, needing about 400 runs off the final day and a bit, and see whether or not they can get them into that scenario of being able to bowl them out in around 100 overs. I think that will be the goal for the Australians here. It just seems to be more their tactical side of things rather than enforcing a follow-on, definitely because they went through all the effort of batting first. They probably don't want to take that away. Didn't Super smash 6 sixes as well? Or Sober smash 6 sixes as well? I think so. Who was it up against that he got the 6 sixes? Do let me know if you know that information. I should also mention, yesterday in the test match between England and Pakistan, we saw Harry Brook hit 6 fours in a row in a test match. I think he forgot it was a test match, and he was just like, you know what, I like this bowler. I'm just going to keep on punishing him over and over again. Hazelwood at the moment picked up the 1 wicket of the morning. That was Chanderpaul. He's looking for a second year of Brathwaite. He's currently on strike. Got to love a bit of hay fever. Oh, that came back in. It was a good leave, though. It just went over the top of the stumps. And also we have got there, what do you think? What do you think? Will England do today? Bet till lunch and get 650? We'll start off with a declaration. Send the boys out fresh and hunt for the wickets. I think they'll, with the fact that Stokes is at the crease, I think they'll bat a little bit more. Just because, you know, if it was up to him, he'd get to bat probably through till the second session at least. Get like 700 on the board. And then from there, just really put the pressure on Pakistan. Because the good news is they've scored those runs in a really quick fashion, which is beneficial because you've still got plenty of time left on the clock. We're learning they're losing about 15 overs at the end of each day. And it may not sound, well, it sounds like a lot. To be honest, 15 overs out of one day. But you look at 5 days of test match cricket and all of a sudden you're losing 75 overs. You've almost lost a day because of bad light. So you want to make sure you're progressing the game. So there is a chance that they could declare after Stokes gets his 50 or he quick fires to 100 maybe. They get about 600 on the board and then they declare just to try and progress the game along. And also 12 fingers did not know that in 3 balls. Says Fluffy there. And also England should go for the 1,000 runs in the 2 days. And also 6 fingers on each hand. Says Robert there. Were either of them the one that he seamed the ball with? And 15 overs due to bad light and a couple more due to elongated lunch breaks for prayer, says Sebastian. So, yeah, I think they're going to struggle to get through to push for a result if they don't have Pakistan batting by the second session today. That's what we'll go with. And they need early wickets as well. That is another thing that they'll be looking for. But Optus Stadium, it's looking very nice as well. Probably around that 28 degrees again today. Pat Cummins still bowling, though. These two are searching for another wicket. His wife would be happy about that. Says Fluffy. And also we have got there 6 on each. Robert. So three slips and maybe a 5th slip you'd have to call Cam Green there. He's not quite gully. A little bit straighter. Bonner on strike to Pat Cummins. Coming back in. He's done well to get the inside edge on it once again. Like I mentioned, it's one of the toughest times to go out there when both bowlers have their tails up, when they're finding their line and length outside of the off stump, bringing every once in a while one back in. And you just have to, oh no, he hit it straight into his box. He might be like Brathwaite and Chanderpaul and have some very sore midriff region at some point. And yes, you're correct, says Robert. And there as well. 89 runs on the board. West Indies still continuing to do not too badly in terms of keeping that run rate slowly ticking over, whether that's taking the quick singles when they're on offer, just finding that occasional boundary to keep them going. 32.2 overs down. I think they actually got through the 90 overs that they were looking for yesterday, or somewhere near it anyway. So West Indies, they had 27 overs bowled at them, or somewhere near that, I believe, maybe 25. The Australians batting for 153. But I will mention anyone who is new, be sure to hit that subscribe button. We've got plenty more of this series coming up on the channel. So if you're new, hit that subscribe button. We've got 7s as well coming up just around the corner. But it's looking like it's going to be a full 5-day test match between those two sides. Wow, that one of Cummins, though, he was trying to shorten it a little bit. Once again, the ball dies a little bit. It's kept low. Not what you want to see on day 3. Definitely not when you're the West Indies and you may be batting last on the surface. Although Australia, they might also be batting last depending on what we see in terms of that chance of a follow-on. But where does this hit? I think it was the same batch, the scrambled seam. They're just showing, what are they looking at? I think it might have hit the back leg there. And also we've got their Bonner has a protector on, or Puku protector, yeah. Which is fair enough because both of the Australian bowlers, if you get hit in the ribs, like, it hurts. There's not a lot of meat there. In fact, you probably got like a little bit of skin, maybe a little bit of flesh, but other than that, you're just straight into ribs. So you don't want to get hit there. Definitely not when Pat Cummins and Josh Hazlewood have the potential of hitting you there about 4 times in a row. And Aman has said it's good to see West Indies playing good in Australia conditions, says Aman. Yeah, they played very well for the start of their innings. Chanderpaul, he fought through. He got 51 runs on the board before losing his wicket. Brathwaite's just been digging in there. Oh, shot out through cover. Bonner gets the full one, and he says, thank you very much. Cover drive. Should make it to the boundary, but I think it's going to be, yes, does manage to make it. Labuschagne chasing a hard, but that is the first boundary of the day that we're seeing with real intent from the West Indies. Brilliant cover drive. Cummins, he got the length wrong. It was almost a half volley. Bonner says, yep, you've got no one at cover, so this is all me. Out of the middle of the bat as well. We'll give him a lot of confidence. And also we have got the gee whiz there, matey, you love your cricket, says young boy Pete. And also great emoji usage, says Fluffy in there. He's done well because he's got to go in between the two. That's actually quite tricky to do, I've learned. And also Windies might fold if they lose another wicket, says young boy Pete. There is a chance that we may see that happen. I hope not, though. I hope, oh, that's a good ball from Cummins. Kerry was thinking there might have been a bit of a noise. So did David Warner, but no reaction from Pat Cummins. So he says, nah, not reviewing that one. And also, not on my TV channel, 7 watching, looking at 5984931, says Daniel, my Duff Boucher. Hopefully I've said that correctly. I might have said that slightly wrong, though. And cricketers are so fit today, you don't get that bit of fat layer around the rib cage for protection like in the old days. Like some of these guys, they're probably like, what do you say, 7% body fat? Somewhere around there, I guess. Some of the quick bowlers, Cameron Green actually getting added into the bowling attack now. It's going to be interesting to see how he goes. So he will replace Josh Hazlewood from one end. 15 matches, 16 wickets. Now, it took him a long time to get that first wicket, Cameron Green, but once he was able to get it, since then, he started being able to slowly tick over a few more. He doesn't get too many opportunities, though, for the Australians, because when you've got Cummins, Hazlewood, and Stark all bowling pace, and then you've got Nathan Lyon with the spin, you don't really get that chance as a 5th bowler for the Australians. But now, he's got first slip, second slip, third slip, and then a 5th slip still So that seems to be the tactic that Australia have gone with in the field placement. He's pitched it up. It's going to be whipped to the leg side. Didn't quite get the line right there, Cameron Green. And the single taken by Craig Braithwaite, the captain. Like they're saying, the local boy going to get to bowl in front of a home crowd. Hay fever sucks, ladies and gentlemen. I've said that all throughout the year, but it is a nice day. Outside, I just feel like I'm going to sneeze 50 times. You must work night shift, says young boy Pete. And also bacon bones, says Nate there as well. And Boone and Company have built-in puku protectors, says Fluffy. Outside of off stump, left alone there. Nicely played by Bonner. Sitting on the 8 runs off 26 deliveries. David Boone live of Boils Up. Is it live or live? Because I know it can be both. Live of Boils Up. Live of Boils Up. What other words? Sorry, my brain's gone in a different direction. I was thinking of what other words have we got that like can be two different ways of saying it. There's another one, but I can't think of it. Cameron Green. Oh, that's hit him in the side of the head. So this will probably be a 5-minute break or so while they replace his helmet. He tried to duck under a Bonner, but it does end up smacking him right on the side. And now they do have to go through all the precautions to make sure that he is all right. And Living, my guy, Living. Okay. But, okay. That's just clipped the back of the helmet. If that was about, I would say, 5 centimeters away from the side to the right, that would have hit him in the back of the head. Cameron Green asks if he is all right. They're just going to be going through all the precautions. They go, what's your name? Where are you from? What are we doing here? We're playing cricket, are we? Yep, good. I think he's going to be all right. And content are the stuff you're making on YouTube and also being satisfied, or the stuff you make for YouTube and also being satisfied. And Hamish likes kids, ha 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 ha. Says Pads Ablaze, and interesting. It's come out of nowhere, hasn't it, Pads? I remember you were talking about me liking cats the other day, but now it's gone on to children, apparently. And also, you got to tip Australia versus Argentina. It's a hard one because Argentina, they haven't found their best form in this FIFA World Cup so far, but Australia, they've caused a couple upsets. But I'm on the safe bet is to say Argentina, but the underdog is Australia, so maybe they get themselves another upset. Who knows? And he's a new puku protector, or more of a new helmet protector, I would say, or a head protector. And Aussies get to face the great Lionel Messi in the flesh, says young boy. And did Chandimal get to 50? He did. He managed 51. He edged it through the slip cordon, got the 51, raised the bat. Very next ball got an edge to first slip. But luckily, he got that 50 first before getting there. And also 50 and out, says Fluffy. And there as well. But yeah, Chandimal, still be very impressed with that on debut. Only issue is if you leave less than half a mile away, or if you live less than half a mile away from a school, you had to move, says Sebastian in there as well. Currently in the commentary box, Brendan Julian, Adam Gilchrist, and Brian Lara, the great Brian Lara. He'll be impressed with what Braithwaite's been able to do so far throughout this match, just digging in the heels, saying, you guys cannot get me out yet. Now, let me get the 100 first, and then I'll consider giving you my wicket. But for now, that's really close down in the back of Bonner's head. That's why you have a helmet, ladies and gentlemen, because he did not get out of the way of that one in real time. It was quick. Now the question is, where does Cameron Green go with this next delivery? Now that he has kind of rattled Bonner a little bit, and happy to hear Lucky Hamish doesn't live near a school. Well, I hope, says Pizza Place. I mean, I live I would say 2 or 3 blocks from a school. Do they have schools in South Canterbury? Yeah, we do. We're not completely illiterate, I guess you could say, but we do have places that we go to learn as well. George often, me and him do a lot of learning at KFC in terms of adding up and whatnot. I feel like that's a good place to learn. As what they are just showing that Chandimal dismissal again off the outside edge. Goes straight to David Warner. Also 21 degrees in Perth, Hamish, and also kid run Hamish is near. And also live sorry for spelling viruses infectious, says Sebastian there. And also this guy having a go at you, bro. says Nazi Williams. Which one? I feel like everyone's taking shots today. And also, of course, they have schools, doesn't live in South Australia. It's just shot after shot after shot at the moment, isn't it? It's like a 21st birthday party, just shot after shot after shot. Although the recent 21st birthday party I went to, they did something called I can't even remember what it's called. A yard, I think it is. It's like a massive glass that has about 7 standard bottled drinks in it. You're drinking like 2 liters. It wasn't my 21st, I should say. I'm way older than that now. But yeah, I remember she was drinking it and she threw up. And then her granddad was like, come on, get it down you. So it was nice. Bit of inspirational family quote from the granddad. And as I said, but I haven't taken shots at you too, says Robert there. And also schools in South Canterbury would be universities in South Australia, says Fluffy. Cam Green, he's bowled 3 balls so far of the over. Bonner is going to be on strike. The question is, does he follow it up with another short ball here? Or does he be slightly nice and put it outside off stump? It's outside off stump, a little bit wider from Cam Green, just left alone by Bonner. West Indies, they've got 4 more runs till they trail by 400, 500, I should say, which they will be relatively happy about. Started this innings a lot better than a lot of people would have given them credit for, but they've got a strong batting lineup. We've got to remember there are a few players in that middle order can really hold an innings together. Once you get into the tail, it's a little bit of a different story, but you still got Jason Holder, who, when he needs to, in behind the ball, plays it well. And also he's got that power shot that he can use to his advantage. Cam Green, another short ball that time. Ducks underneath for Bonner. So 1 ball left of the over. And enabling granddads are great. And this says Fluffy. And also get him drunk on his birthday, Pets Ablaze, says Robert. And also send Kangaroo bounce backwards. Really? And Koala climb crookedly. Says Nate there. And exactly right. Your modern Adelaide grandmother is 40 years of age. Does weightlifting. Is it a weird statement to say there are some fit in terms of exercise, keeping active? There are some active grandmothers out there at the moment in 2022. 34 overs down, ladies and gentlemen, and now 94 for 1. It's a weird statement, really, doesn't it? It sounds out of context. That would be a weird one. But because it's in context, it's all right. How about that YouTube clip of that kangaroo getting hooked for holding down a bloke's dog? Man, that was funny. George enjoys that clip because the kangaroo just sits there kind of like, why did that man punch me? I was just cuddling his dog. Currently showing but people in attendance, they're dressed as Santa. It would be a bit hot to be dressed as Santa, I would think. Day 3 of the cricket in Belgium and Adelaide, a lot in common, says Fluffy there. Nicely bowled once again, Pat Cummins. Brathwaite. So it seems like the captain's given himself a long spell at the start of the day, and then he'll bring on Mitchell Starc at some point to really try and tear through some pace deliveries. He didn't really reach that 150 too often throughout that last little bit of bowling last night. And they marry drop bears in Australia, says Fluffy. And my concern is if South Australia has lost all hope, it's happening in Tasmania, says Sebastian there. I always find, I don't know why, but anytime an Australian region gets mentioned in any context, I always think of the closest BBL team. I don't know if that's just me or so as soon as you said Tasmania, I was like, oh, Hobart Hurricanes. But please tell me there's somewhere close to Hobart or else I'll feel really, really goosish. But that was an inside edge into the back leg once again for Brathwaite. It's not an easy surface to bat on at the moment. Definitely not when the Australian bowlers are making every ball threaten your stumps or just outside of the off stump, trying to get that little bit of an edge. Best not to ask about Tasmania. Says Fluffy and Port Kangi looks stunned, says Nazi Williams. Well bowled, a little bit too full from Pat Cummins is the only thing you could say about that delivery. And it looked like Brathwaite, when he gets the opportunity, he would like to go on that front foot, try and attack the ball of Pat Cummins. Currently trailing by 504 runs. I think the best shot of the day we've seen so far did come from Bonner when he was able to hit that one out through the cover region. Currently, They've got their slips. They've got backward point, mid-off, mid-on, and mid-wicket. It's the way that it's laid out. And I would think more than likely they have that deep fine leg, which is Josh Hazlewood at this current point in time. The Aussie state that gave us Tim Payne. See Sebastian. Cummins now once again. Good delivery. That one was a bit straighter. Nicely played by Brathwaite, though. He's faced 101 deliveries, so he's still ticking over at only a strike rate around that 25, 26, but he's still there. Like they're saying, he occupies the crease and hangs in there. Exactly what the West Indies needed when it could have been a wicket-taking session last night for the Australians. They had their tails up after getting almost 600 on the board, but they just managed to keep it away. And also, Hobart is Tasmania. Melbourne would be next closest, says Robert. All short ball from Cummins, although it only got up to about chest height. Brathwaite looked like he considered for half a second going out through cover, but instead just ends up blocking it. And it's a tricky one for Brathwaite here because I don't think he's got to the point yet that he's gone too defensive. But if he gets to that stage, it's extremely hard to break out of that mindset when you're defend, and then all of a sudden you realize, hang on, I might need to attack a bit more. That's normally when you get yourself out. But as long as you keep yourself out there in the crease, for now, even a strike rate of 25. Oh, no, he chased that one, though. You can't do that because as soon as you start chasing the white ball outside of off stump, that's normally when you get yourself out. End of the over, 35 overs down and one for 96. 300, says Nadeem. So that will be the big goal for the West Indies. Get that 305 more runs that they need to stop the follow-on from being enforced. And then just see from there how many you can build up. And take care, Fluffy. Says Sebastian as well. And boss coming good. Says Fluffy there as well. So we will see you later on. And also 598 Nadeem Australia made. Says Robert. Yeah, I think any total over 300 here for the West Indies, they'd be happy enough. We haven't seen it too often on Australian surfaces that the West Indies have been able to put together massive totals. So yeah, anything over 300, 400 would be ideal for them here, even though Australia got 600, but for now, West Indies just need to concentrate. Oh, that was just outside the off stump, left alone by Bonner. Now, Cameron Green's a bit of an in-between bowler, which is why Bonner may look to attack him a little bit more than someone like a Cummins or a Hazlewood, but that could also get him out because he does get quite a nice bit of movement, Cameron Green, and also that extra bit of bounce with him being just about 2 meters tall. Just showing there the youngster Chanda Paul. Be disappointed to get out the way that he did for 51 runs to get the edge through the slip cordon for his 50. A little bit leg sideish. Nicely played by Bonner. Whips it down to deep fine leg, which is now Mitchell Stark. So I would say that he's probably going to be coming in for the next over for his bowling. They're showing there Chanda Paul taking some of the shots yesterday. He did get hit in the chest. He got hit in the box. Got hit in the arm. He was getting hit everywhere for the youngster Chanda Paul, but he still stuck out there. He kept on going. And that is the main thing. You want to see that little bit of a fight from a youngster. We also saw a bit of aggression from him yesterday, which was also good. Oh, that one really rattled Brathwaite there. He didn't know whether to duck or whether to dodge. In the end, he probably got very lucky that the ball didn't hit him because he just kind of did a bit of a scamper as it went whistling past the helmet. Yeah, that one was just turn of the head and hope that it doesn't end up hitting you for Brathwaite there. They actually got themselves a leg slip as well, I should mention, for Australia. Now, in their field, Cam Green pitches the ball up. A little bit of a soft shot, you'd have to say, from Brathwaite there. He looked like he really cushioned that ball out towards cover. Did find Pat Cummins at mid-on in the end. Or sorry, mid-off. But he's still out there. That's the main thing. 35 overs down. Still plenty of time left for the West Indies. Not just in this test match, but in this series. I've got a couple more matches coming up against the Australians. Or at least one more anyway. I'm not too sure whether it's a 2 or 3 match series that they find themselves in. Nicely played once again by Brathwaite. Good forward defensive in behind it. Playing it late. Important in a test match. As soon as you start reaching for the ball, It's when you get yourself into some trouble. We've seen that for the likes of a Rory Burns for England. He's not actually in their lineup at the moment. Instead, they've gone with Crawley and Duckett both, getting themselves those centuries in that massive first day from the English, getting 500 runs in one singular day of Test match cricket. It's never been done before, and England made it look easy with still 15 overs left in the day when it stopped for bad light. Nice one from Braithwaite there to get him behind it, and that will be the end of the over. 95 for one now. The West Indies sit on, and I think Stark isn't too far away. We have got a Masai in the chat. Said, hi guys, welcome in, mate. Hope you are doing very well. Currently only 5 away from the 100 here for the West Indies. So ticking up quite nicely, and 300 people watching. Be sure to hit that like button and subscribe. Cheers for tuning in, says Sebastian there as well. And match will draw. I think the draw at the moment looks, I would say, the second most probable, with the fact that they still need another 500 runs. There's still a good chance that Australia do manage to get themselves this victory, but the West Indies are going to make it tough by the looks of it. They're going to dig their heels and try and stop the Australian momentum. Oh, it's actually still Captain Cummins. He's decided he's not going to give Mitchell Starc the crack yet. He still thinks he's got a decent chance of breaking through and getting another wicket. And second one's 8th of December, day-night test at Adelaide, says Robert. Have they then got a third match, Robert, or is it just the 2? Because I know Australia have got South Africa just after Christmas, don't they? And will we see this attacking, or see this time England with attacking mindset can win the Ashes? It's a tricky one to say. It's going to be in English conditions, so the Duke ball may do a little bit more than where they are at the moment. They're playing in Pakistan on a very flat surface that doesn't have a lot in it for the bowlers. So completely different scenario, I'd have to say. Different bowlers as well. I think Pat Cummins, Josh Hazlewood, they're more likely to keep that ball just outside of the off stump, whereas we saw quite a wide array of bowling from Pakistan. No one really found their line and length, and England were absolutely making the most of that. Hazlewood signing a whole heap of things for the children in attendance. And also we get there, my bad, Seb. Says Nate there and WHI to hit the likes, 300 plus in the chat. That was almost identical, you guys. That's impressive. You guys are on that same wavelength. Nicely played in behind there from Bonner. Came out of the middle of the bat, but went straight to Labuschagne at short cover. Cummins at the moment, he's looking focused. He knows what he needs to do. Just needs to get that line and length right. Maybe have the one that comes back in a little bit more. But I don't know whether he needs to go fuller, though. I feel like maybe a touch shorter from Pat Cummins might be a good idea. And also, it's only 2 because we play South Africa and Brisbane, then Melbourne, then Sydney. So here's Robert there. Okay, so a 2-match series West Indies have got themselves up against the Aussies. They'll still be all right, though. Oh, that one's hit the rib protector, I want to say. It made a bit of a thud. And, yep, I think that is... Did it hit? Yep. Rib protector, well placed by Bonner. And I think that's actually the second West Indian player to get hit in his rib protector. So they've got them in the right place. At the end of the day, if you don't want to get hit by the ball, you've got to find some way of padding it. And that's exactly what he's got there. Now Cummins. Oi, good ball. Outside of off stump, moving away slightly. Bonner knows that one was close. He's got 1 ball left of the over now, Pat Cummins. Can he try and replicate that? Maybe just a tad straighter. Yeah, it came off the seam, shaped away. Oh, no, that one, he had a bit more space between bat and ball than it looked in the first initial reaction. They're looking at Snicko, but there was about this much of a gap between bat and ball. So it's all good for Bonner as long as you're not kind of hanging your bat out there and just allowing it to hit it. That's a better ball from Cummins. Straighter, nicely played from Bonner. That will be the end of the 37th over and 1 for 95. Australia, they haven't really conceded a huge amount of runs throughout the start of this morning session. We've seen, I believe, 3 boundaries, I want to say it is. We've seen that edge that went through for Chanderpaul. We've also seen that beautiful cover drive, and then there was also the shot to the leg side that we saw from Braithwaite that was able to bring up the 4 for him. Other than that, it has just been line and length outside of the off stump for the Australian bowlers. With Mitchell Starc coming into the bowling attack relatively soon, He's the one that I'm a little bit more concerned about for the West Indian batsman, because with Mitchell Starc, you never know whether you're getting good length balls outside of off stump or whether you're getting one for your head, one for your feet, and just everything in between every over. You never quite know where the ball's going to go. And I don't know if that's because Mitchell Starc also, to an extent, doesn't know where it's going to go. That's a great straight drive down the ground. They managed to get the one from it, nicely fielded by Hazelwood, but just getting the timing of it there, Brathwaite. Cameron Green went for the slightly pitched up delivery. Wasn't successful. Do we start having a bit of a guessing game of how many runs Brathwaite's going to get, or do we think that will jinx him? Because I don't want to jinx him, because currently he's ticking along quite nicely, 27 off 108. As soon as you start bringing in how many runs we think he's going to get, that's normally when it starts going downhill for a player. It seems like the series in Pakistan is England's last test series before the 2023 Ashes to face the new Bazball England Aussies, says Sebastian there. They've actually been talking about that on the commentary quite a bit, saying that this is going to be a weird Ashes series if it does go that way, but whether or not they'll be able to do that same thing up against the Australian bowlers, it's going to be exciting. I think we're going to see a lot of results for the Ashes series, whether that is in favour of England, whether that's in favour of Australia. We're going to see a lot of the game progressing, which is something we want to see, because at the end of the day, you want to make sure you're getting results in test match cricket. That one's swinging away late for Cameron Green. 37.2 overs down at the moment. Brathwaite and Bonner still at the crease. They'll be looking to build up a new partnership. It's currently about 16. He's just doing some practice running. Interesting. And Brathwaite will get 48. Says mind, body, soul there. Okay, so you're saying he's just short of the 50. Whereas Alfred also we have got there 590 runs. Says Pads Ablaze. Nicely done by Bonner once again in behind. His defence is solid. Sometimes early on in his innings, he was getting those inside edges that were then tickling the pad. But other than that, now he's faced 40 deliveries. He's on 9 runs. Not in any hurry to score a huge amount of runs now, but still out there for the West Indies. And he knows that this is probably one of the more difficult bowling spells he will face throughout this test match. I'm curious to know when Australia decide to use Nathan Lyon. I think that will be probably just before the lunch break. That's going to be uppish from Bonner. That was probably the least convincing shot we've seen from him right when I was giving him praise, but he has managed to get it to the boundary, slightly lofty out through point region. Does bring up the 100 runs for the West Indies as well. Very well batted by these two, and also with Chanderpaul. And Test cricket is played by time, says Bunny Bartley. Also the Bangladesh flags from MD, and I won't jinx the lads at the crease. They're ticking along nicely. No need for my vampire voodoo bothering them, says Sebastian. If you were Cummins, Windy bowl line, I think just before the lunch break. They don't really need him earlier than that, I wouldn't say. You've still got Mitchell Starc as an option. Hazelwood will want another spell before you reach lunch. And is the pitch very easy to bat on, says Mind, Body, Soul. It seems like it's easier than anticipated for the West Indies, if that makes sense, because after Australia put on so many runs, people thought that maybe the West Indies, like they weren't going to be able to bat in that same fashion, but they've done pretty nicely so far. But day 4 and 5, it's going to be a lot trickier. We've already seen a little bit of variable bounce here on day 3, so you don't really want to be the team batting last. Definitely not with someone like a Nathan Lyon ripping them into you. Looking for those foot marks as well. Mitchell Starc, he'll be creating plenty of them. That is the end of the over. It's going to be 1 for 100 here for the West Indies now after 38 overs. They trailed by 498 runs, so got it down under the 500. Talking about the fact that Pat Cummins, he was able to find his line and length pretty much from ball 1, and everything is in that same little area that he was looking for. The slightly shorter ball was the one that got outside the outside edge of the batsman, and 100 is up, 6th of the way there to wiping off the deficit to Sebastian. And when you put it like that, there's a long way to go, isn't there? But luckily for them, we're only on day 3. Slightly concerns me that we're on day 3, though, because that means we've only got another, theoretically, 250 overs to go, somewhere around there in this test match. And we still need to see another at least 19 wickets fall, if not maybe around 29 wickets falling for a result. We have got now Mitchell Starc coming into the bowling attack for the Australians. Still 3 slips and that slightly wider slip slash. He's almost a gully this time. Cameron Green, he's taken a couple more steps out, so he will be gully now. Kiwi led 75 overs, over 500 runs. What have you heard from the Pakistan perspective? Not really too much. I'm looking forward to seeing what Babar Azam and Mohammad Rizwan are able to do on the surface, though, because if it's that easy to score, we'll find out when Pakistan bat. But if it's not that easy to score, great shot down the ground straight away from Braithwaite. Mitchell Starc overpitched it, and they managed to get the easy 2 runs for the first delivery of the spell. But yeah, if it's that easy to bat on, we'll see Pakistan also getting a huge amount of runs. And in that case, we're going to see a draw. But if we do see England taking those early wickets, then it will just show how strong that English lineup have been in this matchup. And also the fact that on a tough surface, sometimes all you got to do is just power through, get those runs when they're available, because sometimes they may not be so available. And yeah, it's going to be a weird day of cricket for England versus Pakistan, I think, just because we'll get to find out exactly what the pitch is doing kind of thing. That was a better ball from Mitchell Starc. Braithwaite pushed at it a little bit. Oh, hit of the stumps might have been interesting. Might have been in. They've said, think he was safe. They're not going to be running that one for the second. It hit the batter there. So Braithwaite gets through for the single. It looked like maybe Bonner a little bit later leaving. Didn't seem like he knew that they were going to be taking on that single there. Braithwaite a little bit hesitant, but Travis here, he would have been safe, although he needs to fix that tactic of running. He did actually place the bat rather than sliding it. If you place it, sometimes it's just that half millisecond that can get you out. And also they have 3 debutants in the bowling attack. Lack of experience is absolutely killing them, says Sebastian there. Although it was one of their debutants, I thought Harris Ralph, for what it was, actually bowled relatively well. But the reason I say that is because England were playing it like a T20, and he's a pretty good T20 bowler. So it worked out. Like his ripper of a delivery, that's a great cover drive. Starc with a full toss there, missing his line. And a little bit of a misfield from Marnus, trying to tempt the batsmen, see if they want another one. They say no. And we Jamaicans are supporting the West Indies. And we simply want them to play 5 days. Whether or not they win, it will be a booster for us, says Bunny Bartley. Exactly right. If West Indies can get through this test match, ended in a draw, when you've conceded 600 runs almost in that first innings, like a draw from there is huge for a side, no matter who they are. And if the West Indies are able to do that, that will be a massive confidence booster going into their second test, because they've never won a test match in Australia. Something to remember, in all the years that they've been playing up against them, never in Australia have they been able to get themselves the victory. I'm not too sure when the last time they drew in Australia would have been either. It would have been quite some time, even playing in Australia, to be honest. It's been a wee while for the West Indies. But yeah, as long as they don't let the Australian bowling attack do what they've done to so many teams in the past year or 2 or 3 years, because when those Australian bowlers get their tails up, they start finding that line and length. It's going to be one that we start to see maybe wickets fall like that. But if they can stop that momentum and keep on just chipping away is the better way of putting it. Braithwaite and Bonner, they've had 15 partnerships, 364 runs, average of 26, 450s, no hundreds between these two men for their partnership. And also, Kiwi, do you think that cricket reporting is too biased, simplistic? If Seb Grummer is right, that should be a huge factor, says Richpo Sports in there as well. Or if Seb is right, for the lack of experience, yeah, we'll be hurting Pakistan in the bowling attack. Sometimes the commentators, I think that's like anything though, it's extremely hard to get a non-biased commentary of any sport now in the world. And the reason behind it, definitely at international level, is because like it's one thing being from a country, right? Let's say a commentary example we'll go cricket, I guess, just for argument's sake. Who's a random commentator that we're going to pick on in this case? Mark Waugh, just because I heard him before. Mark Waugh, he's Australian, so of course there's going to be a little bit of an Australian bias there anyway. But the thing that makes it more than just a little bit of a bias is the fact that he has worn that that Australian international kit for them in cricket. So because he has been there, done that, of course he's going to want his side to be succeeding because he was once a part of that. It's still a part of him, if that makes sense. So having commentators who have played the game for international sides are always going to be a little bit more biased than those who haven't played for international sides type thing. But it's one of those ones that they're still very good. Like Mark Wall, great commentator for the cricket. He's had some brilliant moments over the years. And Brian Lara, Viv Richards, Greenwich, and Lloyd couldn't score that quickly. He says, Richpo Sports. And there and also Hamish, I'm incredibly upset there's no more rugby till next year. It's true, no more rugby union, unless you're looking at the URC, Gallagher Premiership, Top 14, and Champions Cup. If you're looking at any of those competitions, they are still going, and they are going strong. Not taking anything away from the English batters, but this outcome was a culmination of Bazball, aggressive batting, lack of experience of Pakistani bowlers, and an extremely flat wicket, says Sebastian. Yeah, there's been a lot of little pieces of the puzzle that have been put together to see a massive 500 in one day. You hear 500 runs and you're like, yep, a team batted pretty well. But then you hear 575 overs in a test match, and it just makes you you have to take an almost double take and go, hang on, like, how's that happened? And also, who's winning the Rugby World Cup next year? There's a few sides who are right up there at the moment. I know that in terms of the betting odds, France is still favourite, New Zealand second. Ireland are actually then coming in as the third favourite, and then England. I believe those are the top four currently in the New Zealand TAB for the odds of who's going to be able to win the World Cup. Then South Africa, they find themselves down in about 5th or 6th in terms of that ranking, which is interesting because I'm sure if you asked any South African, they would say they're a lot higher than 5th in terms of the chances of winning a World Cup. Just on some of the bounces that we've seen by the Australians currently at the drinks break, I should mention as well. Couple half opportunities for the Australians to pick up those wickets of Brathwaite and Bonner, but nothing too serious. At the moment, these two batting well, staying out there. Brathwaite 30 off 110 balls, Bonner 16 off 47. So you'd have to say neither batsman really progressing in terms of those runs, but still you want to make sure you're using up balls, you're tiring out the Australian bowlers because you know more than likely you're going to have to either bowl to them a little bit later on or they're going to have to bowl for a long time. Will England get to 1,000 runs today, says Aiden. I don't think they'll try and go for 1,000 unless they don't want to win this test match, which there's a chance that they may look at this test match as one that's being played on a tough surface in terms of tough to be able to take wickets. So they may just continue to smack it around a little bit, but 1,000 I think would be too many for England because that would be 2 days used up of a 5-day test match that we're going to lose a total of 75 overs from. So they'd still be losing another 45 overs after today is finished. So, yeah, I don't think they would go for the 1,000. Hopefully some cracks start forming in the wicket to help the seam. Also, a bit of cloud cover would go along nicely to aid the swing, says Sebastian. Because we've seen a little bit of variable bounce, haven't we, in that first day. Some of the balls were staying low, but the bowlers never really found their line consistently enough to be able to really threaten a few of the English batters. It seemed to be, though, Harris Ralph, that little bit of extra pace on a wicket that sometimes goes like that or goes like that is something that actually worked pretty well in his favour. That Yorker that he bowled, though, is very nice. It wasn't quite a Yorker, was it? It was quite full, almost on Yorker length. A ripper of a delivery. What's happening with Bonner here? I think he's just getting replacement gloves. I don't think he's going off. Oh. Okay. Bonner's actually going off the field because of getting hit in the helmet a bit earlier on. He's feeling dizzy, so he's going to be retired hurt here for the West Indies. Hopefully he's going to be all right here, Bonner. Like I mentioned, it was a nasty blow right on the back of the helmet there. You're talking maybe about 3 inches or maybe 2 inches, and you do end up hitting the back of the head. That kind of part there, that's not very hard. You don't want to be hitting that too often. So Bonner's going to be going off retired hurt. That's not good news for the West Indies because, yeah, you'd have to say the back of the helmet has hit him. Maybe it's actually gone on to hit him in the back of the head as well. Sam Kane getting married 2023. And also, it's a game. I mean, they've got 3 days left after today. Surely it's enough to bowl them out twice. You never know. Is rugby not off limits, Kiwi lads? If not, what is your honest take on Sam Cane? Is Mr. Foster seriously compromising the AB's hopes? Cricket's, I guess, on, but rugby's never off the table. That's the thing. We talk about some weirder stuff than sport on here, Rich Post, so we're all right. Talk about any sport in general. But for me, I think it's past his time. It's a sad one to say. He has a good game every 10 games, but that's not good enough. Definitely not when he's supposed to be your captain. Dalton Papali'i, we've seen what he can do when he gets a little bit more time in that AB's jersey. He's been going pretty nicely. But you've also got a few of those guys lurking, waiting to come back. Ethan Blackadder, whether they play him at 7. You've got a Luke Jacobson who's doing pretty well for his county side in the Bunnings ZBC, or his regional side, I should say. But, yeah, you've got other options in the future. Billy Harmon, a young guy, is looking pretty decent at the moment. Tom Christie, a lot of these new age players who can continue to kind of develop themselves as they get more minutes. I was just checking. I was wondering if it was raining. Phil Hughes, what a horrific event that was, the 63 not out, says Sebastian there. And I think that is why the concussion law or the concussion development has gone so far in recent years. They want to make sure players are all right. So Blackwood actually has to have the strike here. First ball after drinks. Losing a player to retired hurt is the last thing that you want when you were just starting to find that partnership. Cameron Green, first ball, it's almost a Yorker to start him off. The last delivery you want as well for Blackwood, but he's done well to play it. And also I'm a West Indian All Blacks fan. Oh boy, I've been impressed by the West Indies batting. There's a tough moment for the West Indies. It certainly is. And the problem with it at the moment is if he's feeling dizzy, he's not going to be batting again today, I wouldn't think, because they'll have to make sure, first of all, he passes his HIA. You've got to look at delayed concussion as another big factor here. Another good ball from Cam Green. Pitching it up, trying to search for the wicket early with Blackwood now at the crease. Yeah, it's one of those situations with delayed concussion. I doubt he'll be in the field if West Indies are fielding it all today or even maybe tomorrow. It could be 2 weeks that he's out for. So it's Blackwood's at 4, Myers at 5, and Holder at 6. I'll just have a quick look and see if they've said what their batting lineup that they've gone with. Is a nice shot down the leg side. A little bit wayward from Cam Green. He's decided that the new batsman at the crease, you want to pitch it up a bit more. And also 69mega.com, want to find love. Our AI will help. What a great little brand endorsement that is. Do not type that in, ladies and gentlemen, unless you want a virus. I feel like they'll be sitting there, even though they're a bot, they'll be sitting there going, he just told people to not watch it. They'll be angry now. They've all got the same profile picture, though. I feel like they should mix it up a little bit. Now, once again, Cam Green also bowling a slightly fuller length to Braithwaite. Is that because he feels bad about hitting the man in the head? Or is it just because that's the new tactic for this next little patch? So, still to bat for the West Indies. You got Myers, Holder, then it goes De Silva, Chase, Joseph, Roach, and Seals. And then, of course, Bonner may be able to come back at some stage if he is back from retired hurt. And also, I really hear from guests like Dan Carter, Conrad and co, is that out of respect, they knew how to consistently win. Wouldn't they help or hinder? Says a Rich Poe in there. Oh, so you're saying that you'd like to see them in like the coaching side of things, or just more of given their experience of when they were playing? Because I know that talking about another Smith, it's not Conrad Smith, but Ben Smith actually returning to help coach the Highlanders. Fun fact. So he's returned to New Zealand soil. I think his nickname's Bender, isn't it? If I'm not wrong, for Ben Smith, which some people wouldn't want that nickname, but I guess he likes it. And I was like, what if the New Day and AJ Styles played cricket? Says the Kiwi gamer. Interesting combination. I mean, I can't imagine, don't get me wrong, Big E's an agile guy, but I can't imagine him being too great at cricket in terms of like bowling. He's got good acceleration. I feel like he would be much better, kind of like a Cornwall for the West Indies, but not quite the same shape. Xavier Woods, I can see as someone who would be either one of those medium pace, just hard working guys like Mayers, or instead maybe bowling a bit of off spin for some reason. Xavier Woods gives me that vibe. Kofi Kingston could be a pace bowler just because he's got that bit of size, but he'd have to probably bulk up just a tad in terms of being able to get a bit more endurance out of him. And then alongside that, you've got AJ Styles. I feel like AJ Styles would be more of a top order batsman, a 3 or a 4. There you go. My analogy. Probably completely wrong. And a gentle reminder to the viewers, hit the thumbs up. Read the former ABs players, yes, speaking up in the media or going into the shed and behind the scenes, says Rich Post Sports. Yeah, you don't really see too many of those type of guys. I know that Dan Carter and Richie McCaw recently did like an advertisement for P45 training. So they would have gotten a bit of money for that. But Kieran Reid, he's joined the commentary team within the last kind of 12 months, hasn't he? So maybe in future we see, I mean, I'd like to hear more from Conrad Smith because he's just a very good player. Even older, he's done very well for himself. Like we saw him in that game of the classic All Blacks. Looked all right in the midfield. And Bender, that almost gives you an unlimited amount of jibes. Jibes at the bloke. So many options. There are. Oi, you shouldn't play at that one, Braithwaite. He decided to go with it, even though it was going across him. Still thought it was worth a little bit of a crack of flicking the wrist at the ball. Should I mention? Yeah, anyone who is new, be sure to hit that subscribe button. We are flying up at the moment. We're only 50 subscribers away from 20,500 subscribers. So if you do want to help us out, if you are enjoying the cricket commentary, we've got plenty more coming today and tomorrow and the next day. So even if you just want to come on and have a chat about cricket, this is the place to be. And Braithwaite and Blackwood currently trying to regain a little bit of a combination between, or a partnership is the better word. Shorter ball, nicely played by Braithwaite, just soft hands. A lot better in defence that time than chasing after that last ball. But I mentioned about Braithwaite, how he doesn't want to go too aggressive at times throughout this matchup because if he does, could get himself in some sort of trouble. You know, that was straight out of the, pretty much straight out of the screws of the bat there for Braithwaite. Looks like he's watching the ball well onto the bat, playing it late. Steve Smith, though, he's looking for a catch at second slip. He's been waiting for pretty much the whole match. We've seen Warner already take one at first slip. That was the wicket of Chanderpaul. Nathan Lyon, they're showing him. He's just getting the fingers over the ball. Just testing it out on the seam. Maybe trying to let Cummins know if he gets the chance. He's doing a little bit of that. I need to do a bit more of that. I've been slouching for this live stream already. Not ideal, but 'tis what it is. Yeah, I am really hunched over. I need to like strap myself to the chair, sit here like this all day. Would be better for me in the long run, I would think. Braithwaite now sitting on 31 off 117, and swing a ball, nice cover drive. Didn't look too committed to it there, Braithwaite. A little bit slow picking it up. The fact that it was pitched up from Mitchell Starc, but he manages to get the 2. Moves up now to 33 runs. Mitchell Starc, he's gone for quite a few runs today compared to what he had last night. He was finding his line and length pretty well in last night's session. Probably one of the better bowlers last night, Mitchell Starc. But today, just hasn't quite found his line and length. Has been costing him quite a few runs. Braithwaite, though, looking determined. That's a nice cover drive once again, but it gone straight out to Marnus. It's fielding at mid-off. And also, let me see where you're coming from, Kiwi. Clyde Lloyd's West Indies team in the 1980s are the best you've seen, or do Wars or other great Aussie teams surpass Marshall, Viv, Greenidge, Hayes, and Dush, says Rich Post Sport. Well, anytime I've had this conversation with my parents, whether they've been on a live stream or outside of it, they've always said the best era to watch cricket was that West Indian test bowling lineup back in the day, when you used to get to see all those big, tall, timber individuals. That's another good shot from Braithwaite. This is going to be another 2 runs here for him. You know, just watching them all steam in, all like 7 foot tall, getting that ball to talk. That's going to be the 4 from the over. I almost said I'm turning West Indian. 113 for 1 for the West Indies now. But really that is closer to 400, or not 400, sorry, for 2, I should say, because of that retired hurt. Clive Lloyd, Lancashire legend, says Sebastian there. Just showing there the BBL 12. It starts up in only another 11 days. We're going to be covering a lot of that competition on the channel, ladies and gentlemen. There will be players from the Caribbean in action. There will be players from Australia, New Zealand, and Nathan Lyon now is going to be bowling. They are talking about Mitch Marsh. He's going to be out for 3 months, a long time for a player of his talent. Be missing out. He just seems to be injury after injury after injury. A little bit similar to Manu Tuolangi, English rugby. Hello, you sound a West Indian indeed, says Rich Poe there. Now Gazza into the bowling attack. Blackwood's only faced 3 deliveries and hasn't scored a run yet. So this is probably the best time for Nathan Lyon to be brought into the bowling attack, just in the current circumstances. If it was still at the crease, Braithwaite, and unfortunately, the man who did go off for maybe a delayed concussion, they're still yet to confirm what the result is there. But Blackwood, this is where Nathan Lyon wants to pick up wickets. 3 matches, 14 runs, attacking field, short cover, short mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off, man at leg slip, and a back pad on the leg side for Nathan Lyon. Also, the slip, and it's nicely worked to the leg side. Marnus has done well and close, though, to react quick enough. Cut that one off. Doesn't want to let Blackwood get away with a single run here. Steve Smith, he's quite straight. He has that first slip. Normally they like to go with him in about a second or a 1.5 slip for the spin bowling of Nathan Lyon, but he will get the single there, Blackwood. I would like to think that they'd keep the same feel for Braithwaite, just because we haven't seen a huge amount of attacking play from him as of yet. He's played it well, though. Blackwood, he had to hit that one, or else it might have been worth a bit of a shout. May have been going over, though, but great seam presentation there from Nathan Lyon. Braithwaite just getting his stumps marked. Right, the change in the field has come with, I believe the man who was at fine leg has actually come up to a bit of a backwards square leg on the ring. And why is Nathan Lyon wearing sunglasses when bowling? Is that because of the glare? I would think so. It does look pretty bright. Oh, he advances. Goes in the air, and he's going to be picking a gap a little bit. Nicely cut off by Stark. Keeps it to just the 2 runs. But he's already decided he wants to try and have a bit of a go here at Nathan Lyon. Looking to attack the Australian off spinner. Now, I should mention Nathan Lyon going round the wicket for Nathan Lyon. Or going round the wicket for his bowling, I should say. So because of that, it means that Braithwaite, if Nathan Lyon gets it down the leg side too much. Oh, that was a half chance for Warner. Doesn't quite carry to him, though. Nathan Lyon, he liked that one. They managed to get the single. And Blackwood now back on strike. And I've got so much love for Lyons and Warner. Longevity must be respected. How long do you see them going on for, says Richpo Sports. See, for me, Nathan Lyon, because he's off spinner, it's a tricky one, isn't it? Because I was going to say, because he's an off spinner, he's got a little bit more, like, I guess, left in the tank than some of the other, like, kind of, if you look at a pace bowler, for instance. But David Warner, the batting side of things, it's just a question of when they want to try and switch it over. Oh, a little bit leg side-ish once again. That is the line that Nathan Lyon's going for. He's trying to put it on middle, bring it over towards leg stump, maybe a bit wider, and see if there's just a little bit of a tap there. That's actually how he's got Craig Braithwaite out in the past, trying it on Blackwood here, who's currently on strike. For one final ball of the Nathan Lyon over. Nicely played. Gets the hands out in front and manages to really take the spin out of that delivery. Into the 42nd over, 1 for 117. As they retire, or Warner will retire in 12 months' time. Yes, he's in and out of form, isn't he, David Warner? So it makes it tricky because he either gets a huge total or he gets a minimal total. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if the next game up against the West Indies, he gets a century, just because that seems to be what Warner does. Although sometimes when he's up against a side, he can find himself in a bit of a pickle of not being able to score a huge amount of runs in a hurry. The problem that Australia have slightly got is if you get rid of Nathan Lyon for spin, who's your next guy? Because I'm trying to think of who we've seen. Mitch Swepson might be the next guy in line for that Australian spot in the bowling side of things. Would that be correct, ladies and gentlemen? Do let me know. Like I mentioned, we've hardly seen any other spin bowlers ever for the last 10 or 15 years, ever since Nathan Lyon's got that spot. Probably 10 years, actually. 15 might be a bit of a stretch. And as I keep watching Kiwi, Blackwood's batting is captivating and frustrating. I would recommend safety over attack for the Windies batsman here. I'm a bit 50-50 because if the bad ball's there, you've got to hit it just to put the pressure back on Stark. We've seen in his first over, he didn't have a very good one, and Brathwaite got a few runs off him, and that would have frustrated Stark. He's starting to find his line more now. That's going to be nicely glided there out through that backward point region. Nicely fielded by Gazza, though. Ashton Agar, that's another name that they have got as an option. Adam Zampa in there as well. Would Adam Zampa want a test match? I guess he's been close, hasn't he? But he's always kind of been left out. But Ashton Agar could be a good option for them going forward. Although, how old's he? He's getting up there in age too. How old is Ashton Agar? 29. Okay. How old is Adam Zampa? 30. How old is Mitchell Swepson? 29. How old is Nathan Lyon? Okay, it didn't tell me how old Nathan Lyon is, but I can Google it. And how's that, mate? Says a mark. And there's also Nathan Lyon. He is 35, so he's a bit older, but a lot of those guys are all sitting around that 29, 30 range, which is, a lot of people have said, you come into your cricketing prime when you reach 28 or somewhere around there. So a lot of those guys, they've probably got a few years in them in terms of test match cricket if they want it. They just have to make sure they're that next guy in line, because if you're not the next guy, you're missing out. Nicely played. I just realized my scoreboard's been a little bit asleep. I apologize for that. 118 for one at the moment off 42.3 deliveries. Mitchell Stark, he's getting them down there relatively quick. Not as quick as he was yesterday, though. So maybe his confidence is a bit lower. He's currently bowling with his buddy Nathan Lyon. It's a combination they enjoy going with, the Australians. They have tried that quite a few times in the past. Too much success. But anyone who is new to the channel, be sure to hit that subscribe button. Like I mentioned, we are only sitting 50 away from the 20,500. So if you do want to help us out, please do. In fact, sorry, that's a lie. We're only 46 away now from that total I have just seen. And also, a draw would be a win for the West Indies right now. We here in the Caribbean will be celebrating in the streets. Yeah, I was talking about it earlier. When was the last time the West Indies had a draw with Australia in Australia? And definitely a game that hasn't been affected by any rain or anything along those lines would be massive for the West Indies' confidence. Because this year, they've had a very good 2022 for test matches. They've had 3 wins. They've had 2 draws. They have not lost a single test match in 2022. We're in December. They'd love to be able to close out that year out a single loss. Nicely done by Blackwood. Making sure he got over the top of the bounce of the ball. He's faced 11 deliveries just on the 1 run at the moment. I think Brathwaite's going to go after Nathan Lyon very soon in the bowling side of things. I just have that little bit of a gut feeling that from watching what he did on that very first ball, if the ball's there to hit, Brathwaite's going to go after him. So this will be interesting to see if Blackwood gets a single here, because if he does, then Brathwaite may not get to go after Lyon as soon as he wants to. Stark now, once again, running in for the Australians. Oh, good ball. That's better from Stark. How quick was that one? 144, a little bit quicker for him. And David Warner's 36, Lyon's 35, Stark's 32. See, that's the other thing. You've got Mitchell Stark as maybe a player who eventually does get taken out of that Australian lineup. And that opens up the gap. Whether or not Cameron Green becomes one of the main 4 bowlers, or whether maybe they look for someone else. I mean, Scotty Bolland. How old is Scotty Bolland? How old is Scott Bolland? 33. See, he's up there as well. He's actually older than Mitchell Stark. So he's not the next guy to take that spot. Who else have we got? Young Australian quick bowlers. How old is Nathan Ellis? 28. He's an option in the future for Test match because he plays an aggressive style. I'm just worried he might injure himself with how aggressive he is. In the BBL, he does very nicely for Hobart. He's had a bit of a run at ODI level for the Australians as well. What about Kane Richardson? Would he ever go Test match? How old is Kane Richardson? 31. See, everyone's around that 30. Oh, Braithwaite tries the sweep. It's effective. That's going to be the 4 runs. I mentioned he may look to attack Nathan Lyon here in this over if he bowls a bad ball. Too far down leg. Braithwaite moves into the 40s, sitting on 43 runs now of 125 deliveries. That will make the Australians a little bit frustrated. But he steps across the line early, sees the ball, and sweeps it nicely. But the thing is, with Nathan Lyon coming from this angle, LBW is still an option, but as soon as it's bouncing on around that kind of leg stump or a little bit outside leg stump, you're not getting LBW'd. So you got to make sure that that is the ball that you attack rather than the straight one, or else we could hear a big shout from Nathan Lyon soon. Braithwaite, 43 of 126, nicely played to the leg side. Marnus doing well and close, reacting well. Jai Richardson, that is another option. How old is Jai Richardson? 29, I would guess. 26. Okay, he's a little bit younger, so maybe, yeah, I'd like to see him at Test match level because he gets enough movement as well when playing in T20 in terms of when he gets it on that good length. You know, when you can just tell a player would go decent with a red ball in hand. He's one. Harris Ralph for me for Pakistan was another who I thought, you know, if he ever was able to somehow generate his style into a Test match, he'd go all right. He's gone for 6 and over, but so is every Pakistan bowler in that matchup. Another player, there's one other young guy, or maybe not so young, but who was it? Oh, no, I've forgotten him now. I need to remember all the BBL sides, but it was a player in the BBL last year that I think I said at the time of the match, I want to see him try Test match cricket at some stage for his bowling. Was it Sean Abbott? Michael Nessa, he's another, how old is he? He must be about 30, is he? How old is Michael Nessa? 32, okay. How old is Sean Abbott? 30. Was it Sean Abbott last year? I don't know whether it was Sean Abbott, but he might go all right at Test match as well. But it's a tricky one because once these players reach about 30, that's when they start to decide maybe it's not the time for me to come in, because we've got to remember this is in about 2 years' time when Mitchell Starc and whatnot do decide to possibly give it up. So you look at someone like a Michael Nessa or Scotty Boland, he's also now going to be 34, 35. So that might be a bit late for them to come back in, unfortunately. Michael Nessa's a decent bowler, though. I feel like him and Boland, it's not so much they've been underutilized for Australia, it's just they are playing for the wrong side because Australia have had that pace attack set for so long that, like, unless there's a massive injury, like we saw when Pat Cummins, it wasn't an injury, but he wasn't allowed to play because of being sick. Like, and Hazelwood also had an injury at that time. That was the only stage we got to see some change in that bowling attack. Actually, now that I think about it, Jai Richardson, he actually played in one of those Test matches in Australia, didn't he, Sebastian? A little while ago. He came out and he whacked a 6 in his batting side of things. Oh. Now, I've just heard something that I'm a little bit excited about because they've said about the player being retired hurt, they can actually replace him for a like-for-like batsman. Now, if you remember rightly, 2019 Ashes series, that is where we learned about Marnus Labuschagne at international level. He was brought in for Steve Smith, who took that shot from Jofra Archer. Are we going to get to see a West Indian Marnus Labuschagne as the next player that we see added into their side? It's going to be exciting to see who they bring in, if that is the case. And 2 final rugby questions from me, Kiwi Lad. Who are the All Blacks' best centres for the Rugby World Cup? And would you keep Savia at number 8? You're a top all-rounder for sports coverage and inspiration, says Rich Bro. So, Artie Savia at 8. I only would if they have Dalton Papali'i at 7, because I'm not completely sold on Satutu yet. He goes all right for the Blues, but when you've got a 4-pack like the Blues have, and we've got to remember he's got Dalton at 7 for the Blues, so that makes it a bit easier as well. So I would say I'd keep Ardie Savia at 8 if they've got Papali'i at 7, and they're going to stick with Papali'i at 7. But if it was like, do you want Ardie Savia or Sam Cane as your 7, I would be taking Ardie Savia every day of the week. Every time. Then the other question, All Blacks best centre combination. I would like to see Jordie Barrett and Rico Ioane as the midfield combo. And then that opens up the door for Will Jordan to slot into 15 if he does get the chance, which I don't think they'll give him the chance because it's the All Blacks we're talking about. They don't do things right. Best way of putting it. But yeah, I think Jordie Barrett, his size that he's got at 12 is a lot more effective than having David Havili there. Or Jordie Barrett and Anton Leonard-Brown could be an interesting midfield combo with Rico out on the wing, perhaps, if Clark still hasn't found his form. And also, Jai played it in the Adelaide Test, I think, says Sebastian. Mark Stickety he'd be 30 then, says Robert in there as well. 62 player misses in this test match. That one's going to be left alone outside of the off stump. Stark going down at about 142, still getting some nice speed, but 45 overs down now. 122 for 1. Also, West Indies are also putting a good fight. I think this will be a draw. Says Cody. I hope it gets close to a draw. I hope we go to day 5. The reason I say that is because if we get to day 5, I should be able to cover a majority of the last day on the channel. Whereas day 4, I think we've got a little bit of a mix and match spread that we're going to be able to do. As I don't think we can do the first session tomorrow, as we might be busy, but maybe the second session. I don't know about the third session, though, because it all depends on who goes through in the Dubai Sevens and what matches get made of that competition, depend on when we can do it. Although I might be able to get my parents do some of the commentary. I know that I'm sure they'll be absolutely ecstatic to do that for me. Who knows? I might even be able to convince them to do the second session today while I've got some sevens. I should be able to do the first hour of the second session, I should mention, but it's the session after that or that hour after that I don't think we will be able to do. Big shot there. It's gone high from Brathwaite. Has he got enough of it? He sure does. It's gone for 6 down the ground, and he moves up now onto 49 runs. And close to his half century. Hazelwood signals for the 6. Brathwaite, he got plenty of height on that one. I thought it had almost gone straight up the first time that I just saw it. And also we have got there a wild Kiwi. You can't just drop a bombshell like that and walk away low. All Blacks don't do things right. Explain, says Rich Post Sports. I mean, you just got to look at the selections from the last 12 months or so and know that they haven't quite managed to find the plan that was down the leg side. Sweep shot attempt from Brathwaite. Didn't get onto it. You know, their backline, they've got a lot of things wrong in the past 12 months. Straight away, Will Jordan, he doesn't play wing for the Crusaders, so I don't understand why he's on the wing for the All Blacks. Luckily, he's been able to make it work because he gets enough of the ball, because he goes searching for it. But, you know, I would say, well, you kind of just got to look at Sam Cane as well as the number 7 for All Blacks don't do things right. And that straight away kind of makes you go, oh, yeah. They probably shouldn't have Sam Cane as the starting 7 for their current side. Nicely played by Brathwaite, sitting on 49 runs. 1 ball left. I think he's hearing a little bit of something from Alex Carey behind the stump saying, mate, you needed the single there. Just seen something interesting. The Black Caps Test side will be touring Pakistan as well, as they had the Aussie, English, and Test Kiwi sides in the same year, says Sebastian. So, yeah, pretty big for Pakistan. That's going to be around Christmas time, isn't it, Sebastian? I think on about the 27th, but that is the 50 for Brathwaite. Well batted through a tough period. 135 balls faced, but he still managed to get there in the end, which is exactly what he would have wanted there. Brathwaite, he gets the nod of approval from a couple of people wearing Santa suits in the crowd. Yeah, Brathwaite doing very nicely, continuing to just pretty much knuckle in or knuckle down, keep himself at the crease, and he's done pretty well there for Brathwaite. And now he just needs Blackwood at the other end to stick around for a bit longer too. He's sitting on 1 off 18, a little bit of a slow start, but they haven't exactly given him too many freebies here throughout his first 18 balls are facing. Just some of those shots that Braithwaite has played. He's only had 3 4s, the 1-6. They have come at a perfect time for the West Indies. And half-century captain Craig says, Sebastian there, yeah, doing very well. A hard-fought one, and probably really the best way of describing it is a captain's knock. He knew his team were under pressure, conceding total of almost 600 runs, 598 when the Aussies decided to declare. We've got to remember Braithwaite also picking up the wicket of Labuschagne and Usman Khawaja. No, that's not correct. He picked up the wicket of Travis Head, and that's off the edge through the slip cord, and Braithwaite, that's another 4 runs. You'll take them any way you can get them. It was bouncing to Steve Smith, so no chance of getting caught there. I'm quietly so impressed with the West Indies effort here. I was an Ian Foster skeptic, then supporter. Surely the ABs like this Windies effort as based on solid thinking, says Rich Poe. To an extent, but I think sometimes, see, I'm normally very impartial as well, Rich Poe, for myself, but I think over the last year or so, we've seen a lot of cracks in the All Blacks' armour, and I don't think it's completely down to, some of it definitely is the coaching side of things, but the players just aren't gelling. They're putting guys from different Super Rugby sides who everyone on paper goes, it's not going to work, and it doesn't work, and then they go, you know what, we'll try that again for 2 more weeks. Still doesn't work, and they go, okay, that's our combination we're going with this year. And also Mayer's got Usman. Yeah. So he got Labuschagne, didn't he? In the end, Braithwaite. He got Labuschagne and Head. I think he got the 2 wickets anyway, though, didn't he? Now, Braithwaite sitting on 54 for 137. But yeah, I think the way that they've set it up as well, for Ian Foster, they can't get rid of him before the World Cup. They've left it too late. That's going to be a quick single taken. Nice run in between the wickets for Braithwaite and Blackwood. Both actually similar name layouts. I know that this is a weird thing to say, but both start with B, and the first part of their name is 5 letters, and then you've got the second part, which starts with a W. But the difference is there's 1 letter difference, sadly. So not quite the same, is it? And well done, Darryl Braithwaite, says a fluffy in there as well. It did end up bouncing through that slip cord, and probably about the 3rd slip region, Steve Smith thought he had a chance of being able to grab that one. Stop it from going through the gap. Not quite able to, though. Charging in now, Mitchell Starc coming around the wicket to Blackwood. Shorter ball, and behind it was solid from the West Indian number 4. Like they're saying, Blackwood, he just can't quite get away, but that's the thing. He doesn't need to yet. Got to remember, we've only got another 15 minutes till lunch, so there's no point going out now, because all that does is put pressure on the next guy who has to make his way to the crease. Yeah, he got Head of Marnus, says Robert. And there, but currently Braithwaite sitting at the non-strikers end. 55 runs, Blackwood just a single for himself so far, but he's probably one of the first batsmen who in his first 20 deliveries hasn't had that outside edge. Well bowled, nicely played once again. And they've said 15 dot balls in a row. And also, as Craig says, Robert, and there, no, it's Daryl. Blackwood still on strike. 1 ball left of this Mitchell Starc over. I believe they'll still be going with Nathan Lyon from the other end. Even though Braithwaite did go after him a little bit, that's normally when Nathan Lyon picks up more of his wickets, when the batsmen are willing to go a bit more aggressive. Nicely off the outside edge. And that one's going to be an extra couple of runs by the looks of it. Nathan Lyon just chases after that one slowly. Picks it up nicely. And also, did you see Josh Butler do punditry from the Sky Sports studio? He was just sitting there, having recently become world champion, saying how happy he is for the lad smashing it around. Says Sebastian, yeah, because out of all the players, Josh Butler, to an extent, had that style before it became baseball, if that makes sense. Josh Butler's the type of guy in a test match, go out there and just whack the ball, just for fun. Just go out there, smack it around a little bit, go at 5 or so and over. He would have been loving watching that. 500 in a single day for the English. And Daryl's a singer, says Robert. And also, we're there, talented as Daryl, says Fluffy. And also, up from my kip, welcome in. Straight to Sports, that was a long sleep. That was like a hibernation, mate. But you must have needed it. That's what my parents always say. If I have a long sleep, you must have needed it. Braithwaite currently needs to make sure that he is there at the end of this session. They've only lost the one wicket so far in this session, although they've also had that retired hurt, which is a bit of a 50-50. And loving the reasoning at this moment, would it be West Indies throwing away a draw or Australia claiming or taking the win? I think it would be Australia claiming or taking a win. If there were wickets falling back to back to back, normally Australia are a side that love momentum. And if I mentioned it earlier on, when Hazelwood picked up that wicket, all of a sudden at the other end, Cummins is fired up. He's starting to get his line and length right. They're a side that work very well together. And when they get it right, when one of them gets it right, that is, that's going to beat Mitchell Starc. Bet him for pace. A brilliant sweep shot from Braithwaite. Races away to the boundary. Moves the West Indies up to 140 runs now on the board. Also, West Indies haven't won a test match in Australia since 25 years. So, yeah, it's been quite some time for them. So, they'll be looking to try and create history here. When was the last time they drew in Australia? Do you know, Sebastian? And also, do you know if Bonner's injury is very bad? Will he return to bat? It's a bit of a question mark at the moment because it was from getting hit on the back of the helmet. So I believe that part of the helmet then smacked into his head. So they think it could be maybe a concussion or something along those lines maybe for him. But he passed the test originally. Then he started to feel a bit dizzy, which is never really a good sign for a player. It could have also been that heat maybe. That wouldn't have been too nice for him. But yeah, for now, he won't be returning. But they can actually bring in a player who's very similar to him, have him come in as his batting replacement. So I believe that might be what they end up doing. Yeah, the Docs have 36 hours to clear him or not. Says Fluffy, in 2016 was the last time they drew. And that would have been an 18-hour sleep. That would be a fair kip, says Distracted Sports. I remember, I can't remember what weekend it was, but I had just done a whole heap of live streams. And I was up for about 40 hours. And I think I slept for 23 hours. Something like that. And it was almost the full 24, but I couldn't quite get there. I was like, right, I'm being lazy now. 23 hours is enough. I get up. But every time I woke up, I was just like, I would snooze for a bit longer. And then it would be like 5 hours later. Sweep shot again from Braithwaite. Gets onto it nicely. Hits it to Starc for the single. That'll be the end of the over. And an expensive over from Nathan Lyon. Managed to get the 5 runs off it. And ouch. What an inevitable record in Australia. This track suggests a draw. Being a very reasonable result here, I'd certainly take that now, says Richbo Sports. Although I will also mention the cracks and those pitch marks for the footing kind of holes, they're starting to form a bit more, which will make Nathan Lyon a very excited man on day 5 of this test match. Although the West Indies, normally known for playing pretty well against the spin, not being afraid to go after it if it's in a bad spot. We saw that twice. Braithwaite was outside of off stump. Nathan Lyon wasn't going to be getting him. So he decided to swing it round and manages to get himself 4 runs. And also we have got there, what's the goss with your lady? Well, what can I say? I know that her parents, I think, maybe watch the stream still. Whoa, that was loud. That's a good time for the phone's ringing. Sorry, Distracted Sports. We have to come back to that after the phone. The phone is actually in here. Hopefully this isn't a copyrighted song. I'd like to think that it wouldn't be. That is the phone going ding-a-ling-a-ling. It's about to be answered. Watch this. That's cool. But, yeah, she's still happy enough, I think, with the other bloke. What can I say without it? Let's just say her and the other fella, they'll have to plan something and they'll have to get a cop. That's 2 separate things as well. And saved by the belt, says Distracted Sports. I don't say I think, says Fluffy. My prediction for Braithwaite runs, I was wrong. How many runs do you think he'll make? 100? Says Mind, Soul, Body. At the moment, he's playing some very good shots, Braithwaite. Getting it out of the middle of the bat, exactly what he wants at this stage of his innings. Start to push towards that 100. His run rate's starting to increase, going to about 40 as a strike rate, whereas it wasn't too long ago. He was only sitting at 25. Awkward question comes in. They switched that phone on purpose, didn't you? That would have been smart. I could have rung it on my phone. That would have been a good move, Sebastian. I should have thought of that. I wasn't quick enough, though. But yeah, I think we might be talking about it on the podcast at some stage. As I know there's another bloke, and then a cop says Distracted Sports. Oh, because you might have missed the live stream that we talked about at the other time, Distracted Sports. Maybe. I feel weird for saying Distracted Sports because I know your name's Tony. Do you want me to call you Distracted Sports, or would you prefer Tony? Do let me know. But yeah, pretty much the Halloween party I went to a little while ago, I left because I had streams, and she had a bit of a she had fun with another fellow, I guess is the best way of describing it. You know what I'm saying? And I was like, are you a back foot player or front foot? I like to play fast bowling. I'm definitely back foot because I was always the shorter player. Like, so everything was pull shot or cut shot. So I've got used to playing kind of stepping back, but now it's more about getting that big stride in, going for the big old shot down the ground. I'm definitely a defensive player rather than attacking. I can't play leg side. Like, I can't actually physically hit it to cowpat corner. Instead, like, I prefer a cover drive. I was like, so she's an authentic, well, she seemed all right at the start. A tale as old as time, young man has mean sting, or young love has mean sting, my boy. I think me and George just laughed about it, really. Because when you know the full story of it, it's kind of funny. So I think I was probably, like, she told me around the 1 month, or it was actually on the 1 month dating anniversary, but like it was probably like for 10 minutes or so, I was like, oh yeah, that's unfortunate. But then after that, I started chuckling. Oh, the Baz versus Cummins. Talented team will be super fascinating. Whose shoes would you prefer to be in? Ooh, I think I'd rather be in Australia. Oh no, actually, I'd rather be in England because everyone. Oh no, it's a tricky one because it's either do you want to be the side that everyone's expecting to win, or do you want to be the side that everyone's expecting to come in and cause an upset? That being England. Either way, I think both countries think that their side's going to have a good crack, which makes it tough. And also for Test Cricket State, how important is it for a strong West Indies team to perform well? How does this Aussie side, or how does this Aussie showing reflect on Cummins' team? It's interesting. And why do they need a cop? No, not a cop, a cot with a T on the end. One of those. That would have been an eventful night, I would think. I was doing Rugby League World Cup. I mean, I think I had more fun. Rugby League World Cup semi-finals or quarter-finals, I think we were into. Would have been better than anything they could have been doing, surely. And McCullum Shoes gets to watch the Aussies and English ripping apart each other, says Sebastian there. And also, hi from Teddy. Welcome in. Hope you are doing very well. Blackwood. Going to be on strike. Nathan Lyon still throwing it up every once in a while, giving him a bit of that height on the ball. Yeah, you've called it there, Distracted Sports. Yeah, not mine. But yeah, I'm sure that her soon-to-be husband will be a great father with all of his issues. And I was like, caught Distracted Sports. Yes, it's good fun. Like I said, me and George, we just laugh about it now. I managed to get my hoodie back, though. That took about a month. It was quite a task. That's a shot and a half from Blackwood. That's come out of nowhere as well. That man's been playing very conservatively. And then all of a sudden he said, you know what, that's on a bad length. Have a bit of a crack at that one. 9 of 25 deliveries. He now moves to bit wide, bit full, and he went after it. And also, we won tickets for the Lions Scarlets game. That'll be a decent matchup when it takes place. I think that's the Sunday morning or Monday morning game, I believe, here in New Zealand. If I'm not wrong, that's a shot and a half, though. Oh, he plays that one well. Soft hands compared to the prior delivery where he really whipped it through. They actually trailed by 449 runs now, the West Indians. So they're still right in this. As long as they keep on ticking over their runs the way that they have, they're going at 3 runs and over, which is a good amount to be having. And also sounds like you're in the cast of a MTV reality show. Good stuff that you got out there, says Sebastian. Yeah, I think it's for the best, really. I think the best way of describing it is I think I dodged a bullet. And I was like, well, kids involved, serious business. Hope it all works out. Says distracted there, and also can't wait. Says Atini, and also a strong Windies team needed optional or past glory. Oh yeah, I forgot to answer that question, didn't I? I want to see a strong West Indian team because they've got a lot of young guys in their side currently who are looking to, I guess, create names for themselves. You look at the opener, Chanderpaul, managing to get a 50 on debut. You look at Zazari Joseph. He was a bit disappointing with the ball in hand up against the Australians, but who isn't disappointing when facing off against Australia in Australia? That's the tough thing, you know. You want to pick up those early wickets. It's always tough to do. Can't wait, a strong Windies team. Oh, no, I read that one, didn't I? Quite the spread from Josh Hazlewood, and enjoys that ball outside of off stump. Though we should mention that some of those were around the wicket and some were over. So that is why it's quite a widely spread one. Flavio thought that too, but it was Cot instead. Yeah, Cot doesn't really sound like Cot, does it? It sounds like there could have been a few other words. And what is DMP or DP? What's the DPB paying in New Zealand these days? DPV or DP. Why is that so hard to say? DPB. Is that Dole Payment Board? Is that what that would be, Fluffy? I think it depends a little bit. I know that if you're in a relationship, you get more money. So that might have been what she was heading for. And also, I think if you have a child, it's more money. So that might have also been what she was heading for overall. Possibly. 61 runs at the moment for Brathwaite. Oi, that was a good ball from Hazlewood. It's the benefit, the Dole. Does it stand for Dole Payment Board? Because if it does, I feel like I've absolutely pulled that out of nowhere. If that's correct. At the moment, I believe we've only got maybe one more over before lunch. Currently 2 balls down in this Hazlewood one. I think they'll still have time to get one more Nathan Lyon over in just after this. And then we're into the break. So the question then will be, what is our plan for after the break? And currently, I have no idea. To be perfectly honest, I think what we're going to end up doing is similar to what we did for the Ashes back in the day. Oh, domestic purposes. Oh, so it's not the Dole Payment Board. It's a shame. They should change the name. But, yeah, we're going to have the 40-minute break. The interval, I guess you could say. Then from there, I believe my first Sevens live stream is at 7:25. So that will be when we're transferring over to that. But I still want to do a lot more of this West Indies versus Australia match today. I might be able to slowly maybe convince my parents to fill in that little hour or so, or the 30 minutes that I'm away. And then from there, go back into some more test match cricket for the final session of the day, and then some more sevens after that as well for single slags and slag dads. Says Fluffy there. Yeah, anyone who's new, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. We promise we don't always talk about my love life. This is a one-time chat, I think, overall. But yeah, anyone who's new, be sure to leave a like and subscribe and get a job. You're lazy. What are your jokes? Says Nate there. That was a great listening. I'm out of here at lunch. Hopefully West Indies are still batting. That's nicely played again. Just using the soft hands there, Brathwaite. And hopefully West Indies are still batting when I wake up. Keep supporting 100 Kiwi lads and their cricket. I'm here. I love live chat. Straight to sports. Well, I think it's going to be mentioned on the podcast. Maybe not for my scenario, but just for the boys, because we're going to be having all 4 of us together filming a podcast on, I think it's Sunday. We're finally going to have a video. Although it doesn't come out on Sunday, I should say. It's going to be a little bit later on. And also we have got there. Take care, Richpo Sports. Thanks for tuning in. Says Sebastian. And there's Albert. Yeah, we will see you later on, Richpo. And yeah, it's been great to have you here. And also, Hamish, you're singles. Yeah, I am single, yes. All right. And also Donna DB said happy birthday. Thank you very much. And I should mention, if I was asked what I'd like for my birthday, it would obviously be for yourself, Mum, and Dad to do a little bit of cricket commentary. How about that? Anyone who hasn't worked it out, that's my mum. And also haven't won for some time. Gee whiz, that's an understatement. Maybe 25 years. And when you're coming out to Oz, hooks you up, says Nate. Maybe March. Honest answer. I think Isaac's going to Formula One, maybe in Melbourne. I don't know whether or not that's still the plan or whether that's just a like a plan from a while ago that may not happen. But yeah, I think around March I might end up actually in Melbourne. I think that's where the F1 is. And I was like, hey, happy birthday, my guy, says Nate. Appreciate that, mate. Happy birthday, Harry, says Robert. Thank you very much. And Pocket Batter, I've come across that before. It says it was there from Fluffy. It was hello, Donna, says Sebastian. And also, you got a podcast, a regular thing? Nah, not regular. We can't get all of us together in the same room like every week, let alone every month. So it's going to be like a kind of special 20,000 subscriber podcast. Also, like I want to make it an annual thing, how once a year all four of us sit down and just have a catch up. Like I feel like that would be quite cool to be able to do. And so hopefully to catch up with you, Amish, says Nate there. Yeah, we'll have to make it happen. Definitely if I'm in Melbourne, because you are also in Melbourne, I believe. Robert's also in Melbourne. Everyone's in Melbourne. Melbourne's a nice place. I'm sure I would probably get to Melbourne, open my suitcase, and my mum would be in there because she loves Melbourne too. I could just buy her a ticket so that she can sit in a chair rather than in the suitcase. But yeah, she might end up coming along. And also, can we see Mr. and Mrs. Hamish doing live stream on rugby and cricket together on the channel in the near future? Not in the near future, Coding, because she has another Mr. at the moment. But one day, when I am no longer single, maybe we can try and get something going. Do a yardie for your B-Day. I feel like that would be a terrible idea because I will end up probably falling asleep on stream if I did that. We post the main podcast on the main channel. Also, we upload on different podcast providers as well, says Sebastian. Those are some good questions. I believe the plan is going to be put it on the main channel. A few of the clips might go on the Kiwi Lads Entertainment channel. Not too sure about whether we're putting it on Spotify or anything along those lines yet. But it's just going to be a one-time podcast for kind of once a year type thing, maybe. So I don't think we'll go on Spotify and whatnot, although that does make it annoying for anyone trying to listen to it outside of YouTube, just because, like, unless you got YouTube Premium, you can't listen to it right through. I should mention the end of the session as well has just happened, ladies and gentlemen. 150 runs for one. The end of the session, a good bit of batting, 75 or so runs off it. Also, just that one wicket of Chundapal falling. I reckon you should do a stream in the middle of the paddock with cows and stuff. I mean, I could make that happen. The Wi-Fi might not be great, but we'll see how we go. Maybe we could do it from a top of a hill. That's probably doable as well. And yes, you need your dad to do commentary with you and your mum, says Robert there. And is there one driving past your place right now on two wheels? Says the new pad files. Are we talking motorcycles? Maybe. And also Melbourne #1 city in Australia, says Nate. And down in Spring Hill, says Fluffy. Whereabouts is Spring Hill, Fluffy? Is it in Melbourne? You're currently working in the valley. Is that in Melbourne? I have no idea where Spring Hill is. I am sorry. Once you tell me, though, I won't forget it. And I was in congrats. Windies, excellent batting so far. Yeah, a very good fire back session from the Windies here. To be able to only lose the one wicket, sitting on 150 for one, you'd normally be pretty impressed with that after batting for 51 overs. The problem is that amount on the board from the Australians, though. 598. Okay, Brisbane. And in the car is anyone driving past your place right now on two wheels in a car? No, they aren't. I think I'd hear it a little bit more, I would think. Maybe. Yeah, well bettified Chundapal, who got himself 51, got out the very next ball, Braithwaite, getting 62 runs off 154 deliveries, and he's still out there at the crease. We should mention, of course, there was that retired Hurt player, sadly ended up with that head knock, which does mean now they are theoretically kind of two down, but they'll be able to bring it back, and the key player for the Windies is Craig Braithwaite. Exactly right. Spring Hill is Brisbane, says Robert there. But Braithwaite, he's had a captain's knock in this contest, and he has been very impressive in the process. That man is very happy about ANZ at the moment, and it's on a hill, and it's spring. Is it spring? Are we currently in spring? We're in summer now, aren't we? How far are you from Springfield Lakes in Brisbane? Says Nate. I should mention anyone who is new to the channel, be sure to hit that subscribe button. We're going to be back for session 2. We're probably going to have about a 30-minute break at some point throughout this lunch break because currently there is no cricket going on. So what we will quickly do while we're at it is we're going to scroll up a little bit. There we go. We've got lunch now on the screen. So we can go like that and like that, just so that everyone knows that the lunch break is currently there. And Smith doing commentary for this match. He is indeed. it is quite cool to see the Kiwi man in the box. Quite a few legends actually out there at the moment. They got Brian Lara in the box as well. Also another Braithwaite, Gregory Braithwaite is my favorite umpire. Bloke is so cool, says Sebastian. I feel like this West Indies side, I've always said it as well, they always seem so relaxed. No matter the scenario, everyone's just chilled out. They're going, we're all good. It's like Joseph. He shows no emotion on his face. He gets hit for a 6. He goes, He gets a wicket. He goes, Just sits there. I'm just here to play cricket, aren't I? And then I'll go home. And also Olsen, Filipino used to have my Garbo out at Logan. Couldn't tell you what that means, unfortunately. Sorry, mate. But yeah. So the plan at this stage, ladies and gentlemen, and also you're bringing your dad or mum back session 2. Pretty much what will happen now is I have a random call coming in. No caller ID. Do I answer this? I don't want to answer it on stream, though. I have no idea who it could be. They've got no caller ID. Oh, I know who it could be. One moment. I took too long. That was Adidas. If they ring again, I will have to answer this. So what we will be doing for the lunch break is we will end up having the screen completely full. I will quickly get the banner that says we will be back for session 2. It will be at 5:55 p.m. New Zealand time. There we go. We will be back for session 2. We'll have that down the bottom of the screen going across. And also, why not? You do commentary with the parrot from your local gardens. I feel like parrots are very hard to work with, aren't they? They don't really behave. And that's probably why, I would say. But yeah, so the plan is going to be, I kind of wish I answered that. I realized like I think he still works for the council. Oh, I have one new message. Oh, I've got 2 new messages. There you go. But yeah, so the plan is going to be, we're going to end up having about a 30-minute break here, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to just have the scoreboard on the screen. What we're going to be doing is I'm going to be popping away to the kitchen, going to try and convince my parents that they should join me for about 30 minutes or so of commentary later on in the second session. Then from there, we will be then doing our sevens commentary a little bit later on in the day, but first we will be covering some more of this exciting test match between the West Indies and Australia. So be sure to either stick around on the live stream or come back in about 20 minutes time. He's going to do burnouts outside your house. He just says Robert, the old Pets at Blaze is going to do burnouts outside of my house. That's unfortunate. And also, Sweet Boss will be there, says Nate. So nonetheless, I will see you all in about 25 minutes or so. Right, we are back, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you're all doing well. Hope you had a nice tea break. I think that was our lunch break, wasn't it? Feels weird because it was tea break for us, seeing as it's a little bit closer to 6 o'clock. But ladies and gentlemen, this test match is really developing into something special. 51 overs the West Indies have faced, 150 for just the one wicket lost. We saw that one wicket early on in the day, and that was Chanderpaul who did end up losing his wicket. Bit of a shame just after bringing up the half century. We have got high says Cats are the best. Welcome in, mate. Hope you are doing extremely well. Hope you're excited for the second session of the test match. Pretty much the plan is going to be we will be going through to about 7:20 p.m. Then from there, I will be throwing it over to our other, I guess you could say, our other broadcasting team. It will be my mum and my dad. Currently got the live camera down the bottom. I can see no one is in the seat currently. It looks like a nice enough day outside, but we will be throwing it over to them at around 7:20. Are you streaming sevens all night? Most of the night, I believe our last stream is going to be at about 3:30 a.m. Samoa versus USA. I would have liked to cover the match between Fiji and I think they play Argentina, but that's at about 5 a.m. And I believe I have to get up early tomorrow morning. So that is why that last game that we are covering will be that 3:30 a.m. game between Samoa and USA. And then from there, we will be getting some sleep. But tomorrow, we are going to be doing some more of the West Indies versus Australia cricket. It's been an entertaining one so far for this matchup. Like I mentioned, we have seen Australia get themselves almost 600 runs, 598 declared. Then the West Indies, they have not taken a backward step. They have decided instead that they want to make sure that they keep on fighting till the final stage of this match. Are you streaming New Zealand versus England at 7 or 6:45? We will not be, unfortunately. That will be the women's match between New Zealand and Bangladesh, won't it? I think the White Ferns back in action, but yeah, we will be missing that one due to this broadcast and also with the sevens just around the corner as well. But I will mention, if you are new to the channel, ladies and gentlemen, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. It's hugely appreciated, all the support we have had throughout this cricket live stream. We're back on cricket after 3 months of being away, and it feels so right to be back doing more of these streams. So this session, I expect a West Indies side maybe being a little bit more aggressive. We've already seen both batsmen and Braithwaite and Blackwood attack Nathan Lyons, bowling a bit more than they have any other bowler. As you can see, 9 overs bowled, 31 for none for Nathan Lyon. But Hazelwood, he's a bit of a threat because when he gets that ball moving like he has been able to in the past, he can certainly make the absolute most of it. But the thing is, alongside that, 29 overs, ladies and gentlemen. That is the difference between Australia's bowlers and a new ball to be able to play with. And that is something that will be slightly concerning, I would say, for the West Indies. They have only just really started to soften this ball up a little bit, and then they've got to face off against that new ball again. New Zealand versus Fiji will be great tonight. It certainly will be. Also, I think when I talk about my favorite games of the sevens today, it's got to be New Zealand, Fiji, and Samoa, USA. Just because if Samoa can get through that game up against the US relatively comfortably, that would be pretty awesome. And yeah, we'll have to wait and see exactly how it ends up going for them. But the Australians just about to make their way back out onto the field. A happy Marnus leading them out there. He's a very happy man, of course. Got his double century yesterday. Steve Smith getting the 200 as well. Hello, mate. Is YouTube your main source of income? Says young boy Pete. It is not. So pretty much the original, I guess, game plan with YouTube was it was never going to be a money-making thing or anything for us. It was more of the case of we were just going to do the live streams because we love doing them. And then if any money came from it, it was going straight back into the channel. And that is what we've stuck with the whole way through. So I do a bit of part-time building to be able to help pay for the YouTube channel is about the best way of putting it. And then, yeah, any money from the YouTube channel goes straight back into lighting, green screen, microphones, any little bits of equipment that we need. Also editing software, other software, or not software, sorry, other streaming subscriptions such as Sky, Spark, everything along those lines. And who's winning the whole sevens competition? I'm going Samoa. That was my prediction in my preview. I'll stick with it, Samoa, to go on and win the sevens. We'll have to wait and see whether it's correct. It probably won't be, but you never know. Just showing that ball at Chanderpaul once again with that nice bit of movement, entertaining the viewers, says Nate, and there as well. And I can certainly say when we started the YouTube channel, we wouldn't have had any expectations of having multiple people watching a live stream at once. I feel like that was kind of something that caught me off guard big time. But this partnership, 44 of 73 balls. Very good partnership. Now, we did see concussion symptom system come into play, which is why they did lose their second and third man partnership. But now Braithwaite, 62 runs of 154. He was attacking Nathan Lyons bowling, like I mentioned, which is why Mitchell Starc now going to be back out there. He is actually going to be on the Justin Langer end, which does mean he's replacing Josh Hazlewood in the bowling department. And heck yeah, how's that, says Mark. As well, let's play as the call. They've got 2 slips, a gully. They've got a deep third man. Also alongside that, they've got a couple men deep on the lead side, which does mean there's an easy single there for West Indies if they want it. If Mitchell Starc's line is not quite what it needs to be, that's a good ball straight away, though, just outside of off stump. Braithwaite drives comfortably. Okay, they've said Mitchell Starc might have been not too happy with the foot marks, which is why he wasn't going too well with the bowling. I think it's right to an extent, but I think he's definitely not getting them down there the way that he normally would. When he's confident, he's bowling about 145, 150 at a stretch. Currently, he's only going about 140, so it seems like he isn't really completely finding that stride yet, Mitchell Starc, for today. Charging in now, though. It's a good ball outside of off stump, almost slightly close to the outside edge of Braithwaite. And also, so is the guest going to join you? So the plan is at 7:20, which is in an hour and 20 minutes time, what we will be doing is we will be transferring over to our Sevens live stream. But in my place, it will be my mum and my dad doing the cricket commentary while I'm away. So you'll get about 50 minutes of them doing commentary. And then after I've done the 2 Sevens live streams, which are Samoa versus Japan, and then also alongside that, there is New Zealand versus Argentina. Once I've done those 2, we will be coming back after the tea break and then doing the final session of the day as well. Nicely played. We did want to do Samoa Canada was another match we were hoping to do for the Sevens, but sadly it doesn't seem like it's actually going to be on Sky. It seems like that game is going to be one that's missed out because there's a women's match between Australia and China on at the same time. And they've decided they want to show that one. Bit of a shame. Guess you could say, oh, we've got another spammer. There we go. Have yourself a timeout. Spark. I said Spark rather than Stark there. And how are you going to do the Sevens game as well as cricket? Well, we've done it in the past. We've been able to juggle it pretty much. I won't be on the live stream with them while they're doing the cricket. That's a nice swinging ball from Stark. Again, a little bit closer to where he wants to get that ball. So, yeah, they will be doing it from the dining room, which is just over that other wall. In fact, we've actually got the other camera set up there currently. So they will be jumping onto that one. And then I will be still in here doing the Sevens. You might be able to hear a little bit of me in the background of their stream just because I'm quite loud. But that is the plan anyway. It's worked in the past. Hopefully it works again today. Braithwaite. So there's 62 runs of 158 deliveries. His plan for this session is just to keep those runs slowly ticking over. They're going at 3 and over at the moment. For the West Indies, that was well bowled by Starc, getting the inside edge almost off Braithwaite's bat. Like they've said, he's just one of those guys who doesn't lack concentration. He will be there for as long as the West Indies need him to. Blackwood, he's sitting on 9 of 29 deliveries. He's been able to build quite nicely since the retired hurt came into play a little while ago. Now Braithwaite's still on strike. 1 ball left of the Mitchell Starc. Okay, I'll stick with them and watch the cricket, says Robert. That is fair enough. And yeah, it will be good to have a moderator on that live stream as well. That's a better ball. Oh, that was a weird delivery. That kind of looked like it was going to stay low. And then the ball slowly took off and also swung extremely late. Mitchell Starc almost ended up falling over for that delivery in the process. Got a big smile on his face. It was a maiden to start us off for the second session. What happens to Starkey here? Yeah, no, that ball stayed extremely low. Maybe about, nah, don't like that ball. That's probably gone about that high off the ground when it should have gone about that high off the ground. So Mitchell Starc, he'll see that. He'll remember where that hit on the pitch, and he'll aim for that next over. I can guarantee you that. But he's bowling from one end. It looks like they're going to give Hazlewood it from the other end. He's bowled 14 overs. He got that wicket breakthrough, though, of Chanderpaul. Still been a little bit more expensive than he would have liked Josh Hazelwood, which is why they've gone Pat Cummins, Captain Cummins, back into the bowling attack. I gave him a big hype up there to not bowl, didn't I? Pat Cummins being a little bit more economical. 3 maidens, 24 runs, economy of 2 runs each over. He's bowled 12 so far to the West Indies. Straight away, a little bit of a medium pitch delivery. Plays it nicely though, Blackwood. He's good under the short ball. In fact, he's one of those players that every once in a while, he decides he wants to go after one, which is what Cummins wants. He wants him to try and take it on, try and get it over the top of the square leg boundary, because they've actually left that kind of open in the onside region. They've got a deep fine leg. They've got a man at a forward mid-wicket, somewhere around that region, and also the mid-on, mid-off. So it's open if he wants it, but it's going to be a tough one to try and get onto, I would think, with Cummins bowling outside of off stump. He's found his line now. Second ball of the over for the captain. They'll be looking to try and get through the West Indies relatively quickly here, because 448 runs they trail by. If they can bowl them out before 350, I would think that the follow-on enforcement may be something Australia look at. Anything less than that, though, they may consider getting an extra maybe 100, 150 runs on the board just to really cement this game. But the last thing they want is to have this situation for the final innings of the contest. At the end of the day, the West Indies, they've only lost 1 wicket in the 51 overs, or the 52 overs, in fact, I should say. Nicely played in behind it. They've said the West Indies, they've played and missed a lot, but the important thing is they have played and missed a lot, but they haven't hit the ball in those play and miss, or else it would just be played, wouldn't it, rather than played and missed. They're doing well, the West Indies. I feel like that's the best way of describing it. They're doing well. Steve Smith is putting his fingers in his mouth. He's like a toddler at times, Steve. I think he might add something in the back teeth. He's a strange boy. He said that he rewarded himself last night after getting the double century. He had a couple little Cadbury chocolate balls. That's pitched up. That's down the ground as well. A nice shot, but well cut off from Nathan Lyon. In fact, that was Marnus who I was able to get through and stop that. Is he a bowling option, I wonder? Would they go with Marnus Labuschagne for an over or two with that leg spin, see whether or not the ball's turning? I would say that that would be probably around the 75th over when they're just about to switch to the new ball, because Marnus, he can get it in a good position, and if he finds that same bit of area that Mitchell Stark did, perhaps that variable bounce come into play for the leggy. Plus, he's got a double 100, so he'll be fired up, although the body, I would think, would be a bit sore perhaps today. Cummins outside off stump, left alone by Blackwood. Gives it the nod of approval. He said, I saw that one coming through quite nicely. Seam presentation always important for Pat Cummins. And in fact, it's important for all of the bowling lineup. Mitchell Stark as well. Loves to get that ball drifting towards the slips. Hazelwood is the same. Why not? Adam Zampa play test cricket for Australia. He's a quality leg spinner. Can be handy on those bouncy wickets. Says Coding, he's an option for the future, I think, Adam Zampa. If he does want to commit to test match cricket, I think because Nathan Lyon's had that spot for so long, like a lot of the other Australian spinners have kind of gone, oh, well, we won't really go for that, I guess you could say. Nice and solid there from Blackwood. Looking good. He's only got the 9 runs on the board, but looking like he could put in a big total here if he gets it right. And anyone just feel an earthquake? I did not, but we are in a different island than yourself, Pads Ablaze. And will you stream the Dream 11 Super Spanish competition? I believe on YouTube, they actually do show the games for the Super Smash just from a set one camera, don't they? So I don't know whether or not we'd stream it because they have already got that option on YouTube, I guess you could say. And the best thing to be able to do rather than doing the commentary is to actually allow you guys to see the game, which is where you'll be able to find it. And Zampa's playing Shield cricket at the moment, Coding, says Robert. And okay, it's done, says Bads. And also, so when the new ball's due, do you give it to Stark and Hazelwood or Cummins and Stark? I think you give it to Hazelwood. It's more of the question of could you go with Hazelwood and Cummins is my other combination I think about, because don't get me wrong, Stark's all right, but he needs a good spell here. That wasn't the best ball. It's gone down the leg side. That's going to be 4 runs against Mitchell Stark. It's hit the pad. It's actually leg by, so that will go against the extras rather than Stark there. But yeah, for me, if Cummins, maybe you give Stark 2 or 3 overs, probably 3 to be fair, and then you stick Cummins straight in. LG, it's like 22.1k away from where I live. It was It was 5.2, says Pat. So that's kind of big, isn't it, on the scale? And also know that's only the Ford Trophy and the Plunkett Shield, no Super Smash, says Cats. Do they not show up for the Super Smash competition? That seems like a bit of a shame. If they're doing all the other games, nice ball, played very late under the eye line from Brathwaite, and that is showing the confidence of the batsman to be able to play that one right down below the eye line, no risk of finding the edge. I think these two are in for a good combination and a good partnership at the middle here. 63 not out of 162, 5 fours, 1 6. I know they stream all the games on Spark Sport. Your earthquake wasn't Palmerston North on Google, says Coding there. He's also played that beautiful shot down the ground that went over the head of Nathan Lyon and went all the way for 6, which I believe is why Nathan Lyon is no longer bowling. He actually played him out of the bowling attack by going aggressive up against him. But Test in 2022, Brathwaite, he averages 79.14, so we should have known he was going to have a decent performance here. Looking to continue that. And just the 6 matches, 554 runs. But Blackwood going to be on strike to Mitchell Starc, playing a miss outside of off stump. That's the angle for Starc. Coming over the wicket, the left-hander to the right-hander of Blackwood, just getting it to drift a little bit. And also, do you think it's going to be a draw? I mean, it doesn't look like it's going Australia's way. It's still a tricky one because at the end of the day, we've still got a full 2 more days of cricket and 2 sessions left of today. So we've still got another 250 overs or so, which means if Australia get a couple quick-fire wickets, all of a sudden this game's cut wide open. But they need those wickets first. So I would say once these 2 batsmen go, maybe we'll start to see a little bit more of the Australian attack start to take dominance. But until then, I think the West Indies are really going to be in it. And by the way, the 7 starts soon. It certainly does. We've got a stream at 7:25 on the channel. Japan versus Samoa. We will be covering that one while my parents actually cover the commentary of the cricket. And also, it will be a big blow for Australia chances. The World Test Championship as Australia shares points in this, says Coding. Yeah, they'll be looking for nothing less than a draw. Or sorry, nothing less than a win, I should say. West Indies don't take a draw. They are undefeated for 2022 in Test matches. They've actually got themselves 3 wins, 2 draws. They don't want to add a loss to that window. Currently, the 2 slips and the gully still for Australia. Man at forward square leg, slightly at a wider mid-on. Oh, there's a random beach ball flying past the camera. Short covers still in play and also a man at mid-off. And I'd assume they'd have a deep fine leg, definitely with Mitchell Starc, and he will have to field that one. Okay, they do have a man at deep fine leg. Does manage to cut that one off nicely. That was Josh Hazlewood with a good arm into Alex Carey. Man who didn't get to have a bat in the end. Quite a few of these Australian fellows didn't get chance with the bat in hand. But Mitchell Starc, 13.4 overs, 4 maidens, 35 runs conceded. He's got a very similar release point every single time, Mitchell Starc, but just a little bit further forward by the looks of it for some of it. And also we have got their new AI dating disrupt any industry. That's a new one, but you still got the same picture. You got to mix up the picture a little bit, you know? No, off the edge almost. He considered driving, but Brathwaite, he's playing it with such soft hands that even if he gets an edge, I don't see it really carrying to the slip court, and that will be the end of the over with the single. 64 of 164 Brathwaite sits, and 159 for 1. That's what the West Indies are on currently. Do let me actually know, ladies and gentlemen, what is the time for you guys who are watching this game, supporting the West Indies from the Caribbean? I believe it's about 1 a.m., somewhere around there, if I'm not wrong. So we appreciate you all being here, even though this game is at a random hour of the morning. Oh, yourself. But Bonner retired Hurd on 16 off 47. There's a chance he could come back later on in the day, or they've got to find a replacement who's got a similar batting style and kind of someone who's similar in averages and whatnot as well, I believe. The other option. And also, who are these people which sends these spam messages in these bot? Says Coding, pretty much, it's not anyone based off like our channel, I guess you could say. It's just more of the case of anywhere you go now, you've got like the ones who do the spam links and everything. So it's just a random bot that goes onto YouTube channels and spams their dating site, even though it's not a real dating site. It's just to give you a virus, like the ladies on their dating site. And Brathwaite can't be bothered. He works at his own pace, full control over what he has to do. I agree. Like that cover drive before, it was literally like he was playing in the nets and didn't want to hit the ball too hard. So he just he tapped it at one of those. 9 a.m., Hamish. It's currently 9 a.m. I know someone on the last session bowled him straight through Braithwaite. Has had his wicket cleaned up by Pat Cummins. The skipper gets him. And that was just a good delivery. They've been flirting with that off stump all throughout the morning, the Australians. They finally get their reward, and it's the captain Cummins who's trying to steer the ship in the right direction. He gets the handshake from Warner. Pat Cummins there, though. Did it come back in off the seam? Just straightens, takes the off stump out. And Pat Cummins celebrates it. That's the second wicket down. That's not what they wanted there. Braithwaite dismissed. We jinxed that one big time, didn't we, Sebastian? Craig Braithwaite, 250 minutes at the crease, almost 64 of 166. And holy smokes, captain bowls captain, says Sebastian. Yeah, we didn't see Braithwaite get the opportunity to bowl to Pat Cummins, but we now know that Cummins has been able to dismiss Braithwaite. Maybe that's one that we see continue throughout the rest of the test series. But yeah, it's straightened just enough off the seam. Braithwaite, he kept his form. Now, the thing is, I want to say that that's the kind of ball that bowled me in my first match back. They did say that it seamed and swung a little bit. It wasn't Pat Cummins bowling, so it didn't quite have the same pace, but that's what I'll tell everyone. I'll say it was Pat Cummins giving me an absolute ripper in the first game back. Yeah, able to get me wicket. But Braithwaite, he'll be disappointed with that as now we start to get towards that middle order. That's also the 200th wicket for Pat Cummins, so a big round of applause for that man. 44 matches, his 200th being brought up by taking out the West Indian captain. West Indies, they still trail by 439. Now Kyle Mayers. There you go. First test match and first innings in Australia. They've got him coming in at number 4, or is that the number on his back? It might be his number on his back, which is quite confusing because he is actually batting 5 for this matchup. He's a left-hander. It's Pat Cummins. Now, left-hander, straight away my mind went to Josh Hazlewood because he found his line perfectly. I like how I actually have the other camera that's set up. I can see my parents bringing the groceries home at the moment. I feel like if I was really mean, I'd go to their camera so you guys could also see it, but I will not. And Kyle Mayer's aggressive batting style is the West Indian representative of Bazball, says Sebastian. So it's going to be a tricky one because is it this kind of situation that you can get a, wow, that's a good ball. I think it's hit something. It's given his not out. What did that hit? Did it hit him in the chest? But that was an absolute ripper from Pat Cummins straight away for Mayers. And Isaac Stark, a left-hander bowler too, says Robert, although getting that angle across him, I think could be more effective with Hazlewood's right-hander. Oh, yeah, just hits him right on there. That would be painful. So which batter got hit? On the head is your right. So that was Bonner. So he has not returned to the middle yet. He did continue batting for a little bit longer, but then he felt dizzy. So they decided to take that precaution and take him off at drinks time. Cummins now pitches it up. That's off the edge of Mayers. I heard something. Okay. They say no, but what did that hit? Cummins is thinking it's pad. I thought it was bad. I'm getting too excited now. This seems like it's going to be the session where things start heating up for these two sides, and not just because the heat in Perth is starting to crank in as well, with it being midday. What is this hit? Well, it certainly doesn't hit bad, but I think maybe Mayers did.
Not every ball in Australian bowls is a wicket.
Yeah, that one, he's hit his own pad there, Kyle Mayers. That's where the noise came from. And also here, Stark's a left-hander bowler. Says Robert there now. Pat Cummins charging in once again. It's well bowled, but well played on the eye line from Mayers. We'll have a tough little period here. Pat Cummins, he's got his tail up, the captain of the Australians. Now 439 runs. Still the West Indies trail by. In a way, they're kind of closer to 3 down than 2 down, depending on whether or not we see the return of Bonner to the middle. 1 ball left to the Pat Cummins over. I believe they will be sticking with Stark at the other end, but now I don't think they'll bring in Labuschagne. I thought that was kind of maybe the idea of getting him in when they weren't taking wickets, but now that they've got that one, Australia will be confident. That's nicely bowled by Cummins on the stumps, going towards leg. Mayers gets in behind it, closes out the over, still with this wicket intact, and it is 159 for 2. A good over from Cummins, getting the wicket. of Craig Brathwaite. And also, Craig, we're looking forward to your commentary. He's actually back outside at the moment, but I can see anytime he enters or leaves the house. This is actually, in a weird way, this is a great way to have it set up. If I was home alone, I could have the camera set on the back door because then I can go like this. You see that? There's my dad. He's just arriving. But yeah, it's an interesting setup. There we go. We have got it back to that one, but I can literally watch the back door to see if anyone's sneaking up on me. I could have it on. Actually, I should have it on the lounge door, shouldn't I? And we can do like an attendance type thing. I was at England 539 for 6. Suddenly 2 Stokes and Livingston gone. Says coding. If they lost a couple wickets. I forgot that game was starting at 6 o'clock. That was my bad. I'll give you guys updates on what is happening in that contest as well. But I think England will just be going for a bit of a slog here again. Get through to about that 600 mark. The last thing they want to do is be under the amount of runs that they would have initially liked. Because 600 should be easy for them. But now that they're 6 down, maybe not so easy. Stark, though. Bowling well so far. Blackwood sitting on 10 runs off 38 deliveries. Mitchell Stark. Oh, it's off the edge. It's in the air. It's through the slip cordon. But a brilliant delivery from Mitchell Stark. Blackwood has managed to get himself a boundary there. But what if they sneak in the front door? That is a good point. Although our front door can only open from the inside, I believe. Unless you've got a key. That's gone straight through the slip cordon. If they had a third slip, and the question is, should they have? Seeing as they had just picked up the wicket, the ball's starting to do a little bit. Cam Green disappointed with that. He was at gully rather than in one of those slipping positions. Okay, Mark Waugh is still saying that Alex Carey is too straight behind the stumps. But I think that's because he doesn't know when Mitchell Stark's going to go with that in-swinging Yorker that has the chance of going down the leg side. Nicely played through the covers. That's a good recovery from Blackwood. Went from edging it to getting it out through the cover region. They're going to take on the 2. They may want 3 on the throw. No, they just get 2. Mark Waugh is saying poor running. He's not a happy man at the moment. Mark Waugh looking for a lot of things to criticise. 55.3 down in the overs department. It's a nice shot there. Yeah, Mayers was a little bit slow getting going there. Yeah, his legs didn't seem like they were quite warmed up. It's like when you try and go for a run after not stretching and your ankles just end up giving way. Now, normally that's me if I even try and go for a walk without stretching, but that's just because I'm old. Blackwood 16 off 40. Mitchell Stark, bit of a straighter ball there. Hit out to the man at forward mid-wicket there, Travis said. I would have cut it off. Currently 55.4. So West Indies, theoretically, they'll be about maybe 80 overs in. I don't know whether Australia will get that new ball before they end up going to the tea break. They might be close, though. We've got another hour and 40 minutes or so. And where are you from, man? I'm from India. As well, says Midawayas. Hopefully I've said that correctly. Do let me know if I've got that name slightly wrong. But yeah, I am from New Zealand. So currently sitting 6:24 p.m. here. So I believe for you guys in India, it's about lunchtime, somewhere around 12. Do let me know. Like they're saying, Alex Carey worried about the ball down the leg side, but that's understandable because Mitchell Stark, when he rockets it down that leg side, unless he's pretty straight, Alex Carey is going to be very, very hard fetched to be able to get that one. Australia's field, they've got 4 men in the eye line. The moment of Blackwood, he's got the man at short cover, short mid-wicket, down the leg side there from Mitchell Stark, and that will be the end of the over, 165 for 2. Now, I think Blackwood was saying he should have caught up with that one and smacked it way down leg side for the boundary, but instead decided to leave it. Pat Cummins will go back into the bowling attack now. They're actually showing the first ever test wicket for Pat Cummins, and it was none other than Ricky Ponting who was able to catch that one. And it was actually Umla who we got out, and now we see the 200th today getting Craig Brathwaite out with a nice swinging or seaming delivery, I think is the best way of describing that one. Anyone who is new to the channel, be sure to hit that subscribe button. We have got plenty more of this test match coming up later on today. Also, some sevens going to be scattered in there as well. But Pat Cummins now pitched up delivery to the new man, Mayers. He's faced 5 deliveries, yet to get himself off the mark. Pat Cummins, 200 wickets. Economy of 2.74 throughout his career. I'm from Jamaica. It's currently 12:25 a.m., says Gordon Dixon. So, yeah, relatively late for you guys from the West Indies watching this game and all throughout kind of North America region. So I hope you are doing well, Gordon. What are you thinking so far for the West Indies? What total do you think they can get to with this first innings? Oh, that's a play and a miss. That's bad from Mayers. He tried to chase that one outside off stump. Just wants to get a little bit of bat on ball, I think. Give him some confidence early in his innings. And like it was mentioned earlier on, this man can go extremely hard at the ball when he needs to. That stayed low, actually, looking at that. And Pat Cummins, he looks down at the surface. So I don't think that was completely Mayer's fault for chasing after that one. It was going to be there for cut if it had bounced the way that it was supposed to, but it did not. It stayed very low. Oh, that was a good ball from Cummins. The inside edge stopped it from being a possible LBW shout, but he gets off the mark now. Mayers moves to 1 off 7, and Blackwood will be back. I'll try about 350, says Gordon Dixon. Okay, that would be probably about par, I guess. Now, another question, Gordon. Sorry for just firing a heap of questions at you. Would Australia enforce that follow-on? Do let me know. Do you think they would decide to follow on with a 250-run lead, or would they decide to go a little bit more attacking and get themselves a quick fire 100 and then maybe enforce that follow-on? Or declare, sorry, afterwards. His dad will be on commentary soon. He used to play cricket, and my mum also used to play cricket as well. Very cricketing family, us. Oh, that's at the glove of Blackwood. An ugly delivery from Pat Cummins, really trying to rattle these batsmen. And great news in regards to the sevens. My wife, Tyler Nathan Wong's back, says Nazi. She is indeed. And a few of the other sevens ladies, of course, missing from the Black Ferns lineup. No Ruby Tui, Portia Woodman, also not there. No Siddha Hirini, but they have still got Michaela Blight out on the wing, which I think is all they need to be able to score tries, as she is extremely quick. That is for sure. Blackwood on strike. Cummins once again pitching it up. Well played to the leg side from Blackwood, not allowing his wicket to be easily accessible for the quick Australian bowlers. The next question is going to be who's their next change in the bowling attack. And I think they'll go Hazelwood and Green. Green's been pitching the ball up quite nicely, but sometimes maybe a bit too full the last couple overs of his spell. They've still got him in gully. So they've got that big gap in the slip cordon, which was actually found earlier on from Blackwood. And thanks, bro, for your commentary. Much appreciated, says Anil. And then no worries at all, mate. Hope you are doing extremely well. And I'm from Granada. And it is 1:27 a.m. for Tantan. So you guys are up at a late hour to watch the West Indies, but I'm sure they are loving the support in this matchup. Like, they're 166 for 2. That is actually a lot better than a lot of people were giving them credit for. They thought that Australia may have been able to tear through them, but there was a lot of fight from Chanderpaul in the opening combination. He did eventually end up getting caught by Warner with a nice delivery from Josh Hazelwood, finding the outside edge. The ball after bringing up his 50. It was good to see he was able to get that milestone. Then Braithwaite, he got a ripper of a delivery from Paddy Cummins. 64 runs he was able to get for himself. And also we've had that retired Hurt, unfortunately. And hopefully he's going to be all right to continue later on in the day. But Bonner, he did end up getting hit on the back of the helmet, just around that kind of region, just behind the ear, which is an ugly one. So hopefully he is going to be all right. I'm from Sydney, by the way. I appreciate your work, says Anil. And there as well. And it is hugely appreciated all you guys being here. We are going to be covering the second test match between these two sides also. That is going to be starting. I'm going to have a quick look at the date just to make sure I've got it the right time. But it is starting from Thursday, the 8th of December. That'll be when it is taking place. And it's actually a day-nighter, so the first session starts at 5 p.m, last session ending at about 12 to 12:30. Ball through. Mitchell Starc gets Myers. It was a great delivery from Starc. He's finally found his length. He's been searching for it the last couple overs, but now it's a better ball. It was an inside edge from Myers, unfortunately. That does end up seeing him dismissed. Not the first player to succumb to that in this matchup. They're trying to find the bail. So it went absolutely flying, but Mitchell Starc looked like almost a bit of an off-cutter. Oh, no, wasn't the inside edge from Myers. Just ended up going straight through, cleaning up the off-stump. And who do you pick out of Australia and China in the sevens? Australia. Should be able to win that one. I think it's Starc picks up, gone wicket. Says Goading in there. So now it will be Jason Holder making his way to the middle. This is the last thing that the West Indies wanted, to lose quick succession wickets straight after the lunch break. They have already lost the 2. And now it's 166 for 3. Still 5 dangerous deliveries coming from Mitchell Starc. You never know what you're going to get from this man. He's either on the money or he's off the money. At the moment, you'd have to say he's on it. That one jagged back in quite nicely there. The off-cutter from Mitchell Starc. I believe it was delivered as an off-cutter. Yeah, nicely done. Just a question. That might have actually hit the bat for Myers, but is there any ruling about Mitchell Starc's ring? Not saying anything about that wicket or anything, but I noticed for that one that when he was bowling, when he bowls that off-cutter, that ring kind of can catch on the ball, get a little bit of extra tweak on it. But I know it's his wedding ring, so I assume he wouldn't want to take that off, but it's just something to look at. Nothing against the bowling, I should mention, but just curious about what the rule is around rings. Because I know that as a spinner, you're not allowed to wear a ring because you can get extra bit of turn by using it. I would assume it would be the same for a pace bowler, but I don't know. And also, well, there are wickets. You were talking about earlier that Australia needed to turn this around, says 317 Master Killer Gaming. And I mentioned how once one wicket fell, there was a chance that we could see quick succession wickets for the Australians. We've just seen it there with Mitchell Starc getting the one straight after Paddy Cummins. But they've got 3 slips now, second, first, fourth, and someone in the gully region left alone by Holder outside of the off stump. Big individual as well as Holder. Got some size to him. He'll be enjoying the bowling conditions later on in this test match. Definitely if there's variable bounce, because sometimes it should probably come through about this side and it might come through at knee height left alone by Holder once again. And Stark's got his tail up here. 141 Ks, starting to go through the motion a lot quicker. Doesn't want to give Holder too much time in between balls. Just wants to keep on going and going and going. I was good looking out there, Hamish. Maybe he's cheating, scratching the ball with that ring. He is an Aussie, says Nutty Williams. But yeah, it's an interesting one because for that one in particular, I think the reason I bring it up so much is because it was the off cutter, which is all about that third finger ripping down the ball. And with the ring, maybe it just, it gives you a little bit of extra something. And also, okay, West Indies to be bowled out before the end of the day, says Aiden. And then the big question would be whether or not Australia decide that the follow-on is the right decision for them. 166 runs on the board currently, like they're talking about Jason Holder. He's a talented batsman. If the bad ball is there, he will go after it. Andrew McDonald is watching from Jamaica as well. Welcome in, mate. It must be, I believe someone mentioned earlier on, 12:34 a.m. for yourself in Jamaica currently. So a lot of commitment being up at that hour to watch the West Indies. The thing is, the next test match is going to be starting almost 2 hours later than this one, which does mean that last session will be finishing at about 6 a.m. for yourself. So it's a rough one in terms of the time zones between the West Indies and Australia. But I know there's a lot of committed fans who are up at no matter what hour it is. I can see my mum's just standing in the camera for when they are all set up, ready to go. I kind of feel like I should wave, but is she going to wave back? Yeah, she waved back. That's nice. You guys can't actually see her, but she is like down below in a little other box, almost ready to go for the commentary. They will be taking over while I am doing the sevens. Holder with the outside edge goes along the ground and they run hard. Have to hurry, but Holder's got long legs, so it only takes like 3 steps to get down the track. And he has been able to run through for the 2 runs. Of course, that's a bit of an exaggeration. It's a black plastic ring Wait, so it's not even is it his wedding ring? Because if it's not, that would be interesting. But yeah, I'm just curious. Nothing against Mitchell Stark or anything. I would just think if you're like that was a off cutter and he really got it to rip. I guess you could say I watch him from New York. Says Poor People Voice TV. So welcome in, mate. Hope you are doing well. I'm not too sure of the time zone in America. Is it currently early morning or late night in America? Do let me know. Okay, they're talking about Bonner, whether or not he will be able to continue batting when he returns to the crease in 12:35, says Poor People Voice TV. But Paddy Cummins hits it to the leg side, nicely worked away by Blackwood. It's an interesting one to know who will be the leading run scorer for the West Indies in this game. I feel like Blackwood's got the potential. That was a hard shot, though, from Bonner when Cameron Green hit him in the head. And also 12:36 Eastern and 9:36 Western United States, says 317 Master Killer. And also he can't wear a wedding ring in cricket. He can wear a black plastic ring under the ICC rules. So you can wear a black plastic ring bowling. I'm going to have to get me one of those because I feel like that will give me a whole heap of extra spin when I'm playing cricket. If it's in the rule book, give it a go. And win, lose, or draw, I'm cheering for the Windies, says Gordon Dixon in there as well. Oh, goes into holder. He manages to get hit with that ball rather than letting it go straight through. I always wonder whether or not there's a bat long enough for Jason Holder. It hit him at about 110 k's. Blackwood is a good player. He will make a half century, says Anil. I agree. I think he's gone through that tough period of facing some extremely good bowling from the Australians. And now I think he's going to slowly get himself set unless he gets out for Hazelwood. I feel like Hazelwood might be tricky for him to face off against. A bit more friction, says Nazi Williams. Yeah, you might get a couple more revolutions on the ball. Nicely bowled. Had to get him behind that one holder or else it would have been going straight through his middle stump, but gets him behind it nicely. See Cameron Green warming up in the gully region currently. They are just showing it. It's an ugly one because it was right on the back of the helmet. So it pretty much hit his head as well as the helmet, I feel, which is why he was feeling a bit dizzy later on and why he's been taken off the field. But the rules say that you are allowed to bring in a player as a replacement. It's just more you've got to find a player who's relatively similar in skill. The short ball from Cummins. Holder does well. Get underneath it. He's a big man. Get it up around his shoulder height. You're doing pretty well with a bouncer from Paddy Cummins. Yeah, really close to hold his head with that one. Pat Cummins picking up that 200 wicket up against the captain, Craig Braithwaite. I will mention anyone who is new. Be sure to hit that subscribe button. We are on the road to 20,500. We're only 29 away. If you do want to help us out, it is hugely appreciated. We've got plenty more cricket. We're doing the whole day of this matchup. We've got a little bit of a cameo from my parents doing a bit of commentary while I am away doing the sevens, and then we will be popping back as well. And also, can the retired hurt batsman come and bat again? He can, as long as he passes all of his precautions and whatnot, because they want to make sure, of course, first his safety, which involves him not having a concussion or a delayed concussion. So they've got 36 hours to work out whether or not he is, I guess, able to bat. But by then, the West Indies may already need that batter, which is where we may see a replacement come in, if that makes sense. Rosie White has said 12:35 in South Carolina. That was close to hold his stumps, but he's done well to whip it down to the leg side, down to fine leg, and that will be the end of the 59th over, 170 runs for 3. But yeah, it's always a tricky situation. I mentioned about it earlier on, though. Steve Smith getting hit by Jofra Archer with that bouncer was actually when we got to see Marnus Labuschagne for the first time for the Australians. And from then, he's been able to get himself a spot in that test side ever since after having a massive performance. So we could see the birthing, not literally birthing, I don't think they show that on Fox Cricket, but the literal new player, I guess, being born into the test side. We could see a guy on debut come in, have a decent crack with the bat in hand. Okay, the comparison, they are just showing Thompson getting 200 wickets after 51 matches, whereas Cummins has got it after 44. Good night. I'm a Jamaican living in Florida. Thank you for the broadcast, taking me through work in the night. Says Capel. So thank you very much for tuning in. I hope you do have a good night. And yeah, hope to see you in the future as well. Man, all around the world today, live and direct from Waimea Represent, says Nazi Williams. Yeah, there's not many of us living here, but we do a bit, I guess. Best way of describing it. I think George has already been up the road today. I don't know whether he got KFC or whether he got night and day chocolate milkshake, but it was one of the two. I can guarantee you that. A holder sitting on 3 off 11. The West Indies still trailing by 428 runs, so a long way to go in this run chase. The first step is getting another 229 runs, left alone outside off stump. Holder, he's normally known as quite a patient individual. He'll go after it when it's bad ball, but when it's a good ball, he'll just leave it, or he will play it as it lies, similar to golf. I'd love to see how long that man's golf clubs would have to be, Jason Holder, because you would think they'd be quite long. 4 balls left of the Stark over. The question now still is remaining, what is the next changing combination in the bowling attack? I like your cowboy accent thing, says Anil in there as well. Yeah, got a bit of a... The thing is, I normally have a Kiwi accent, New Zealand accent, but sometimes when I do a lot of Australian cricket, a little bit of that Australian slight twang can sneak in. I don't actually know if anyone in my family's from Australia, like back in historic times. I know that my uncle lives in Australia, but that's kind of more of a recent thing. But yeah, I guess the New Zealand and the Australian accent, the more you listen to it, the closer they can become a little bit. And rumors are Holder's got 3 legs, just quietly, says Nazi Williams. The thing is, wouldn't surprise me, but I don't think he'll present it for the group. Definitely not at Optus Stadium. That would get him in a bit of trouble. It's left outside the off stump again by a Jason Holder. Cummins. It's looking like he's fired up. We have got a $14.99 super sticker from Nate. That is a big sticker. Now, it comes up as a super sticker there, but I can open this and it will show us what it is. One moment. It's a thank you with the... So thank you very much, Nate. I should be the one thanking you. I should send back a super sticker, but I don't think I can. I probably could somehow, but not too sure how you would do it. My mate on PS4 called Rimless says hi. Welcome in. Hope you are doing well, Ollie and Rimless. Down the leg side, massively wild from Stark there. At A, says Nazi Williams. And also we get Australia ladies beat China 36 points to 7, says Robert. And also Nate, what's good, says Ollie Wilson as well. I actually learned there's a button there in the control panel that says about placing an ad. I feel like I've never done that. Oh, I tried it on a live stream about a year ago, and everyone was like, no, we didn't get an ad. So it was weird that you can do that. But I guess we should do that during like the tea break or something when we're away. We should have a placed ad so that people have something to watch rather than just the scoreboard. Some decent ads around at the moment, to be fair. I enjoy the ones with food. End of the over, 170 for 3 now. After the 60 overs face. So another 20 overs left until we see the new ball taken. And I would assume they will take it straight away. And yes, mate, oi, mate, happy belated birthday for yesterday. Here's your present, my bro. Says, Nate, oh, it's still my birthday. Still 2nd of December. So you are on time. Thank you very much, mate. I feel like now I've got to play happy birthday, don't I? Here you go. Quick fire birthday bash. I feel like I've gotten used to having birthdays on days where I'm just live streaming the whole day, though. I feel like that's become regular. Although I can't remember what we did last year. I think we did have 7s that night. It must have got ad blockers. Says right there in choo. Says Nate, nice ball from Cummins. Well played by Blackwood, though. Just softly hitting that one. Not allowing the ball to get it down. And also, you have guitar too. Please tune it. It's a bit off tune. He says, I know. Luckily, my friend Isaac, he's coming around tomorrow. He's brilliant on the guitar, so he will be able to tune that for me. It will sound a bit better. Anytime he comes down, I'm just like, hey, while you're here, do you wanna tune this? And he goes, yep. And just he can do it by ear. I think it's just from doing it that long. He's played guitar for about 15 years now, so just gets used to it, I guess. Pat Cummins, though, nice bowl. Once again, a little bit hesitant getting forward there, Blackwood. Of course, you want to play it right under your eye line in Test match cricket. Normally, when you're a bit younger, you're taught to stretch out, get that big stride, but sometimes it's better to just be back a little bit more, only just turn the foot, get the technique right at the time of the ball hitting the bat rather than forcing it. That makes sense? I don't know if that actually made sense or not, or if I just sounded like I was rambling. Bowling card so far, we've seen some pretty good bowling from Cummins. He's bowled 16.2 overs, 27 runs he's gone for. He's been the pick of the bowlers. Alongside Cameron Green, he's only had the 4 overs, but he's bowled, or he's given away a total of 9 runs. A good Yorker there from Cummins with the weight on the leg side to deep square leg. Travis Head throws it back in as well. Blackwood moves up to 18 off 50 deliveries, doing pretty well for himself currently in this test match. Just showing the wicket ball. It's on that good length, but he's gone a bit shorter since getting that wicket, I believe, Pat Cummins, which is why every once in a while he throws in that pitched up delivery just to keep the batsman guessing. He'll be hoping to get Holder, though. I feel like that's the wicket that Pat Cummins will be after. Charges into the crease. Short ball. Oh, it's an ugly one for Holder. I think he ended up hitting it maybe into his ribs. I know a lot of the West Indian players have got chest protectors on. I don't know if Holder does, though. Looks like he might have gone without one. Yeah, he has gone without one and got a little bit of a tickle on the rib cage in the process. How's the commentary team? They waiting in the box. Says Robert, not quite. I can see that no one's sitting on the commentary chair as of yet, but they have still got another like 30 minutes or so before they come on. They'll probably come on a tad earlier than I first said. That is because I'm going to have a quick snack before the Samoa versus Japan live stream. Nicely bowled. Oh, no run taken. Little bit of a mix-up. Seemed like Blackwood wanted the run. Holder said, no, thank you. I'm all right at the non-strikers end just for now. Me ribs hurting. That was kind of not supposed to be a West Indian accent, but it almost kind of sounded like I was trying to do one. I can't remember what Jason Holder sounds like. Probably not quite like that, though. His rib will be hurting, though. And that's up. How's it, my guy, Ollie Wilson? And there says Nate. Cummins currently looking at the best test average, minimum 200 wickets. He now joins an exclusive club. McGrath is the only man above him in terms of the average of the bowling. He's ahead of Lindwall, Lilly, and Grimmett. All ended up with over the 200 wickets in their time. 355 for Dennis Lilly. No, that's not Dennis Lilly, is it? That's just Lilly. Or was it Dennis? No, it wasn't Dennis. Was Dennis? I'm going to dig myself a hole if I keep talking. Nice shot. Off the back foot, the punch from Blackwood, finding the gap in the covers. I think they're just going to end up taking the 2. Like I mentioned, the West Indies, they're a very casual team. They chilled out. Sometimes that actually shows in the way that they run between the wickets. It's just going to be the 2, though. End of the over, 174 for 3. Yeah, Holder just warming up for his running. Maybe the body's still feeling a bit stiff from when they were bowling yesterday and the day before. Currently day 3 of this test match between the West Indies and Australia. Still, Optus Stadium has been a picture every single day. That's exactly what you want. But Blackwood, 20 runs off 52 balls. Holder, 4 off 17. That's Dennis Lilly. So did I have it right? Did I say Dennis in the first stage? Because I kind of said Dennis, then I cancelled. Then I almost wanted to say Dennis again, and then I cancelled again, I think. Got to back myself, don't I? Hazelwood, he backs his bowling well and truly. He manages get a nice bit of movement. And Holder, I think, might have a bit of a challenging time here. Same with Blackwood, both batsmen not going to be too keen on facing Josh Hazelwood. He picked up the wicket earlier on in the day of Chanderpaul. Now looking for another outside of our stump, but too full. Nice drive from Jason Holder. Just showing if you put it on the half volley length, I will still try and hit you away. I've got a couple slips. Still, they've got the gully. Marnus is trying to get a little bit of sweat from under his armpit, put on the ball so that he can shine it up real good. Like I said, Hazelwood, he'll take that length back a little bit more because Josh Hazelwood doesn't want to get driven. And Blackwood has that grit and talent. Hope he resists the Australian pace attack, says Anil. Oh, okay, that was left alone by Holder. That might have been a little bit more over the stumps than it looked because that looked close. Jason Holder there. Hazelwood gets it off the seam. If it's going over the pad of Holder, it's normally going over the stumps as well. He's a tall man, Jason Holder. Missed by about, I'd say, 3 inches. Hazelwood, if he can find that line that he found to Chanderpaul earlier on, it will only be a matter of time till he picks up wickets. It's a little bit leg side-ish. Holder likes it and he whips it away. Should be able to get through for 2 here. Yes, they do. Good running between the wickets from the West Indies. Now moves up to 6 off 20. That Marnus warming up. Might be going for a little bit of leg spin at some stage soon. Okay, I think he needs new gloves here for Blackwood, but Blackwood facing Hazelwood. He's been out 3 times. He averages only 6.33 runs when he faces off against him, which is why Holder on strike is not a bad option for the West Indies. Hazelwood leaving that one just a little bit wider. Holder doesn't want to play at it. So at the other end, whether Pat Cummins continues or whether they go with Cameron Green, because the ball's still looking pretty shiny for 61 overs down. Still looking relatively hard, coming onto the bat quite nicely, carrying through to the slips. Cameron Green is yawning. Looks a bit tired there, Cam Green. He has only bowled 4 overs, though, so that might be why. Still waiting to get himself properly into the game. Hazelwood steaming in. It's a nice leave once again. Good carry there through to Carey. Ended up almost taking off as that ball continued rolling through. But Holder, he's just looking down at the pitch now and learning all the information, processing it, because that's the thing. He's possibly going to be bowling on it later. Okay, Nathan Lyon actually warming up here. So he might get himself another crack before the new ball. Just to give the Paceys a bit of a spell. They've still got Cam Green, though. They underutilise Cameron Green, I think. Because you've got Cummins, you've got Stark, Hazelwood. They're your 3 main quicks. But, that's plum. That is plum. Holder has seen the finger from the umpire. I should say that's the index finger, not the middle one. But Jason Holder, he's gone upstairs. Might be giving the DRS the middle finger, depending on how this result goes. And I have to check it. It looked pretty good, though. Broad dropped or retired. I think dropped from the side. And that was Lyon warming up. So here's Robert there. So, yeah, might not be too far away. Although now that Hazelwood might have picked up this wicket, I think he's going to get a little bit more time. Keep your eyes on the ball, guys. So here's Poppy Boy Stevie. The DRS going upstairs for Jason Holder. He needs an inside edge to save him. It's close to the bat. It's elevating. It's hit him above the knee roll, but he's deep in his crease. This is going to be an interesting one to see how much bounce this delivery actually has. Okay, they want hot spot. Oh, I don't see anything on the bat. So it's going to have to be Snicko that saves him here if they don't want to go through to RTS. There's a little bit of a noise. I'm not sure what that is, but it doesn't. I think there's a Snicko noise that I would say that's off the bat. There is a noise. There's a spike as the ball passes the bat. I can see a spike. This is going to be not out. Holder got the faintest of faintest inside edges, and he's going to get to... Oh, hang on. Umpire's gone, no, I'll give it out. Hang on, no, got to cancel that one. Not out. So, Holder's going to continue. He was confused for a second there. Reviewed well. Hazelwood thought that it might have been the wicket falling, but not quite. Okay. Cummins was saying it didn't line up with the spike. It didn't line up with the spike, though. It didn't line up with the frame. The umpire said, no point coming at me. I gave it out. But I believe the thing is, the reason it didn't link up with the spike is because we didn't have a frame of when the spike actually happened, when it was going past the bat, if that makes sense. So, not out Jason Holder. I think the right decision was made in the end. And that's going to be the end of the over. So, yeah, they're saying it didn't link up. But the reason it didn't link up is because they didn't have the frame. Yeah. So they haven't got the frame that they actually wanted, I think, there. But it still makes sense. Hazelwood saying there's this much of a gap. I think Hazelwood might need to get a Specsavers possibly sponsorship alongside Jack Leach, because there was not that much of a gap between the ball and the bat. Blackwood sitting on 20 off 52. They mentioned that Hazelwood's very good at picking up the wicket of Blackwood. Oh, okay, we're still going to show the DRS. It was hitting. It would have been 3 reds. That's just to fire up the Australian commentators, I think. Because it would have been out. And in fact, it would have still been out even if it was umpire's call. Please stream New Zealand versus Argentina 7s at 7:50. We are going to be doing that game. We have actually got it scheduled on the channel. It's Snicko Meter versus Hotspot, which is best. I mean, Snicko gets those really fine ones that you don't see with Hotspot. But then Hotspot normally seals the deal pretty quickly if there's a large edge. You know, it's one of those ones that you can quickly go, Hotspot, yippee, set it, donezo. Whereas Snicko, you got to go through the frames a little bit more. I was like, lol. Says Nuzzy Williams, right. Nathan Lyon now going to be bowling to Blackwood. They have got a few men in close at the moment. They've got a bat pad on the leg side. They've got a slip. And it looks like they're going to have Warner maybe on the leg side for the slip. Okay, they're still going at the Australian umpires. Nathan Lyon's about to bowl. They're going, there was a spike. That's the end of it. There was a spike. They weren't going to say continue through because there wasn't a spike, because there was a spike. Easy enough. They're still arguing. Get on with it. Okay. Bollins running it in. And like Ian Smith just said, DRS is normally supposed to tidy up the doubt, but now seems like they're not too happy. In England or India or Bangladesh, which is your favourite? I mean, I enjoy watching them both play. There is a noise. And now I think the commentators are now starting to say, oh, no, there might have been a noise there. And Ian Smith has said he sees a little bit of a deviation there. It's the right decision, but the Australians don't feel so. Is it desperation? Do they feel that they needed that wicket? And also we get the New Zealand are beating Great Britain 14-12, 2 to go. Says Cats are the best, and also we get the Kiwi lads will stream it, or while his mum and dad continue the cricket stream, says Robert. And there as well. Nathan Lyon back in the bowling attack. Got a leg slip, attacking it hard there. Goes straight out to point with Josh Hazelwood. Blackwood might consider attacking Nathan Lyon again, because I think the longer that Nathan Lyon bowls, the more chance he's got of picking up more wickets. That's actually literally the case with any bowler in the cricketing world. And they should have a licometer. Interesting. And what would that do? I know that Pat Cummins normally bowls with his tongue half out, so maybe that would be what they'd check for that one. He does it in a weird way. He curls his tongue like that kind of thing. Now, I'm doing very well, Neelam. Hope you are doing well too, mate. Nicely played in behind it. Or it's not even like that. How does Cummins... It's kind of the face he makes. That hurt my tongue. And what do you think West Indies can score? More than 182, more than 65 overs? I assume that's for some sort of bet. I think decent chance, because that's going to be racing away to the boundary now. But Nathan Lyon he's also got a black plastic ring finger. I think Australia are onto something here. All of their players have got plastic black rings. And I said it as a spinner myself. I would put one on because it means you get more turn. Whether they like it or not, that is the case. Steve Smith, though, not quite able to react quick enough. Attack the spinner right away, says Gordon Dixon there. Now Blackwood sitting on 24. Nathan Lyon once again bowling it, whipping it across. It's hit Labuschagne's leg and bounces back across to Alex Carey. Trailing by 418 runs at the moment here, the West Indies. Looking to continue tapping runs one after the other, or maybe four after the other, with the way that they did that one. Nicely played. It was a little bit uppish, though, from Blackwood. Did it carry? It was close. It's going to be the end of the over. 3 for 180. And they are going to be having the drinks break after the first hour of the second session. Anyone who is new to the channel, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. It is hugely appreciated, you guys all being here. We are currently only sitting a total of 26 away from the 20,500. So if you do want to help us out, be sure to hit that subscribe button. Who will be the winner of the 2023 ODI World Cup? Well, for me, looking at the way that England are playing a test match at the moment, imagine how quickly they can score in an ODI. But I feel like they're a decent shout for the English. And also when we do the rugby, I'll be doing it at 7:25 is the start of that live stream. But we will be transferring over to my parents at about 7:10, somewhere along those lines. And also got a very sweet, says 3DX. Do appreciate that, mate. And also Japan to win to the 2023 ODI World Cup. And Lord of the Rings, bloody Aussies is what Fluffy had there. I never actually realized that was a thing, though. To have a plastic ring on your finger. Maybe you got to be married, though. That might be is it a rule that you got to be married to have it on the finger? Or can you just wear one? I'm going to go off and buy myself a plastic ring so that I can get a bit more turn on the ball, I think. Plus, because I'm only playing third grade, so no one's really looking at that, are they? If you ain't cheating, you ain't trying. But it's within the rule book, of course. Nathan Lyon, you're hoping to get a few more wickets before the end of the day, I would think. Here we go. Oh, some news. Okay, they're still monitoring Bonner. It's a tough shot. Okay. They've said he's okay and moving freely is the way they've described it. But they'll want to make sure that they don't have that situation of him getting a delayed concussion, because that can be actually more dangerous in some cases. And also, if you had to pick one, only one, who will you pick? Okay. So 1, Mitchell Marsh. 2, Marcus Stoinis. Well, I'd go Stoinis currently because Marsh is going to be out for 3 months. So I'd go Stoinis if I had to choose one of those two. But normally, on a given day, I'd like Marsh just because he's got that bowling attack. But Stoinis isn't too bad either with the bowling. But I think Marsh's power is just something to behold when he gets going. And so they will entertain us during the tea break. They will be for half of the tea break, I believe, and then I will be popping back in to see them as well. I think Aussie men are proposed with a burger ring, says Fluffy, and Mitch Marsh is out. No more wickets, says Ball People Voice TV. And if I get married, a $2 shop plastic ring is what she's getting, says Nazi Williams. How romantic. Bloody Australia is going to win World Cup 2023. Give me a hell yeah. 3DX. And whereas Maxwell, is he also injured? Yeah, he ended up hurting himself at a child's birthday party. I should mention he was invited to it, but some man landed on him funny, and I think he broke his ankle or something along those lines. And also she gets the tab of my tinny if she's lucky, says Fluffy. And there as well. Yeah, just showing the highlights. This one, we've got to block another spammer. 84% will find a girl for you. Well, I'm probably in that 16% at the moment because we are a single Pringle who lives on weird hours. And also Maxwell broke his leg playing Twister, says Fluffy. It's such a sad way to do it, but such an understandable way. Like Twister gets competitive when both people are going at it in the Twister scenario. Okay, they're just showing once again Mitchell Starc, that delivery. The way he was able to curve that ball in with the off cutter and manage to hit the off stump as well. And can you please stream the match live? Sadly, due to licensing, if we show any match footage or audio, we get taken straight off YouTube. So we're unable to show match footage or audio, but we'll be keeping you updated on what is happening throughout the game as it progresses. And also in about, I believe, what is the time currently? It is that, which means that and that. Yeah, so about 7:10 p.m., I believe my parents are going to end up popping in for their commentary. They look like they're ready to rumble. At the moment, my mum's looking very happy in the bottom corner, I can see. Gives me the thumbs up. And Jason Holder still on strike. 6 of 25 deliveries. Hazelwood in the past. He almost got him in that last over, but the faintest inside edge is what stopped Holder from being dismissed. He's got him behind that one. Solid defense from the big man. They're just showing the way that Maya's innings started. They were just all over him. They started with some short balls, then they got him on the front foot, and then just ended up with that off stump, cleaning him up. He chased a couple wide ones as well, which I think was one of his slight problems. And you don't have $1 million, and he will. And yeah, I don't even know if it would end up buying me licensing $1 million, but it would certainly help me out while I am away for 3 months on copyright strike banness. I played Twister with an obese person once. I had to tap out. Says Nuzzy Williams. Worked to the leg side. Consider going for the 2, but they just get the 1. Holder moving up to 7 runs now. Blackwood sitting there on 24. He's now got the strike. He averaged 6.5 when facing off against Josh Hazelwood, only getting the 3 regular, or the 3 wickets, I should say. And I was at trying to drop $1 million. Make sure leave a like with all your accounts and also no Bitcoin. Says a fluffy there. But yeah, anyone who's new, be sure to hit that subscribe button. We're currently on the road to 20,500 subscribers. We have been flying up recently. Yeah, if you do want to help us out, it's hugely appreciated. Also, we have got the W show to drop. Oh, that's the 69mega.com. There it also. Blackwood is a good batsman, but I don't think he can score even 50, says 3DX. It will be a tricky one for him, but I think the way he's digging in here, he is showing that he's got that resilience to try and stay out there even throughout the tough periods of an innings. Steve Smith currently practicing his batting. I don't think he'll get another bat in this match, but saying that, Pat Cummins is the captain, so you never know with the Australians. They may end up going for something weird at some point. Session by session, 76 runs in the first. They only got through 26 overs, and currently the over rate has really slowed down here, but they've got a broken bat, I believe. And man, those subs have been going hard. Well deserved, though. Says Nuzzy Williams. We do appreciate that a lot. I'm actually disappointed because I broke my bat at practice. Unfortunately, they ended up with a bowling machine out, and they kept on going with Yorker after Yorker after Yorker after Yorker, and the bat just slowly got weaker and weaker. So they're going to need some more tape. And they're going to bring out his 3 spare bats that he's got. We'll get to pick out the best one now, Blackwood. Now, sometimes a bat change can be absolutely massive for an individual at the crease. Other times, it can be absolutely terrible. So we'll have to wait and see which way round it is. But we're currently 63.5 overs down. At the end of this over, ladies and gentlemen, we will be swapping over to our parents' commentary. I do see they've got the TV in the background. So from there, you'll be able to see me actually walk through the door out into the kitchen as well. But currently, Michael Hussey just saying about if one had a good middle, you're stuck with it no matter what. You don't want to chop and change your bats. And who don't know the biggest super chat on the Kiwi Lads? Super chat wise, that probably goes to Steve Smith. Oh, that's an ugly ball to close out the over. 64 overs down, 181 for 3. We will be quickly transferring over to my parents' commentary now, ladies and gentlemen. We will be doing some 7s, but we will be coming back in a short moment after that around the tea break. But nonetheless, I do thank you all very much for tuning into my part of the commentary. Now we throw it over to my parents, and I will see you all in probably a short moment. I'll probably pop in and say hi on their live stream anyway. Yeah, I will see you all in a short moment.
Suppose.
Here we are.
Here we are.
Hi. How's it going, people?
Right. Hello, everybody. Welcome to Hamish's edition of Parents. Get to do his live stream because it's his birthday.
Again.
So you'll have to put up with this for a bit.
Mm-hmm. How's it going?
Good ball. Nathan Lyons bowling again. West Indies just getting tied down a little bit here in this game, which they probably, the way the wicket's played, they need to be positive, I believe. Hello, Hamish.
Hello.
Let's come in for tea.
How's it going?
Lyons just past there, gets a slight edge on it. Does the batsman hold it? Runs it down to third man for a couple.
Is this live?
Is this
Is
live?
this on YouTube?
Yeah.
So we're doing this while you're here.
Yeah,
That makes sense.
it does, doesn't it? I'm just waiting for my chips to be finished.
Oh,
Then I'll be leaving you alone.
fair enough. Fair enough. What's been happening anyway?
In the cricket or
Yes.
Oh, no, in life and junior.
I think- Australia getting close to another wicket soon.
As he hits
Really?
it for.
That's a
Really covers.
fantastic
Beautiful.
cover drive.
So I don't do commentary. It was a great
And it
shot.
will go
It's
all
gone for
the
four.
way. That's a Hey, that's a fantastic shot.
That is, isn't it?
Beautiful cover drive.
Holder's a good bat.
Big stride down the wicket.
So Nate says hi, Nazi says hi,
Are you on
and
the
Robert
commentary?
says hi.
Mm-hmm. Cool.
Sure.
Lions none for 41 off 10. So
Ask him to acknowledge
not much,
Australia.
probably not a lot of spin in the wicket at this stage. Another cover drive down to mid-off. Cummings Fields.
That sounds funny. Cover drive to mid-off.
I'm sorry.
No, that's
We'll say a drive down the ground to mid-off then. That's the beauty of being husband and wife, you see. You always get corrected.
missed the outside edge there. Gary.
Just a little bit of turn, a little bit of in-spin there.
Where did he get his nickname Gary from?
Gaza. I think it was from
SpongeBob SquarePants.
no,
The snail. No?
from
Yeah, no.
Gary Lyon. I think
What?
the AFL player.
Oh, okay.
I think that might be right. That might be completely wrong.
No, I think it was SpongeBob SquarePants.
Mm.
Yeah.
Like a chip.
No, I'm good. I've just had tea.
Chip. I'm good.
You enjoy
Yeah,
them.
no, moving on.
I'll leave you guys to it.
Right, end of the line's over. Bye.
Bye.
So,
Happy birthday.
Yeah, thank you.
so Stark, Cummings, and Hazelwood have a wicket each.
Mm.
So what's if Aussie bowl West Indies out before the follow on? Will they make them follow on?
No, Aussie will let another bat.
Will they?
Yep.
They're 411 runs ahead.
They'll have another bat.
Okay.
Guaranteed.
Guaranteed?
Yep.
Okay.
Well, assuming it takes them another, 40 odd overs to bowl them out, maybe.
Mm.
Bowl them out for somewhere around the sort of the 300 mark. Still 250 ahead, but it will have meant that the Aussie bowlers have been in the field for 100 odd overs. So I think they'll have another bat again, depending on whether there's any rain forecast or anything like that. But
Doesn't look.
I don't think Perth gets a lot of rain this time of the year, so
No.
it's always hard and fast down there. Hazelwood 1 for 47 at the moment off 16. He's certainly not giving them anything to hit.
He never does, though, does he?
Just always under pressure, always putting the batsman under pressure. He's just sort of honing in on the pads on off stump at the moment, so he's keeping the ball reasonably full. But
So,
what are you doing?
oh, that's right. We're doing a live stream.
No Heinekens today. Oh,
No, I got a big weekend of bowls.
we're just holding off.
Yeah.
Aye.
You're playing bowls tomorrow and bowls on Sunday, so.
Oh.
Oh.
Oh, great short ball by Hazelwood. Played defensively and it just falls short of Gully by the look of it. Who's that young fella? Is that Green?
It's green.
Right off the,
It's like-
basically the glove holding onto the shoulder of the bat. Bounces just probably 6 inches in front of Green at Gully.
Hmm.
That's a great bouncer, though. Head height, hard on the fingers.
The third West Indian batter retired hurt due to concussion.
Yes.
Mm.
Yep. They're monitoring him, I heard before. Just keeping an eye on him, but he seems all right at this stage.
Will this match drawn? It's day 3.
I would like to say probably yes, but there's an awful lot of cricket to go on this. Now, certainly if Australia can get amongst the wickets, I think it's more likely that Australia will win it. I don't think the West Indies have got any chance of winning it from here. But it will depend on how long they can bat for in this innings as to how long they have to bat for in the last over. Always. Another short one from Hazelwood. He's not happy. Blackwood's not happy with the short ball, and I think Hazelwood's cottoned on to that pretty quickly, as most fast bowlers do. So not only is he under pressure with the ball that's pitched up, but certainly under pressure against the short ball. He's just getting himself into a more of a sort of defensive look away, hold the bat somewhere there to stop it hitting me sort of a pose.
So why haven't they got a bat pad?
Yeah, well, that's certainly a bat pad could be on at this stage, just by the way he's playing them, because he's got no idea where the ball's actually going once he's hit it. Well, there we go. They might have heard you, Donna. Hey? Bat pad comes in on the leg side. This pitched up or short?
Short.
Yeah, it was too. Just let it go past his chest on the way through to the keeper. Has a bit of a smile and a yarn to the batsman. Another good over by Hazelwood.
25 years since West Indies won in Australia. Was that old...
That's probably getting back to
that Ambrose
Clive Lloyd and Joe days.
Amelia says hi. How's it going?
Right.
Amelia.
Oh.
Says hi. Oh.
It's fair to say we're just running through the highlights of all the short balls, basically, or the shorter balls to various batsmen. It's fair to say that the West Indies haven't exactly played the short ball well, which is possibly why they're going to keep getting them. So they've got a little bit of a reprieve, if you can call it that, at the moment. We've got Lions bowling again from the end closest to us, Donna, I guess you'd say, wouldn't you?
It's closest to us.
Holder just works him down the ground for a single, so brings Blackwood back on strike.
25 years is a long time, according to Nate.
Just too.
4 years singing Goo Gaga.
Ah.
Just a young'un.
Just a young'un. Some of us, unfortunately, remember those days back then.
Remember the days we used to sit up at the flat in Christchurch watching the West Indies one day against Aussies?
Only if they're going all right, though. If Australia were winning, we tended to pack up and go to bed.
Yeah, but then bloody Aussie would win in the last ball, and it was 12:30. We had past midnight. Had to go to work the next day.
Yeah.
Those were the days, eh?
Mm.
Who are these people? Oh, we kidnapped Hamish.
These people?
Yeah.
Oh.
Hamish is in the next room doing another live stream. Or about to. We're his parents.
Hamish is on the Dubai Sevens, isn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, great bit of fielding there by Green, but tried to run him out of the bowler's end, but he was safely home. Young fella, full of energy, keen to dive around on the hard ground. One from the over. 3 for 190. They're slowly ticking their way towards 200.
Mm.
Still 408 in arrears, though, so they've got a few more to score yet.
So how many teams have lost declaring at 500? There's a stat for you. Robert, you might know that one.
Who's our statistician today?
Could be Robert.
No. I don't think there'll be too many, but I bet there's a couple at least.
Has any team lost?
No, I think there is. I think there is a couple.
I have a feeling there was. Yeah. Oh, that's a nice picture, isn't it? There's one place we've never been, isn't it? Perth.
That's too far away.
It is. It takes forever to get there from here.
Takes about the same amount of time to get to Perth as what it does to get to Australia. The vast expanse of land that Australia is. Right, Hazelwood to continue. Bowling to Holder at the moment, so he's tried a short one to him too. So, yeah, not scared to mix it up.
Robert said, so Tony, if you want cricketing knowledge, Craig and Donna will inform you. Wow. So we might know a wee bit.
We'll try. We'll try.
And if we don't know the answer, Google.
Or make it up, whichever comes first.
Yeah. Okay. Ooh, well left.
Well left, yep. Good leave outside the off stump there by Holder. And just showing a pitch diagram of where Josh Hazelwood's landed the ball for this spell. You can certainly see that there's pressure on the batsman all the way through. There's not one ball down leg. Nothing out wide. That's probably almost the widest one there.
Yeah.
Looked like a bit of an off-cutter that just went slightly wrong and moved away.
Tony wants you to ring him at 3:45 a.m. so he can wake up for the football. Football. Who's playing? Who's playing?
Who's left?
Yeah.
There's been a few big guns knocked out. I see the Belgian coach has quit, basically, after their exit.
Well, Germany are gone.
Oh, I think that's going down leg, that one.
Belgium are gone.
Hit on the pads, heading down the leg side. So
Denmark are gone.
They're just talking about Denny Morrison at the moment.
Okay. So who are you watching at 3:45? Is it South Korea, Portugal, or Ghana, Uruguay? Someone's asked for no more wickets for the rest of the day's play. That would be good if...
that'd be good from the West Indies point of view. They're certainly going to have some work to do to keep in that sort of strategy. But I still believe that West Indies still have to be positive. There's no point in just surviving the day, getting through and maybe putting 100 runs on or something like that, because they're still in the same situation going into tomorrow of needing runs to avoid the follow-on. Certainly it'll cut down the time side of it, but with 2 days to go after this one.
Oh.
No. Just
just
rolled up his arms, basically. But just sort of kept the hands low and let the short ball go through, and it sort of just rolls up his arms, I think, does it? Or Yeah, drop the hands, just clip the bicep on the way through, so that'll give it a bit of a tickle up.
I'm sure I wouldn't still be standing there if that did that to me.
No, I'd be giving it a bit of owl. That'll be one of those little flicky stingers on the way past.
Show no pain when you get hit.
That's it. That's what they reckon. Righto, Lions to Blackwood. I think Blackwood would be quite happy to face Lions for the rest of the day, I think, rather than those short balls that he was getting before, but solid in defence.
Apparently the weather looks good in Perth. West Indies need to bat at least tea tomorrow.
Yeah, well, they've certainly got to bat long enough to avoid the follow-on. That's got to be their first mission. So they still need another 209 runs effectively to do that. So I'm not sure how strong the West Indies tail is in the batting, but
no.
Traditionally over the years they sort of haven't really been that strong. So
what happens with the other dude that went off with the concussion?
Well, he can come back in at any stage at the fall of a wicket.
Yeah.
Providing he's cleared to play.
But if he's not cleared to play, does he get replaced?
I'm not sure.
Or do they have to declare? Oh.
I'm not sure. Hamish was saying something earlier. I heard him talking about they could replace like for like, basically. So I'm not 100% sure. You never used to be able to.
No. They've sort of changed that rule.
If you were just retired hurt, you were retired hurt. But reverse paddle. Hey, I'll tell you what, he's hit it not bad. He's going to make the Australian run but pulls it up about a foot short of the boundary. That's a long run.
Tony's asked you guys in wellies. I'm assuming he means gummies.
No, Wellington, surely.
In wellies. Why would we be in wellies if Hamish is in the
Yeah.
already? Six, see, Roberts found it. 6 have lost when they declared at 500.
There we are.
Yeah.
I knew there would be some. Wellington, no, we're in Waimate. Wellington's in the North Island. We're in the middle of the South Island, basically.
Yeah. Supposedly a wee bit warmer down here, but
Probably
not lately.
3-hour drive and an hour's plane flight to Wellington from here.
We'll be calling through there next year.
Righto.
Okay, if you live in a swamp, you might be in wellies. Rumati Beach, great place. Okay. Okay, if he's not cleared to play, they can replace him with, like him, Mark Waugh and Adam Gilchrist were saying on commentary earlier.
Okay. Righto.
But they won't get to bat though, will they? Or will they?
Yep.
The other person will be able to bat.
Yep.
I mean, this innings though.
Yes, I think so.
Okay.
Yep.
Wow.
How
many outs does West Indies have?
3.
3.
3 down at the moment.
This-
Blackwood on 27 off 74 and Jason Holder off 17 off 43. So they're certainly not going at a fast clip. Run rate's about just under 3 and over. They're still 404 runs behind. So we're going to change a bowler now. So we've got Cameron Green coming on. He's only bowled the 4 overs so far, none for 9. So certainly hasn't been overused in comparison to Stark at Hazelwood and Cummings, which have bowled sort of 17, 18 overs apiece. So hometown boy too. So I thought he might have been used a little bit more. But we'll see how he goes here. But the new ball's about 20 overs away, 21 overs away. So they're talking just after tea, basically. That's a good ball first up, right on the dot again. New bowler comes in. Same old story with Australia, right on the money, pressure on the batsman straight away. No free hit, no free ball to have a look at. And that's what makes this Australian bowling attack so good. New Zealand played against them last year. You just get no reprieve.
Well, they don't like that at MCG, weren't they? When they were playing the Kiwis 3 years ago.
Yeah.
Boxing Day Test match. Awesome atmosphere. Loved it.
The first 2 bowlers line up, ball on the money. Pressure. Next bowler comes on, you think, beauty, I've seen those 2 guys off. That's good. Same old, right on the money. Never too many free hits.
Mm. Oh,
That's a lovely shot down the ground. Full pitched ball, looking for any movement or any swing, and just driven beautifully down the ground by Jason Holder. West Indies now trail by 400, so edging closer. They get under 400, then they got to get under 350, 300. Keep working their way down. But
so Tony's got 3 hours, question mark, sods where? I think 3 hours by car to drive to Christchurch and then on a plane.
fly to Wellington.
Yeah. Yeah.
We're about 210 k's south of Christchurch, halfway between Christchurch and Dunedin.
Closer to Dunedin, though, aren't we?
It's quicker to go to Dunedin.
It is, yeah.
Yep.
Christchurch got a lot slower, isn't it?
Yep.
Isn't it, though?
A lot more little towns that slow you down, of course. Jason Holder's looking pretty solid on those front foot shots.
He's a good bat. He's
giving a nice big square blade.
I don't know what his stats are, but Robert will be able to tell us that. Green hasn't bowled since Bonner went retired hurt. Why, Matty, I had to rewind the tape. Nice spot. Greetings from Greymouth City. Yeah.
Oh,
We've been to Greymouth.
we have too. Yep.
Oh.
There's a short ball by Green, hits Holder. Clocked him on the helmet, gets a boundary off it, 4-leg buys. Seems an easy way to get runs, doesn't it? Eh? I don't know how often you want to do it, but he just, short, drags it up, bounces it off the side of the helmet. Easy 4 runs.
Yeah, they've got to
Protocol.
check him out.
Throw another helmet away. I don't know what happens to all these helmets that get hit. Because technically you're not supposed to use them after you've had a decent crack in them.
No, so.
Yeah.
In the Samoan 7 system, and you can understand why he's been brought in because he's broken the line, runs it in for the next try of the match for the Samoans, just jogging it in.
Yeah, just caught in no man's land, basically. Got caught not knowing whether to go under it, over it, past it. Ended up stuck in the middle like a rabbit in a set of headlights.
It looks like he's got looked like a limp the way he was running down. I don't think he did. I think he was just casually jogging. He had quite a bit of a sway one way.
What's that?
Tony. Craig, I always thought you were Hamish's mate and Donna was single. I'm feeling a little flat now. Lay off the drink, mate.
Sorry, brother, she's taken.
Oh, sweet.
We're just getting reset again after Jason Holder's just been checked out after getting the ball glancing off his helmet. Last ball of the over, so Nathan Lyons gets to come back in. Everybody gets a wee spell down the bottom end. Hopefully they're not going to get bounced. 70 overs gone, so 20 to go to the new ball. Dropped a bit short by Lyons, so pulled away out to square leg or forward square leg for a single.
score. It's currently 19 points to 5 on their scoreboard, whereas my scoreboard says 21 to 5. That one hasn't travelled the 10 metres, and now Japan will get themselves a quick tap on the halfway line.
Okay, yeah.
Oh.
Now it is 21 to 5. So they did just take a little bit longer to update their scoreboard on the
Oh, nearly a bit of a mix-up there. Just run it out through the gully, and the non-striker, he was keen for a single, but Jason Holder said, I haven't got any interest in going down that other end. Them big bad boys are bowling down that end, so I'll just wait here a wee bit. My head's still ringing from the last one I got.
They must have passed it though.
Oh,
Shot.
wow. There's why he wanted to stay at that end.
Yeah.
All right.
Nice 6.
He's just stuck his foot down the pitch and gone bang. Straight over long off.
Jason Holders played,
Long on.
played 56 matches and 202 is his highest score.
Right, so he can bat a bit. It looks like he can bat a bit.
Yeah, he's always been potential, isn't he?
That's a fantastic shot.
Oh, he won't like that. Oh, Lions.
Oh, he's gone about 10 rows up into the crowd.
Maybe a
Leaves
big
him-
hit out there too.
Leaves him up to 27. Oh, well, 2 lines credit. He just about threw that up in exactly the same spot. I said, Ian, do you want to have another crack?
So who are Aussie going to replace Lions with when he retires eventually?
Mm.
I'm thinking he will one day retire.
One day he probably will.
Oh, Steve Smith's level with
Don Bradman. Yeah, I did see that.
Raven on 29 centuries.
There's
Wow.
someone else on 29 too. I know Michael Clark's got 28.
Well, he won't get any more.
No, that's true.
Jason Holder's.
Oh, he's picked him up at leg slip.
Oh no, we put the mockers on him.
They were just talking about that, about how Lyons likes to have a leg slip when he's bowling on these bouncy wickets.
So he's really picked up his batting in the last few years. Yeah.
Mm.
We've all put the mockers on him. He's out.
Oh. So Lyons just coming around the wicket, middle of leg,
Yeah. Good catch.
low to his left by David Warner. Catch. And that's a big wicket, I think, because he was looking good.
He was looking good.
Last ball of the over, Lyons just thought he'd try one around the wicket just to change the angle a little bit. Unfortunately, it worked a treat for him.
Mm.
So Lyons picks up his first wicket, 1 for 53.
No, I thought these said Lions already hit wicket.
No,
Who was the other 3?
Stark, Mitchell, Cummins.
Okay.
Yep.
They find themselves in groups with New Zealand, Australia, and then from there, they do normally need a lot of points up against the tough side.
Holy sugar. I was going to say holy shit. England. Where are you, Sebastian?
Oh, they're still batting.
Yeah, 647 for 8. Good. Yeah.
So did Stokes get 100?
No, he only got 41.
Oh, so they didn't get the old 5 centuries in a row? Mm-hmm.
No, they got 4.
Yeah.
Jeepers.
647 for 8. So it's fair to say they're playing on another road in South Africa, in Pakistan.
Well, that's only off 97 overs.
Yeah.
Run rate 6.62.
Yeah.
Imagine being a bowler for that. Imagine being a batter coming in for Pakistan having to chase 600.
I don't think
Or
you'd want to.
400
I don't
to
think
not
you want to
bat again.
remember it very often as a bowler. Right, Green bowling again. Oh, Blackwood just looked a little bit apprehensive there. He just sort of got stuck on the crease, not knowing whether it was going to be a short ball. I think. or no ball anyway, so he would have survived had it got him. But
Ooh.
yeah,
Right.
yeah,
Just
thickness of the line, thickness of the line.
Mm.
And he will score that try now for the Lions. That will give them a 28 points to 12 lead, a little bit more comfortable, but the game is not over yet.
So Brooks is the new batsman that's come in. Short ball by Green, but well and truly over the top, so safely ducked underneath it, Blackwood.
Tendonker is on 29.
No, Australian. There's another Australian, I'm sure.
Hayden's on 31. Ponting
Yeah.
and Steve Water on 32.
Yep. I thought there was 3 Australians that were on 29, but I could be wrong. Mm-hmm.
Geez, I got a few though. Tendonker 29.
Catch. Oh, nearly chipped it straight to mid on. That was sort of a half by sort of a soft shot, really. It just sort of went through the motion of hitting it rather than actually trying to hit it. Probably saved him in the end with the fact that he wasn't looking to hit it hard, but it looked like one of those ones where you're just trying to hit it, get bat on ball. So I think Blackwood's just under a little bit of pressure mentally here. He's not sure when the short ball's coming, and he doesn't want to play it. So his feet are just getting a little bit stuck on the crease, and he's not really going anywhere, I don't think.
Why Bonner retire hurt today? Got a short ball, didn't he?
Yeah, he copped a short ball and got hit on the side of the helmet. Obviously rattled his cage a little bit. So at this stage, they haven't ruled him out coming back, but he's probably taking as much time as he can get, I would imagine, and they're just monitoring him in the changing rooms just to make sure that he hasn't got any concussion signs. Oh, there's another short ball, and he's just jumping around all over the place. He's got a man in close on the leg side, and he's probably chipped it halfway towards him. So I think he's going to get a few more short balls because he's certainly not playing them well at the moment. It's just hit him on the gloves, basically, which has just taken the pace off it. It's just dropped basically down in front of him, whereas Lavishane's just sweating under the helmet, waiting for it, basically. Here's another one. Oh, and he's flicked it away, and it's gone down through leg slip area for a single, but certainly doesn't look comfy under the short ball. Cameron Green bowling. He's very tall. Very tall, getting a bit of bounce, and a sharp bounce. And to be fair, the West Indies aren't playing it well at the moment, which is quite surprising considering they're a nation renowned for their fast bowlers.
Yeah, so they should be able to.
They've certainly been known to have bounced a few people over the years.
This is.
Okay. Oh, that's a ripper of a ball.
Yeah, so they're saying that this guy's.
So this guy here, Brooks, is the replacement for Boner that got injured. So Boner obviously is retired hurt. So this guy's come in as the replacement, batsman. And yeah, certainly he's under some pressure right from the bloody word go. He's got an absolute ripper there that's beat him outside off stump. All but nicked it through to the keeper.
Interesting.
So it's certainly interesting looking at the scoreboard because all of a sudden you've got 12 names on it. Retired concussion. So Boner won't be back. That was the end of the over by Green. So that was a fantastic ball to finish the over. So Cameron Lyons back into the attack. Got a wicket now, so he's got a bit more bloody speed in his stride. I think Australia are looking at sort of piling on the pressure to try and get through sneak another wicket before the new ball, and then they'll really put some pressure on with the new ball.
Tony's got West Indies could fold today. I hope they don't.
Yeah. They fought so hard to get to here, so it would be a shame if they just rolled over at the end, but they have been known to do it a wee bit.
No, they won't be the first and they won't be the last team that was against Aussie.
Certainly, if they get buddy 5 or 6 down, then the pressure really comes on. They wouldn't want to lose any more than one more wicket here without scoring another 100-odd runs, I'd be picking.
Mm. And all says hi. How's it going? Silver Chase Joseph Roach Sellers. Our next one.
Batting down to 12 today.
That'd be weird, eh?
It would be weird. Certainly a new thing. That sort of thing used to happen in kids' cricket where everybody had a bat and you run out of names on the scoreboard. But
So you put someone else in.
righto, Lions to the new boy. So there was a Brooks for England. Young fella scored 100, didn't he?
Did he?
For England, I think. In this last test match against Pakistan. So
No, I can tell you that one.
I wonder who gets the stats here, whether he's batting for Bono or whether he gets them himself.
Who am I looking for? Brooke. Yeah, H.
Yeah,
Brooke.
Brooke. Oh, Brooke as
Brooke,
opposed to
as a
Brooks. Okay. Righto. Brooks is off the mark, so he'll feel a bit better now. He's pretty either adding to his score or adding to Bono's score, but they must go to him, surely. Imagine going out there and scoring 100 for someone else. Right?
Yeah, no, they go to him. And I would say, nice to see you guys giving a little back. Yeah, I'm assuming that's back to the other buddy. No. Someone on Cricket Info predicting Baba could beat Lara's 400 in that match. Pakistan got to bat 2+ days now. Imagine that.
Wow. Right.
Oh,
That's flicked away over square leg.
nice.
Yeah, nicely picked up off Cameron Green. Pitched the ball up and he got tipped over square leg for 4 runs. So I'm picking the next one's not going to get pitched up.
Oh, giving a little. Sorry, I don't know the abbreviations for
Break.
break to.
Sure. Hey?
But he's not on a break. He's next door doing the sevens.
Yeah. So he's still jabbering.
So yeah,
It's only because it's his birthday that we're filling in.
yeah.
Yeah, as predicted, short ball by Green.
He did get a short break to have something to eat before he did the sevens.
Oh, and it was a no ball, so he's bent his back. He's keen to bowl no ball.
You don't like no balls, do you?
No, I'm not a big fan of no balls. I've seen far too many people get wickets off no balls. And I think professional cricketers just shouldn't be bowling them. Australia's innings could have been all the more different if Labuschagne survived a very confident LBW shout, but unfortunately it was a no ball. So, of course, there was no video replay or anything like that once it was established that it was no ball. But at that stage, Labuschagne was on very few. Went on to score 200 plus. So, no ball's very, very costly. He only gets so many opportunities against these good batsmen. And you certainly can't afford to waste them with a no ball.
I never bowled a no ball. I wasn't quick enough though. Slow late too.
Well, unfortunately, nowadays you even get the slow bowlers bowl them occasionally.
Oh yeah.
I can honestly say I don't think I bowled one either. Ruby Lynn, what's that about?
Oh, dear.
Mm. Oh, Green straight down the leg side again, and that one's been flicked away. 2 4s in the over. Yes, if he's going to keep straying onto that sort of leg side, pitched up on the length, they just flick it around the corner and help it on its way. Just lost his line a wee bit. Brooks is loving those ones. He'd be quite happy to get them all day. Oh, but hit it for 6, probably 6 inches short. Right. Oh, that's a nasty short ball. Anybody would think it was the batsman's fault that he bowled that shit ball down leg side and got hit for 4. But certainly that's a good comeback. Oh, right on the gloves, basically on the end of the bat. So could have gone anywhere, really. Marnus hiding in under the helmet, just waiting for those ones to balloon straight to him.
So and so forth. There's West Indies can last the day and
played that one a little bit better. Yeah.
have a draw.
Yeah, well, they've certainly Australia are basically, well, even though they got their runs reasonably quickly and all the rest of it, it's always the same when the first team scores a great big total. It basically all but shuts out the second team of a chance of winning the test match, unless something goes drastically wrong with their second innings. So you end up in a situation where you end up either surviving or batting out time, so to try and delay the test match as long as you can. And effectively, you're only playing for a draw. And sometimes that sort of ruins test cricket a little bit. It's always sort of more of an even contest that both teams can win if the first team batting scores about sort of 300, 350. And it just sort of keeps the game open for a result for either team. But I'm not liking Pakistan's chances of winning their test match when England are basically working their way towards 700. Which effectively means that there's only really going to be one option in that game. It's either going to be a draw or a win to England. So Marnus Labashani's going to have a bowl, and he's strayed the first one down leg and been helped on its way for 4 runs off the first ball of the over. So Aussie just trying a little bit of variation before tea, basically, just to waste a few more overs. Oh, that was a big no ball too. There you go, Donna, from the spinner. First up. Hey?
Good on you, Marnus.
First up, Marnus has just helped us out with exactly what we were saying. Imagine if he nicked that and it got caught by the keeper. Oh, that's a better ball. Well, he's bowling 84 kilometres an hour and he bowls a no ball. Right? All those fast bowlers would be laughing at him. 371 behind still the West Indies trail. Blackwood just pushing out in front of his pad there a wee bit to play that one outside off stump. Probably could have left it alone, considering its leg spin. So Marnus just settling into his line now. 85 Ks, just a little bit quicker that one, but.
So I'm just
that was just a full pinger, but he
just answering messages.
the batsman got a bit of a shock there that it was so full, and unfortunately he just hit it straight back to the bowler. So certainly in a one day or about a T20, they would have been trying to hit that for 6 up in the number 2 stand, but. So I think Blackwood just having a bit of a look at what Marnus is sending down here. I don't know how much they would have seen of him.
Well, Labashane, trying a bit of
solid first over though.
And who knows? Oh, sorry, I don't know.
Oh, please read the comments. Where you been?
Yeah, no. I
Mhm.
was, but sorry, I was messaging my sister-in-law.
Mm. It was in Australia, but not at the cricket.
No,
hmm
she's on the other side of the.
What do we got here? 5 to 3 local time by the look of it on the big clock. So,
East Coast.
what? Oh. So we might get one over maybe. They may sneak a second if Lion can get through this over quick enough. West Indies, I'll be picking to be just trying to slow this down a little bit to try and make it so that they only have one over. So we've got Nathan Lyons to bowl to Brooks.
It's an impressive haircut.
Oh, there you go. So Nathan Lyons is here, just swapped ends, which is why Marta's come on.
So when is the tea break? Shortly, isn't it?
Yeah, 5 to 3, I think was the time on the clock. So I'm
5 to
assuming
3.
it's 3 o'clock.
Yeah, about 4 minutes.
So we're just getting a few more people around the bat now. Travis Head putting on some protective gear to go in close on the leg side.
West Indies is trying to slow this down as much as they can. Isn't
We've got a leg slip.
it? Oh,
That's a good ball first up. So we've got about 4 people around the bat. This will be a good time for Brooks just to try and slow things down a little bit more, go down, pat a bit of stuff down on the pitch,
yeah.
find something to look at.
Yep.
Good ball by Lyons, right on the money. 90k, so just a little bit of pace on that one. Just check the field, have a look around, set that up, talk to the batsman down the other end. Right?
Yeah.
Anything to turn this into the last over. Yeah, good ball, right on the money by Lyons.
Yeah, walk away.
Right, 3 balls left in this over. I'm picking they'll get another one yet.
Blackwoods is going to be future of Windies Test cricket, apparently.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, Nathan Lyons just sort of hustling through this over.
Well, Brooks has done well though, because SAD's been sitting in the basically in the changing rooms thinking, I'm not playing today.
He's probably watching the game thinking this
Yeah.
is all good. Hope our boys go all right, and then all of a sudden let's go and get your whites on.
Okay.
Oh, that one nearly bounced up onto the gloves there and could have gone anywhere.
20 past 5 Perth time is stumps.
Yeah, yep.
Oh, okay, so
Yep, so we'll have a 20-minute tea break
play ends at 5.
and then be 20 past 3 to 20 past 5.
Mm.
Last 2-hour session. Right, last ball of this over. Just worked away for a quick single. Yep, got there. 4 for 228, 370 runs still required. So the magic number is 170, 171.
What will
To avoid the follow-on. Yep. So it wasn't too long ago it was 200, so they're slowly working them away. Unfortunately, they just lost that big wicket of Jason Holder, which was unfortunate for their cause, but
Okay.
now they're predicting it might be the last over.
Okay. Apparently, we will agree when he impresses on this very first Test match. So this is his debut as well. Blackwood's debut. See, it's hard to with West Indian cricket. We used to follow it quite a bit, didn't we? And now we just don't know the names now.
Yeah, especially the test side of it because they don't play that many tests, so we don't get coverage of that many tests. You know who's floating around in the Big Bash leagues and the bloody Caribbean League. Marnus just straying onto leg side again. He's been worked away.
Oh,
Big chase by David Warner, who pulls it in just short of the boundary.
England's all out for 657.
Oh, what were they thinking? Hey?
What's that? Day 2 in what session?
Yeah. It'll be day 2, first session, end of the first session.
Yeah,
Because they're a session behind this game.
first session. Wow.
Yeah. It'd be certainly interesting to see how Pakistan go because you'd expect them probably 1 wicket down at the end of today if the pitch is carried on with its consistency. Clearly no swing, clearly no sideways movement.
Yeah, but normally when a team gets 657, you're talking day 3
Yeah.
first session.
Yeah.
Not day 2 first session. That is impressive.
Marnus just dragging that one down and whipped away out through square leg for an easy couple.
Now with a beautiful offload, Luciano Gonzalez goes in
Right.
for the try.
2 balls to go in the over. This will be the 77th over. So you got 3 overs after tea with the old ball. And then Pat Cummings will be looking for a brand new cherry. And then Australia will be into it, I would say. There'll be huge pressure. A lot of short balls, hard cherry.
Robert Scott, you remember Chanderpool?
Yes.
That was playing back in the 90s. Craig's son's playing. He made 51.
In this game, yes.
Yeah, I heard his name being mentioned.
Yep.
Remember old lefty? Was he lefty or righty? He was lefty, wasn't he? Chanderpool? Well, either way.
He had a very open stance.
He stood side on. Or
I'm just trying to think.
Front on, didn't he?
Yeah.
No, I think he was lefty. Robert will be able to tell us.
Right, the West Indies have survived. 4 for 237, 77 overs. Brooks has gone through to 18 off 22, so got a few easy runs off that last over of Marnus's, but and Blackwood 35 off 92. Toiled hard, take a few on the body.
Tony says McCullum got some plans for Pakistan.
Has he? Yeah.
Yeah, did I tell you we're here till about 10 past, quarter past? We got to talk through the.
Oh,
for a bit.
really?
Yeah. I didn't tell you that one, did I?
No, I've been set up again.
Yep.
Well,
We could do a quiz, but I don't know how to do them on.
fair enough. Fair enough. Well, I found out a couple of very interesting things about West Indies cricket the other day. So,
Did you?
yes, I did.
Yep, left-handed batter.
Yep. You're never normally wrong, Donna.
No. Oh, yeah, not often,
Yep.
but occasionally.
I found out that Michael Holding,
Yeah.
one of the great West Indian fast bowlers of the 80s, and an absolute legend,
Yep.
used to be an off spinner. When he was a kid,
Yeah.
he first started bowling off spin. And of course, as kids, they used to play the old cricket game in the backyard or down the beach. And with no umpires for LBWs or anything like that. And basically, whoever got the wicket was the next person to bat. And if the wicket was caught, then the person who caught the ball got to bat, not the bowler. So Michael Holding worked out that as a spinner, with no LBWs or anything like that, people would just stand in front of the wicket. So you had very little chance of getting them bowled. And of course, if they got caught, then you didn't get to bat anyway. So he decided that he was going to bowl fast. Because at least if they got hit in the legs standing in front of the wickets, it hurt.
Yeah.
So that would discourage them. And that was how he became a fast bowler. And a very, very good fast bowler.
I wonder how many other stories there are like that.
Mm.
Because Mike Hussey used to be a right-handed batter, but he wanted to do something different, didn't he? So he became a left-handed batter.
He became a left-handed batter because Alan Border was his idol.
Was that what?
And
Oh,
Alan
yeah, it
Border
was-
was left-handed.
Yeah.
Yep.
So he became a left-handed
So he
batter.
became a left-handed batter.
He wasn't
And
a bad left-handed batter either.
luckily, he was a halfway skillful sort of a bugger that could bat both ways anyway. But yeah, quite amazing how, I can remember when we were growing up and all the rest of it, Richard Hadley was the star of New Zealand cricket. When I was a young kid coming through and playing a bit of cricket and all the rest of it. So Richard Hadley bowled off 22 yards or 22 metres at that stage. So there was thousands and thousands of little kids all charging in at 100 miles an hour from 22 metres, which was a hell of a long way to run when you're a little kid. But as you got a bit older, you got a bit wiser, and eventually the run-up kept shortening up. But certainly, TV coverage of cricket and all the rest of it, that's what inspires, young kids to play, basically. I assume probably the same with Australian cricket when Shane Warne was bowling leg spin. There'd be an awful lot of leg spinners come out of that. Adam Zampa, possibly. Everybody, has an idol, basically. Whether you're an Australian cricketer or whether you're a Waimea senior club player.
So we're just listening to Steve Smith
talking to Marnus about his batting, about how they both scored 200 and how great they are and all the rest of it. But
Robert's saying, with the plastic ring Stark has on his finger, how does he get away with it?
I suppose it comes down to whether the batsman objects to it. And history has taught us a couple of things on that, don't we? You know what I'm talking about before I even start talking about it.
Yeah. Just ask Dean Jones.
There once was Australia versus West Indies again. It was a one-dayer, I believe. It was a one-day test match.
I can't actually remember. Yeah.
No, it might have been a test match because they were in white.
They were in white.
So Curtly Ambrose, great West Indian fast bowler, used to have big sweatbands on his wrists and all the rest of it. So Dean Jones decided that they were going to try and annoy Curtly to put him off his rhythm and off his game, basically. So Dean Jones complained to the umpire about Curtly Ambrose's sweatbands. So in the end, what came out of it was that Curtly Ambrose was asked to remove his sweatband because supposedly it was mucking up the, when you're trying to watch the ball out of the bowler's hand and all the rest of it. So, and of course, that fired up the big man. So the next over to Dean Jones was probably the quickest over that Curtly Ambrose ever bowled. And for the Australian team, I think Curtly Ambrose got about 7 wickets.
But Dean Jones said it wasn't his problem because he never got him.
When asked about it later, when Dean Jones was commentating and that, they asked him about it and all the rest of it. And he said, well, Dean Jones's comeback was, yes, he got a bit steamed up and all the rest of it and that, but he didn't get Dean Jones out. So it was all good, but he just got everybody else around him. Maybe they remember that. Don't upset the bowlers.
Yeah. Apparently Chanderpaul was ambidextrous. Nice to see him make 50 on his debut.
And he looked all right doing it too, just quietly.
Tony said this channel is double the views of Hamish now.
We'll have to let him know that.
Dean Jones always moaning, great player, should have played more for Aussie, but had issues getting on with teammates.
Yeah.
He was awesome in the one-dayers, though.
He was
running between the wickets was awesome.
He was very, very good. Yeah,
he made that.
We used to hate him as New Zealanders, of course. Yeah. As you do, those really, really good players, and that's the same in any sport. But yeah, Dean Jones's theory on running between the wickets was if it was inside the circle, but if it landed inside the circle, so you're getting 2.
Yep.
And the one-dayers, they used to just go. Dean Jones got Lippy to Hadley on the media before. Yeah.
Took 9 for 51. That was good to watch.
Still remember that. Fantastic bowling by our great bowler. Still remember half the things in the commentary. No, it was an awesome game. I think it was probably the last time we won a test match against Australia, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's been a while.
Certainly a while ago, but trivia question: who was the only Australian that Hadley didn't get out that day?
Oh, that's a good one, actually.
There's a trivia question for our
Robert.
For our members watching. Who was the only person or the only batsman from Australia that Hadley didn't get out? I could tell you that he caught him, But who was the batsman?
Oh, that's right. Who was the bowler?
Bracewell, I believe.
Do you want me to Google it?
Well, you might be able to Google it faster than it comes back.
Was it a marsh?
Wasn't it Dennis Lilly that brought the Stell bat out? Don't know. I know Lance Keynes was instrumental in the Excalibur that had the shoulders cut off it. Another one of those ones where all the kids were cutting the shoulders off their bats, just to make it look like. Vaughan Brown took the other wicket. So who was the batsman? You found it yet, Donna? The aluminium bats. Well, to be fair, Dennis Lilly wasn't the greatest batsman, but he's certainly one of the great fast bowlers.
Yeah.
Bob Holland only push a catch to short leg. Yeah. Yep. No, it wasn't Wayne Phillips. Hadley got Phillips. I can still remember the commentary. This goes, and he's gone through Phillips as well. So did it say Bob Howard on there?
No, he came back
Bob
to take his
Holland.
last, though, when Bob Holland, no, that was his last wicket.
Oh, okay. What year was it? It was 1980.
Doesn't actually say.
1980. I'm picking 86, 87.
Well, it's on YouTube, so. Oh, when. Here we go.
87 at the Gabba. I was only a young fella then. That would have been very close to a no ball too, the one that hit Boner. Looking at it.
Hadley took an excellent running catch to dismiss and give Vaughan Brown his first test wicket. But who was the other guy?
Oh, it's not going to tell you.
No. Was it Alan Border? No.
No. Don't think so.
No. Matthews? No. It was not out. No, it doesn't really say. So who was it?
No, I don't know. We haven't come up with it yet.
Oh,
Jeff Lawson. We could have a Jeff Lawson. Was Jeff? Hi, Hamish's mum and dad. Hello there, Kevin.
How's it going? Yeah, no. Where's
Scoreboard.
scoreboard? Yeah,
Hard to say.
hard to say. Yeah.
Could be 1985.
1985 was it? So if I go,
Certainly at the Gabba anyway.
1985.
So we're just filling in a bit of time here. Donna's on the search.
I am. 85.
Hamish sounds like he might have finished the
He'll kick us off anyway.
sevens for now, so he'll kick us out at some stage. But certainly thank you to those that have been watching.
Yep, thanks for carrying on.
Just in case we don't get to say goodbye before we get booted.
Bye.
Technology, it's a beautiful thing. You can push a button and say, see you later.
There it is.
Here it comes.
Hello.
Hello. The viewers have informed us that we've got twice as many people watching as what you had.
Oh, so you keep doing it.
Whoop, whoop.
I go to bed.
Okay, the parents. Yeah.
Hello.
Oh,
Here we go.
Hello.
hello.
All right.
There's a scoreboard.
Not out. Dave Gilbert.
No, right.
Dave Gilbert. Jeez,
Who's
that's
that
a
the other
long
way?
way
Jeff
back.
Lawson. What's Jeff Lawson?
Oh, went out. I thought you meant who was the
No, we don't care who
Not
the
out.
not out batsman was. He didn't know.
Yeah, Jeff Lawson caught Hadley bowled Brown on 8.
So Brown's first wicket in Test matches.
Not bad figures either. 1 for 17.
12 overs.
Chatfield, ever so economical. 18 overs, none for 29.
Chatfield was the reason, actually, that Hadley got a lot of his wickets.
Yeah, they always say that.
You and Chatfield used to bore them to death at one end, so they'd always try and have a crack at Hadley to try and get the run rate going. Hadley had the ability to move the ball around a bit.
Hello.
Hello.
I have just learnt that even if I'm in Romania, I cannot watch Samoa Canada's game.
What's that?
This is unfortunate.
So can nobody watch it?
I don't think so. I think it's on the second field.
Wow.
Oh,
But guess who gets to come back for a 10:30 cameo?
No,
No?
no.
No, you sure?
Yeah, I'm in bed
Positive.
by then.
I got a golf tournament tomorrow.
There you.
Yep.
Ah.
Ah.
Should I pull up my chair here?
Oh, I can
No,
leave.
you can go back in the lounge.
Are you
Sure.
gonna
Are
see-
you
Yeah.
you're both leaving?
Yeah,
Oh.
Aye.
It's unfortunate.
it is. Right?
Oh, she missed a wicket. Who went out?
Jason Holder.
Did he?
Yeah.
Ooh.
And Brooks is in for the concussed dude.
Okay. So he's now at the middle.
Yeah,
Yes.
he's in the middle.
He's looking not bad too. But
No, nine.
they're not liking the short ball.
No.
They've got 3 overs to the new ball.
Mm.
And then I think when the Australian fast bowlers get that rock hard red cherry in their hand,
Mm.
I think short leg is going to come into play.
Yeah. Because I actually mentioned about it, like the replacement. I'm seeing if I can actually stand up. Yes, I can. But
Ooh.
the replacement for Steve Smith, Marnus Labuschagne, when he ended up getting the head knock.
Ah,
And that was actually the first game we saw Marnus. And now since then, how many centuries?
well, there's hope for Brooks yet. Hey, he could become one of the West Indian greats.
Could do.
Are us bowlers or batters doing good right now, Dad?
I think Australia's still got the upper hand. The batters are holding in there, but with the exception of Jason Holder. But I just, the Australian bowlers aren't really giving a lot away other than those couple of sort of loose overs from Marnus there at the end. So it's sort of making it very hard for the West Indies to try and sort of relieve the pressure by getting a few easy runs, so to speak. They're having to work, really, really hard to try and get any runs. And I think traditionally, if you get too defensive, eventually you end up getting yourself out. Once you start going into your shell, you start, and we saw it towards the end there, where if you get apprehensive about whether you're actually playing the ball or whether you're trying to get out of the way of it or leave it, then you end up in no man's land where your feet stay on the crease. The bat sort of floats around, hanging about, and eventually, you'll get one that gets off the glove and it'll go to a fielder. At the moment, they've been lucky on a couple of times where the ball's, dropped short of the fielder or it's hit the gloves hard enough that the ball hasn't actually travelled anywhere. It's only got to get a bit more bat in it or something like that, and it's just going to become an easy catch for short leg.
Hello.
Right.
I'm
Looks
back
like we're going to
again.
get booted shortly.
Yeah. So they are just a moment away. I just realized they can't hear me, so I could say anything bad. Look
We
at
can hear
the
you
look
through
at
the
the blue.
ball, Hamish.
Oh yeah, I forgot you're just there, aren't you? Oh,
You let us know when we're gone, mate.
You
Can't say
say your
anything bad.
goodbyes if you want. You guys can stick around if you want. I got the different layout. We just go like that. There we go. Look at this.
Right. Thank
Side
you
by
to those
side.
that have stuck with us.
Yeah.
Enjoy the rest of the game.
Now the professionals taken over.
Yep, that's it. You've had the mugs.
Professional.
Who
Yeah,
put that
well,
comment?
thank you very much for doing
Now the
that.
professionals take over.
Oh,
You enjoyed?
yeah. Nate wants to. Can I park my bed up in there too? I don't snore loud, I swear.
Oh,
What are you waiting for, Hamish?
I don't want to take you away.
No, you'll be right.
Oh well.
See you
Right.
later.
I
Bring on.
guess we shall see you later. There we go. And we'll go like that. There we go. And also, thank guys got milk, the cows now. And also, enjoy your Friday night, Amish's mum and dad. Now, I said it a little bit louder so that they could also hear it. But currently, West Indies trailing by 361 runs, 4 wickets down. And they've got Brooks at the crease, the injury replacement after that heavy head knock that Cameron Green ended up giving to man who was batting number 3. I hope he's going to be all right. And Hammy, you crasher. I know. I feel bad. Just come in here from doing a live stream or a different one and then just pop in Nathan Lyon now going to be bowling to Brooks. Tax the ball a little bit for that first one. Hard looking drive from Brooks. He hasn't looked too bad by the sounds of it. 18 off 23 balls from Salvin Blackwood. He's sitting 35 off 92. Now, he was my pick to get a 50. Actually, he was my pick to be the top run scorer for the West Indies. So he's got a wee way to go now. Definitely with some tough bowling down the ground. Great shot from Brooks. He's going to strike it well. Pat Cummins fields nicely. In fact, it's Hazelwood. And now they do manage to get themselves the single. Now, the thing is, they aren't too far away from taking that new ball. Only another 14 or, in fact, 16 deliveries till we get to see that new ball in action. A Lion took hold his wicket. Says Robert and Hamish make some room. And when I return home from work, McDonald's for Bricky. Oh, I'll be keen. I like how I can still see the camera in the kitchen. So, my dad, I know that he's got some salted peanuts that he is now having while watching a bit of cricket. Nathan Lyon pitches that one up. Great shot, but goes straight out to cover. Well fielded. Usman Khawaja, he won't be too keen on not being able to be in the slip cordon. Can actually run around a little bit. Now Nathan Lyon. Another off spinner, left alone. It was wider. Blackwood didn't decide that he wanted to try and chase it. .2 overs remaining till the second new ball. And by the sounds of it, once they take that second new ball, that's when problems will start for the West Indian batters. If they can break through one of these two. Oh, the quick ball. What a ripper that was from Lyon. The arm ball almost managed to go straight through Blackwood. 99 kilometres an hour. Rather than just drifting it down like he has the past few. What is this hit? Ended up hitting the bat, then the foot, and then just rolls away to the leg side for Brooks, but certainly not, Blackwood, I should say. Not when you want to lose a wicket. 2 overs away from the new ball. Nicely defended, almost bounced it onto his foot, but that will be the end of the over for 238. So 162 more runs. That's what the West Indies will be after. They want Australia to have to bat again, set a total that they think they should be able to win the game from, and then the West Indies will decide whether or not it is worth trying to chase it. Currently, there we go. It's now updated itself. It was a little bit slow, wasn't it? Isha Gu has just made a brilliant comment about the FIFA World Cup. She said, it's coming home for someone. It's how a World Cup works indeed. But Travis Head, looks like he's going to be having a bit of a bowl here for the Australians. Have they given Steve Smith a run, ladies and gentlemen? Do let me know. And screen's blurry, Hammy. How many overs again? So it is currently sitting 78 overs down. They've got 2 more until they can take the new ball, which I think they will take it straight away. Travis Head, though, that's a decent ball for a first delivery. Actually pretty nice. Like they're saying, Travis Head, similar to how he bats, an aggressive bowler looking for the stumps. Yeah, that's all right. A little bit short there for Head, not quite the line and length that he was after. 83.6 Ks. That one was going down it. Not exactly the quickest bowl of spin. That's a bit better. Oh, jeez. It's a little bit of a tricky delivery from Travis Head. He's not making it easy for Brooks here, who probably hasn't seen a lot of Travis Head In fact, he hadn't seen a lot of any of the Australian batsmen or bowlers up until a few moments ago when he was added into the side again. He's doing it with some decent speed as well. He's looking like he's trying his absolute best to get through there and just use up his oval. It's almost a caught and bowled chance. It's going to be hit down the ground for 4, but that was a half little moment for Travis here to possibly get him. And 78 bowlers or 78 bowled so far. And hey, brother Hamish, would you like to meet me on the phone call one day? Says Ollie Wilson. That reminds me, sorry, Ollie, to be distracted, but I had a phone call from Adidas earlier on and I missed their call and I feel bad. It wasn't anything like big or anything. It was just organising a little something. And Steve Smith hasn't bowled yet. Okay, so they haven't given him the chance. A nice, had to Google, but it said 450, says Golden Guest in there as well. But that is the end of the over, Travis. Here, boy, what a half chance he had there. If he had taken a screaming catch off his own bowling, he would have had a decent crack. Do you want my phone number? I recommend that you don't put your phone number on the stream, Ollie, because you have no idea who's going to ring it. So I would recommend not doing that. Hamish, could you please answer the guy, the screen behind you, number's 56. Please ask the guy screen behind you, number 56. His underpants sticking out. That is Mitchell Starc, of course, and he has got his nice little towel just behind him, keeping the hands dry, I think. Bowled by Nathan Lyon. Now they've got 5 balls till they can take the new ball. So that will be what they look to do here. Tapping off the bat. I think they've been getting through their overs relatively slowly today, Australia. That was almost off the outside edge of Blackwood's bat. Just playing it with extremely soft hands, though. Making sure that he doesn't have a little mistake right before the new ball's taken. For me, I'd give Travis Head another over. I know they won't, but I would. Don't put it here, Ollie. Says Robert there's with the way to leg side. Marnus takes it nicely in close. I think he might have been hit between the legs there. Someone's having a good old laugh about it. As long as the Australians found it funny, that's all that matters. I was going to be toilet paper, Nate. Yeah, just hits him just above the groin area for Marnus Levershane. 3 balls left. Oh, the skidder from Nathan Lyon. A little bit quicker from Gazza, trying to steam it through. Fraction too quick is actually the comment from Mark Wall. Mark Wall's never happy, is he? I feel like he sounds like the kind of guy that you could give him a nice present and he'd be like, oh yeah, this is great, but I would have preferred that present. But your present's all right. That's what he would say. Now work to the leg side. Once again, they take the single. David Warner charging after that one. And now just 1 ball left before they can take the new ball. But like I mentioned, I'll give Travis Head another one. He actually bowled pretty well. And I don't think that he's going to get any more bowling throughout the test match. So you might as well give him the chance. And also, I want you to give the score more often, says Dun Dun. And there. Well, we do normally say it at the end of each over. That's the game plan that we normally work off. But currently 5 balls down on this one. It's actually their last ball, so now for 244. And also we could come and sit and bowl for like 10 overs, says Robert the N.A. Nuzzy, says Nate. Okay, Mark Wall wants them to take it straight away, and he will not be happy if anything else other than that happens. And also nice to see you back, says Arnold there. Well, that is a shiny new ball. Do they want it? Yes, they do. Mitchell Starc with the new ball in hand, ladies and gentlemen. The old ball replaced with the new ball. This is where it gets interesting. Because Mitchell Starc with the shiny new cherry, it's as if the day is beginning again. The other end, I would think they're going to go either Hazelwood or Cummins, depending on who's got the more confidence out of the two. It's a shame that Travis Head only got 1/2 chance with the bowling, but I guess that's what happens when you are considered as a part-time bowler. In fact, you'd almost call him less than a part-time bowler in some regards for Travis Head. 354 still remaining for the West Indies to chase down Mitchell Starc. He's got the 1 wicket. Was a ripper of a delivery. Took out the off stump of Mayers. OMG, it's going to be scary for the Windies, says Arnold. Definitely if Mitchell Starc gets up to that around 145, 148, that kind of region, that's when the indecision starts to come in. But he's going to have to steam in and really put it on the line here, Mitchell Starc. He's got to really want to bowl 150. Charging in now. In swinging Yorker. First ball, bit of shape as well. 137 Ks warming up is Mitchell Starc. He hasn't bowled for a little bit, so wants to make sure that he can slowly increase that speed again. Just a tad full, as they've said. For him, but yeah, that's the ball. If that missed the bat, it would have been going straight into the stumps. He's played it well, Brooks. He hasn't faced Mitchell Starc before. Got a whole new venture under his belt. He's looking like he's really concentrated on the pitch. And your dad said if the lead below 300, Australia will bat again. Says, Robert, that's probably a fair enough statement. They will. Okay, nicely done. A little bit of in-swing again for Mitchell Starc, but he's able to field his own bowling after the straight drive from Brooks. Okay, Mark Waugh once again never satisfied. He has decided that he needs to have the length just a little bit further back. I wonder whether or not he's gone for a coaching role before for the Australians, Mark Waugh, and maybe been turned down. 1 and over sliding across is the comment. And also, I'm just asking, do you ever play international cricket? No. The best I've played is kind of regional representative cricket. Well, bowl once again, which sounds more impressive than it was. It was like a development side for South Canterbury, which is like maybe 50,000 people in the region, something like that. Maybe more. But yeah, just a development side when I was a lot younger. It's nicely played. And then just keeping that shape. Oh, the phone's ringing again. Anyone who's wondering what that is, it's not like a burglar alarm or anything. It's just the fact that someone's ringing. Hit it down into his toe there. I think everyone's left. No one's got the phone. Oh, now someone's got the phone. Outside of off stump. Swinging through. England's all out for 657. Big score, but it's going to be interesting to see what Pakistan can do now that they get a chance to bat on that surface. See if they can kind of do the same thing or whether it completely changes with them on the new surface. Now, like they're saying, forced to play as a replacement Brooks. No expectation, but that's some of the best times to be able to play because we see it with rugby players when they end up getting brought in late. They just come in and they don't have to worry about the pressure of playing beforehand. Tell Georgie's late. There's Golden, guess well played once again. Pakistan, 8 off 5 overs. And was it raining, says Anthony Harding, at the cricket? If that's the question, then no, it wasn't. So they haven't lost too many overs. In fact, they've hardly lost any overs due to any weather. I think they've got through the 90 or so that they needed to for both and 3 gears. There's Nuzzy Williams in there as well. Also, we got there. Who is Winbro? I think at the moment, still Australia are in the box seat, even though the West Indies, they've had a very good innings here. 80 overs faced, 244 runs. There's still a long way to go in this test match, so I think either Australia or the draw at the moment are the two most likely. That's a well-bowled delivery from Starc to close out his over. Just the one off it, 245 for 4. Second new ball was taken, so Starc gets the first. The question now is, will it be Hazelwood or Cummins who gets the second chance with the shiny new cherry? Yeah, Mitchell Starc straight away just getting a little nice bit of swing. Yeah, when he gets it on the money, Starc, they just showed the highlights of that first over. When he gets it right, it's hard to play, and they're on track, says Robert in there as well. So do you know how many overs remain in the day, Robert? Out of curiosity, I assume it would be about 30 from here, something like that. But with those spinners bowling a little bit, I think that has really helped progress it as well. Right, Josh Hazelwood gets it from the other end. Pat Cummins has decided he will let Hazelwood have a few overs with this one, see what he can do with it. And then after that, maybe we see Pat Cummins go in as well. But now 3 slips and the gully. In fact, probably actually almost a 5th slip. Nicely bowled, a little bit of pop there off the surface where the live match coming. Said Narendra. Unfortunately, we're able to show any match footage or audio due to licensing. We haven't got the rights to be able to show it, but I can recommend a few different places that you can watch it depending on what country you're in. So do let me know whereabouts you're trying to watch from, and then I'll try and let you know the broadcasters of that region. They've got the man at deep, fine leg. Mark Waugh's not happy again. He wants a short leg. I never realised how much he complains up until today. Oh, it was a pitched up delivery and it was swinging away and he tried for it, Blackwood. He was after it. He saw the gap in the field and thought, oh, I'll be having a piece of that. Thank you. Got some good movement. It's the same presentation as well that just makes it a little bit harder. And also, why are you not commentary on the sevens? We've done some commentary on that, Peter, but we are doing a little bit of a combination of both that are taking place. Like currently in the sevens, I can probably give you sevens updates throughout this live stream if that is something you're interested in, because I can put it up on my other screen here so that I can see it. But pretty much we are doing certain games of the sevens and then other ones we are not doing. So South Africa currently playing Great Britain. But yeah, we'll keep you updated on both what is happening in bowls for an over. Hammy, six balls in each over. Hazelwood, it was close to the outside edge. And when's the Ashes series, Robert? I shall allow Robert to answer it, but it's next year, near the end of the year. And also 90 overs a day. Australia bowled 25 last night. Says Robert there next year, says Robert. Now, I believe in about December. Early December, I think, is when it comes up. Great one-handed cover drive from Blackwood. That hurt Lavishane's hands quite a bit there. Great Britain have actually just scored the first try of that match between Great Britain and South Africa. Minute and a half in, they have now got themselves the lead. And also Mark glass half empty war. Yeah, sounds that way, doesn't it? One-handed cover drive. Interesting shot to be playing. But it was almost effective to some extent. Now Hazelwood. Short ball, nicely played once again, and behind it from Blackwood. 5 dots in a row. So we've seen the 1 run scored off the new ball, which will mean that the ball is still certainly hard, and it's going to be one you got to make sure you're getting in behind, because if you don't, you're going to have a little bit of a problem. June, Nate. Oh, is it that early? Is it a mid-year series this year? Because I know normally, I think for the 2019, actually, no, that makes sense because it's in England, isn't it, rather than in Australia. My apologies there. Because I thought about it and I was thinking that if it was in New Zealand, no, not in New Zealand, sorry, but if it was in Australia, then they would have it in the summer. But because it's in England, it's a little bit earlier on in the year. I don't mind that too much. So I think June works quite well for ourselves in terms of schedule-wise. Oh, I thank God to stay at home, says Atene there. Yeah, Great Britain almost able to score themselves another try there. And also, first session finally done. Pakistan only trailing by 640. A couple of boundaries, and they level the scores. Yeah, it's going to be weird to see how many they have at the end of today, isn't it? Because if Pakistan face about 30 overs and have, let's say, 140 runs or something, like it's just going to be a really, really high-scoring test match. But they started extremely slow, I think, Pakistan, compared to what England did. Or down the leg side. Not quite able to get their hands onto that one for Brooks. He chased it, though. Mitchell Stark, he's a hard man to work out where he's going to be bowling with the new ball. Yes, it's England, says Robert. And there as well. Trailing by 354 runs at the moment. Every SWAT and police is all at the schools in Boxburg. Oh, that's no good. And they are actually going at a test cricket rate, complete madness. See, that's the thing. No matter what Pakistan do, if they were scoring at 4 and over, which is normally a very quick rate, like people would look at that and be like, it's a bit slow today, just because of what England did in the earlier stages. So I guess it's gone from a bit of a dream world with England scoring so quickly to now back to reality for Pakistan scoring. 244 at the moment on the board for the West Indies. They're doing well. Just need to keep these two men out there, because as soon as you get through these guys, you're looking at someone like a Roston Chase. Into the bowlers, you've got Azari Joseph. And I don't think their batting lineup goes much deeper than these two. Yes, they can stay in there for a little while, but I don't see them as run-scoring machines. That's a great French cut there from Brooks. If you're going to get an inside edge, get a bit of it, and that's exactly what he's done, down to deep fine leg, and gets himself another single. So 24 off 40 deliveries. Currently doing very well for himself. South Africa currently 5 minutes into the game up against Great Britain, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. They are losing 7-0. So not the best start to their Dubai Sevens. That annoys me a little bit because if they don't finish first in their group, they'll probably play someone like a Samoa in their quarterfinal, and that would annoy me because I feel like Samoa, I said they've got to win the competition, and that would not make it very easy to win it. Stark 3 balls down. And the second over of the new ball that he's bowling from the members' end. That's a good ball. That's plumb. That's good. And that's going to be out. Right. Do Blackwood go upstairs? That wasn't a word. Does Blackwood go upstairs? He reviewed it. I couldn't put sentences together for a second. What I was trying to say is Blackwood has gone upstairs with the DRS because he feels that it wasn't out and maybe it was pitching too far outside the leg. But instead it came out as which isn't quite as efficient. Tell you what, she's in line. I think that's hitting the leg stump. So it's probably the pitching in line that they're really looking at. Is Judith Collins, if Judith Collins had a rugby team, would she complain that the coach of the opposing team did not discuss the team's game plan with her first? Says at WSW. They're just checking this one to see if there's an inside edge. We can't see it there. So they're going to have to go to the sound snicko. And 90 overs a day, Hamish. There are 2 sessions. Or 2-hour sessions, says Robert. I know that part. It's just more of the case of how many they've got through today compared to how many they got through yesterday. Just because they only got through 26 or 27 in that first session. So I'm worried that they might be a little bit behind. Nice and slow. Yep, there's no bet on that one. They're going to be checking this one again. Got me on the edge, says Golden Guest. Ball tracking when ready. It's pitching in line. Impacts in line. And it's umpire's call on the stump. So the Windies will retain their review, but they'll lose their wicket in the process. So it's just clipping the leg stumps. You can see the disappointment on the face there of Blackwood as he has to go back to the changing sheds. And also my advice is give the pacers a spell each after lunch and then bring on the spinners. If there's a wickets to be had in the subcontinent, it's going to be spin bowling, says Sebastian. And they've actually got a few options, don't they? They've got Jack Leach. They've also got Liam Livingston, and you could even go Ollie Robinson with a bit of spin if they need it. Oh, there you go. Mark Waugh complaining. He didn't look completely comfortable against the quick bowling anyway, was Mark Waugh's comment. He's a grumpy man, isn't he? And a lucky Jermaine, he's out, says Sebastian there as well. Jermaine Blackwood, LBW by Mitchell Stark, and oh man, says Golden Guest. Who was the commentator a little while ago, ladies and gentlemen, that Mark Waugh wasn't getting along with? I remember there were talks of 2 of them couldn't be in the commentary booth together because they just kept arguing. Great Britain just scored again. And Leach and Root for off-spin. Livingston for both off and leg. Looks good on paper, says Sebastian. That's a good point. I forgot about Root, and he'll be nice and fresh since he didn't get 100. Sorry, that was mean. But Joe Root, everyone else did, though, didn't they? But Root just struggled. Oh, no, sorry. Joshua De Silva's the next man, the wicketkeeper. I forgot about him. Playing number 7. Now, De Silva, his average 30. His best is 100 not out. Mitchell Stark gives him one down the leg side. Didn't quite get the shape. We got the shape. He just didn't quite get the accuracy that he was after. Mark's getting on your positive side's moods, eh? I just, like, you know how some people, when you hear them for a while, like, you just start to pick up that no matter what, they're not happy. He seems like one of them. You know, like, you could, like I said, you could give him a gift and he'd go, oh, yeah, I don't mind that, but I wouldn't mind something else instead. And I was like, bet you're pretty fresh, aren't you, Joe? Yes, you are. Yes, you are. I like how even without me trying to read it the way that you wrote it, it almost came out that way just because yes is such a good way to start a sentence to a child. It's going to be Stark's second wicket. End of the over, 1 run off it, and with the 1 wicket was able to pick up as well for Blackwood. Good quick bowling with the ones going across. Got a bit wayward there for one of them, was the comment from Mark. Bro, I mean, many like that, says Golden Guest. And also now you chase Roach and Seals left. And there says Robert. So, yeah, they've got a couple guys who I think they're almost out of the all-rounders. You'd have to say to an extent. Or they've probably got maybe one more and stay far away from those ones. Party poopers, says Nuzzy Williams. And there's Hazelwood now charging him. Both bowlers have their tail up. He gave him the ball outside off stump seat. If Brooks wanted to have a go at it, he declines. He says, no, thank you, mate. I'm okay for now, but maybe later. Brooks, he's coming and he's played very well as the replacement. I wonder who gets the runs. I assume he still gets them. But, yeah, 12th batsman in this West Indian side. Don't see it too often. But like I mentioned, one of the last time I remember it, it was actually Marnus who got his way in and can't be ungrateful when it's always given to him, says Golden Guest there. We're talking the LBW because, okay, I think they're still talking about the LBW. They want to get the rule changed, but it's not changing, I don't believe, because it's the umpire's call. It does kind of change it a little bit. So they're going to be showing it again and explaining why it's given as out pretty much because the umpire on field gave it as out. It means that the ball had to be completely missing the stumps for it to be overturned. Let's clip in the leg stump. Some good work from Great Britain at the moment. They're actually beating South Africa in the sevens left alone outside of off stump once again. And GB getting close to the try line. And also in some TV shows, why do they put in a laughter track in when something is not funny? I never hear a laughter track when a bowler is doing his run-up, says WSW, I should say. I turned that last W upside down. But, I mean, you hear a little bit of a woo from the crowd, which is quite fun when you're actually at the stadium. But, yeah, some laughing tracks, it's actually weird hearing a show that has the laughing track without the laughing track. And your outreaction sealed the deal, says Golden Guest. Yeah, I was given it. To be fair, I give things that aren't out all the time. Like, I had about 3 in a row where they didn't even hit the ball, and I was like, he's out, give him out. And he missed it by like that much. I just get a bit excited. I think that's just because Test match cricket's back as well, and it's been so long since we've been able to sit down, have a chat about cricket. I love the pacing of the cricket live streams compared to the rugby. Like, don't get me wrong, I love the rugby as well in a different way. Wow, that was close to the off stump. Because the rugby is just flat out talking for 80 minutes with you guys in the chat as much as I can. Whereas for the cricket, you kind of get those little breaks in between where you can actually, I guess, comprehend what's being said and have a chat about it at the same time type thing. If that makes sense. Hopefully it does. I like rambling. That one just went over the stumps. About 3 inches is the difference. 2,000 test runs for Roston Chase, they're just saying. So he's got a few runs on the board. Roston Chase. Oh, that's an ugly ball. Hazelwood. He's disappointed. He actually wanted him to get a little edge on that one, but instead it just sacrifices the body of Brooks, and that will be the end of the over. Maiden for Hazelwood. It's going to make the score 245 for 5. Where does this hit? Oh, it's in the gloves. So I think that's why Hazelwood is so disappointed, because they weren't quite able to get that one straight through towards the cordon. Oh, the cricket raffle's back. I kind of want to see if it actually works here in New Zealand. $5 for a Toyota. Maybe because, no, surely it would work if I was in New Zealand. The QR code does not work. Do we think the Aussies can get 15 more wickets in this test? Oh, it depends on how long they bat 4 straight through him. The in-swinger from Mitchell Starc. Now they only need 14. And it does. I like hearing the commentary and visualizing, says Golden Guest, but the in-swinging ball from Mitchell Starc. Taking out the middle stump, using that ring to full effect. No, it didn't have anything to do with the ring, but it came around, bounced nicely, straight through the block hole. Was that De Silva who just went out? Yes, it was. I mean, 14 bloody autocorrect. What a ball that is. Josh De Silva gone for a duck. Mitchell Stark with his tail well and truly up at the moment like a duck, and that's going to be 6 for 245. That's a terrible shot, is the call from Mark Moore. Of course, he would find something to say was not ideal from that, as he related to Todd Hazelwood. Oh, who's Todd Hazelwood? Not too sure there. But just whips it through Mitchell Stark. The pace. He smiles at De Silva as well. He's happy to be able to get that one. Yeah, really. Tries to hit it hard there, De Silva. He was after it. He decided Mitchell Stark might as well be a decent crack. Mitchell Stark, very happy boy. At the moment, the big smile, but this kind of changes things a little bit. It's 353. Did I hear a door open? No, I didn't. I'm just hearing things. Al-Marki from V8 Supercars. I don't think so. I haven't heard it anyway. And also Sebastian Grimmer for Stumps tomorrow night. Says Tony, there's a big part of me that hopes that we do get to see a day 5 though, because I'll get to cover more at day 5 than I will of day 4. Just with overlaps that we've got. I believe I can't do the first session of tomorrow due to the overlap, but yeah, we'll see how we're going. Hopefully we can do at least some of the test match. Might have to lure in my parents doing that one, although my dad's got golf and mum will probably have something on as well. We'll see what we can do. Mitchell Stark now. He's really happy at the moment. And swinger once again. Great cover drive there from Chase for the first ball that he's faced. Labuschagne, always a pocket rocket in the field. Manages to cut it off, and they do get back for 2. So Chase striking it at 200 at the moment here for himself. Should also mention GB still winning their game up against the South Africans 14 points to 5. South Africa would need 2. That was just that ball shown again. I got a bit excited, but yeah, they'll need 2 tries. They want a chance of winning this game, and they've just knocked the ball on again. It was mentioned that they're going to go on and win the Dubai Sevens in that last live stream that we did and called it, or Daddy called it on the bowlers. Says Golden Guess. In swinger, that was the same ball that he bowled to De Silva. Difference, Roston Chase went in it a little bit less aggressive. And Henry Bluefield used to going on about seagulls most of the time in a cricket test, says Kiwi Gamer there. And no relation, says Robert. Like they're saying, all of a sudden in this test match, it's that new ball, I'm telling you. It's straight away added a little bit more in it for Stark. He's decided he wants to fire up more. He's a bowler who's all about momentum, and when he's bowling well, he's bowling extremely well. And that's what he's just found, that little bit of form. I think he's asking how many slips he's going to have. Yeah, Great Britain, unless something drastic happens here, should win this match up against South Africa. But short ball from Mitchell Stark, mixing it up a little bit. I don't know if that was completely on purpose or maybe it got caught in the fingers a little bit. They're just showing the 3 wickets that Mitchell Stark has been able to get. Just those in-swingers are so hard to play. And then straight through De Silva. And also, old blowers, dear chap, says it was Tony. And also we get that true, says Nate, for Golden Guest. So what did he say about the bowlers? Did he say new ball when it starts getting new, or when they bring Stark and everyone back in, that there were going to be a few wickets falling, I assume? Stark, though, in swinger again. Nicely worked to the leg side by Roston Chase. Now, let's not get this wrong. Chase can bat. Like they said, he's got 2,000 international runs playing as a number 8. Managed to get another 2. Moving up to 4 off 4. A little bit of reverse, says Tony. It's hard to tell this early. He's certainly getting orthodox swing, but I'm not too sure whether or not it's already coming back. But if anyone can get it to do that, it's Mitchell Stark. Just seems to be his way. So South Africa, they have lost their game up against Great Britain, ladies and gentlemen. 14 points to 5. Not the best game for the Blitzboks in their very first match. Now 249 for 6. The West Indian sits. Nicely done by Roston Chase. Gets him behind it. That will be the end of the over. 85 overs down. 6 for 249. If the batters agree with that black ring Starks got, you can wear it, Amish. It's up to the batter to decide it. But I think it's also one of those ones of, in a way, it's not so much just the batter if that makes sense. Even though that's how it is, like as a batter, you don't want to be that guy who goes, you have to take your ring off. Like Dad said, he's told about a story of the armband back in the day. How you don't want to be that guy who has to say, hey, can you take that off because it's distracting me? Or something along those lines. Did we beat the Blitzbox? Surely rigged. Says Sebastian, yeah, defending champs at Dubai have just been defeated by Great Britain. England are loving everything at the moment. This weekend, England look like they're going well. I was going to say this month. Well, it is this month, really. It's the 2 days of this month. England looking like they're going to have a good December going into Christmas. I've just realized the noises I keep hearing is because my green screen has slowly fallen and it's actually leaning on the window at the moment. Hopefully it doesn't break. Or else that would be bad, but it was whipped away to the leg side. 4 runs there for Brooks. On 29 off 47. Hazelwood just not quite getting the radar right for that first delivery of his over. Hazelwood charging in once again. Better ball. Lot straighter. He's in behind it. Chase, he just plays the ball so well. Keeps that elbow high. And at the time of impact, no movement. Just head down. Hits it. And also not all maybe lost with them. Says Golden Guest. And also we've got the yes, it's 22 days till Xmas. Says Robert. It certainly is. That's kind of scary, isn't it? To think that already it's almost Christmas. That looked like a no ball from Cameron Green as well, I should mention, when he ended up hitting the man in the head. The more I see that replay. Hazelwood. Once again, slower ball. Okay. Mixing it up a little bit. 130 Ks there for Hazelwood. Just trying to throw Brooks off his mark a little bit. I heard about someone who used to make gun noises when he hit the ball back in the 80s. Says WSW. I guess it's all about different, tactics, really. In a way, or different ways of getting yourself mentally there. Like, I know of batsmen who right before the ball's going to be bowled, they just whisper to themselves something like, watch the ball, or, play the line, or something like that, just to give them that mindset of, just getting you in the mentality. Same with Marnus. You see him with all of his little back things that he does. He flicks it around all over the place and goes, no run, but that's just because that's how he gets in the zone. Best way of describing it. And also we have got I would give anything to see Livingston a 5-er on debut. That would be pretty awesome for him. And also Marnus did a no ball before. I did hear Dad saying something about that, how when you're a spinner and you do a no ball, it's really not ideal. Kenya have just scored against Australia in the 7s as well, I should mention, ladies and gentlemen. So all the underdogs coming to play. Argentina beating New Zealand, Great Britain beating South Africa. Now Kenya want to try and beat the Australians. Hazelwood, nice ball. Thought about playing it for a second there, Brooks, but manages to just get the hands out of the way in time. And in the zone, switching on, says Nate there. See, I feel like I am yet to find what gets me locked into the zone of batting. Because I'll be out there at the crease, and all I'm thinking about pretty much is don't get bowled. But then I get bowled, and then it's like, oh no. And also hold the whack. Says Golden Guest. Hold the whack. What is the whack? Down the leg side there. That's a rough one, and Alex Carey misses it. That's going to be 4 byes. And I'll close out the Josh Hazelwood over, but that is going to be 86 overs down, 6 for 257. Good close out to the over. They got 8 off it. Kenya's going to score again against Australia. What is going on in the world of 7s at the moment? Dubai's all muddled up. I'm going to have a quick Google and see if Kenya are still underdogs, even though they've scored 2 tries early against the Australians. They're just showing that Cummins ball to Braithwaite. Ended up just swinging beautifully, or Seaman back in. Stark was able to pick up Mayers not too long afterwards. The Australians, they love playing in momentum. I've just seen that wicket of Jason Holder. A bit disappointing to get dismissed in the way he did for that one. And also the LBW of Stark. Yes, Australia is still favourites, even though Kenya have scored twice. Japan are $15 underdogs up against the USA, so more than likely they will win, just because that's how the 7s has been going at the moment. And 1 hour 27 till we see Samoa versus Canada. Now, the thing is, they're going to be playing a different game on New Zealand TV, so I'm not too sure what our plan is when we end up going over to that live stream. Amanda's in the Middle East altogether. So many upsets in the FIFA World Cup as well, says Sebastian. Yeah, Japan beat Spain and Germany. If you told someone before the World Cup that Japan were going to beat both of those sides, they'd laugh in your face and call you an idiot. But it happened. Saudi Arabia, $26 underdogs heading into the match, beat Argentina. That's a good run from Josh Turner in the sevens. Reason I'm mentioning it, of course, Australia still playing. Stark leading wicket takers for Australian test matches. He's up to 290. If he gets another 2, he overtakes McDermott. He's got another 21 to get before he overtakes the great man Lee. And then he's got Mitchell Johnson a little bit ahead of him in that regard as well. But currently right at the top, the king of spin, Shane Warne. Good ball once again from Stark. Pitched up there, right on the stumps. It's that whole game of if you miss the bat, I'm hitting your stumps. Chase sitting on 7. Balls faced, 4 runs on the board currently. But yeah, I believe the women's game that's taking place at the same time is Australia-Canada. So they're showing Australia-Canada for the women's game, but they aren't showing Samoa versus Canada. I feel like one of those games is a lot bigger than the other. And it's the one with Samoa in it. Stark now. Nice ball once again. I'm convinced it was tactical. Those bastard Spaniards saw the opportunity to knock out a contender or knock a contender out and they took it. Says Sebastian, yeah, there's been a lot of talks of whether or not they purposely lost so that Germany couldn't make their way through. What was the score in the end, Sebastian, in that game? I didn't actually see the score, but I assume it would have been like 1-0 or something like that. I don't think it would have been a hugely high-scoring one if there was something like that going on. And I was like, I'd rather have detention after school than staying at morning tea in class to go step on the courts from watching sevens, says Golden Guest. And I was like, if you know anyone from Japan, at their shout at the pub. Says Kiwi game, another short ball from Stark, and 4-2 to Germany. The Germans did their bit, says Sebastian. Wait, so Germany, one moment. I'm going to quickly have a look. Qatar World Cup, or Qatar, sorry. World Cup, we go here. So, yeah, so Germany won, but Japan won 2-1 up against Spain. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, a lot of teams have missed out that should have got through, I think, this year. But I guess it adds a bit more excitement to it. We're hoping to cover some of the World Cup. It's going to feel weird doing the football after not doing any of the games up till the point of the round of 16. A little bit wide. Roston Chase, I think he'll be a bit disappointed to not get to chase that one, but he also doesn't want to get that edge. Really almost 87 overs down, so I don't see Australia getting to the next new ball, which would be 160 overs bowled. Ideally for the West Indies, they want to still be batting at 160 overs, but that is just a little bit too far in the future, I would think. Stark now charges in. 5 dot balls already in this over. Looking to make it a maiden. Maybe a wicket maiden. Nope. Well played by Jace. Gets them behind, and that's the end of the over. 6 for 257. Germany, Belgium, and Denmark getting to the pub of shame, says Sebastian. Yeah, they're 3 big sides that should have been through, really. Shouldn't they? But yeah, Germany will be really disappointed because they're a top side. But yeah, just not going through. And also, would you ever do commentary on a spelling bee? Don't know about a spelling bee because I can't spell, so I can't say whether or not they get it right. So I just have to keep on listening. But we've thought of doing commentary on some pretty weird stuff in the past, whether that's like a Reacts channel or just like randomly picking a sport in the world that's on. The problem is that copyright. Like the last thing you want to do is do some random game of Polish table tennis and end up with a copyright strike that you can't get rid of for 2 weeks, even though you knew you were only going to get like 3 people watching. But it would be fun. I've done a bit of table tennis commentary in the past, just not on the channel. Outside of it, Cummins charging in now to the crease. Good ball straight away, puts him on the back foot. They consider the run. They don't take it. Cummins cutting it off well. world champions in 2014, knocked out in the group stages in 2018 and 2022, says Sebastian. So, yeah, 2 disappointing runs in a row for the Germans, not what they'll be after. That is for sure. I always wonder, though, let's say in a hypothetical world, New Zealand were Costa Rica in the World Cup. I want to know how those games would have gone. Could New Zealand have somehow got a massive upset win over like the Germans or the Spanish? Because that would be absolutely huge for them if that was the case. But, that's a nice ball. Outside of our stump from Pat Cummins, still hitting his line and length for 132 Ks that time. Yeah, I would have liked to see how New Zealand did. Currently, Bangladesh, they are 4 down in their game up against the Kiwis, ladies and gentlemen, for only 12 runs. So, not too ideal. Currently, Kenya are winning their game up against Australia, but they're still considered underdogs. Polish table tennis, that's where the big bucks are, says Sebastian. I don't even know if they play table tennis in Poland, to be honest. That was just the randomest country I could think of. Do you think they have professional, like, T-ball? You know how you have, like, the stick in the ground and then you hit the ball around? Swing ball, that's what it's called. It's looking like they're going to be able to get a couple runs here. Well run between the wicket, 3 runs. Head out to the leg side, and Cummins will be frustrated with that. So he wanted to keep on bowling to Brooks, but now he's got Chase instead. Well, USA did not make the Rugby World Cup, Hemi, just saying. Says Golden Guess, that is true. They did end up missing out on the Rugby World Cup. Luckily for them, it's not the next one, but the next one after that's going to be in the USA. Also, I think they've got a Rugby League World Cup that they've been able to purchase the rights for that same year or somewhere around there anyway, I think. No, they've got the Cricket World Cup, alongside the Caribbean. That's what I'm thinking of. So Chase at the crease. I think his wicket is going to be a valuable one. And he's got to make sure that he makes it extremely hard for the Australians. And that's what Germany said in the 40s as well. They asked why Poland. They came back with just random. Says Sebastian, we're getting a history lesson on the Kiwi Lads channel as well. Kenya is still winning up against Australia, I should say, as well. If we see Kenya beat Australia, imagine the crazy multis people could have had if they had Argentina to win, Great Britain to win, and Kenya to win. Like, that's like that was a good ball. That's like at least a $50 multi for $1 for just 3 legs, but you can probably understand why it's that much. Betting odds, innit? I'm going to sit up straight again because or else I'm going to hurt myself. Oh, this chair gets uncomfier as the day goes on. That's okay. Currently 9:08. Have we almost been going for an hour? Where did it go? Pat Cummins, left alone. It stayed low again. He started to find that crack a little bit more often, Cummins. We saw him hit it a bit earlier on in the day. He was just flirting with it. Now he's found it again. End of the over, 6 for 260. A few people in attendance for this game. I believe it's going to be more full tomorrow. Definitely if they keep on going. When you watch sports, and you're more physically knackered than the players, says Sebastian. That's why I think my calves are big, which sounds weird to say, but each time like there's a big hit in the rugby or a close ball in the cricket, I don't know why, but my reflex is to tense my calves. And I can't actually fit into like pants, like jeans and whatnot, or like skinny, or not skinny jeans, track pants, because my calves don't fit. And I think that's why, because I keep on tensing them up every time it's a decent ball. And we see quite a few decent balls with the Australians and a few big hits in the rugby as well. Stark winding up, hit to the leg side, just scooped away to Cummins, gets the single there for Brooks. He's moving in closer to his half century. I mentioned he could be the Labuschagne of the West Indies, someone who came in for a head-injured player and then was able to turn around into a massive, massive star. Stop being a coach, Seb. Stop being a coach or a couch. No, a coach in there as well. Mark Wall wants to be the coach of Australia, I think. Kenya have just scored again. They're on fire. A coach? I think that was the exact same reaction I had, wasn't it? But Chase. Four off 14. So there the granddad taking the son to the cricket for the test match. Okay, there's a long stoppage here. Okay, now Mitchell Stark's running in. I was wondering why it was taking a long time. Oh, it was just because he wanted to bowl a ripper going straight across Roston Chase and towards the slip cordon. Yeah, if they can get these 2 wickets, I would say with still plenty of time left on the clock for this evening, there's a chance we see the West Indies bowled out. But they need these 2 wickets, I would say, within the next 10 overs for that to be a possibility. Okay, they've moved Khawaja over. I think they've put him into the leg slip. I've become a coach of Australia. I'm going to tell Steve Smith when the ball is hitting straight for the stumps, just leave it, says Sebastian. It's good. Jack. Oi, that was a good ball. Sorry, I keep on saying oi as if I'm telling off someone for like jumping on a couch or something. Australia. Oh, Australia are messing this up a little bit. They've got 2 minutes 40 left in their match up against the Kenyans, and they sit 19 points to 14 down, and exactly, says Golden Guest. I've actually learnt, fun fact, when I used to play cricket, this was 10 years ago, so I was a lot smaller, but I never used to talk in the field, never used to make any noise whatsoever when batting, hardly called. But now, like, from doing the commentary, I don't shut up when I'm out there on the field. Like, not in like a sledging way or anything like that. I'm just constantly talking. Khawaja has got that one slightly wrong when he dove to his side and does end up missing it. It's like when we're at the crease. Like, my no-run call is about as loud as anything. It sounds like I'm trying to herd a hive of cattle. Now, Chase, 4 off 17. Still hasn't been able to tick over too many runs in the last little while. And shocking, USA didn't qualify for the Rugby World Cup 2023. US automatically qualify for 2007 because they're the host, says Nate. Are they 2027, Nathan, or are they 2031? So I want to say I think Australia have 2027. I could be very wrong there. It might be the other way around. Australia might have 31. And Joe Root has been interviewed by a Pakistani hottie. There's plenty of energy for interviews, I suppose. That's hit down the ground nicely. They take the single as well, the West Indies. I'm not sure, to be honest, says Nate. I know it's those 2, though. I'm just not sure of the order. Amy Thummit, I got you on RT while working. RT. Now, you're going to be disappointed in me, Golden Guest. The RT stands for remote telephone? No. RT. That stands for radio transmission. I'll lock that in, please. For $100. Is it radio transmission? It's probably not. Mitchell Stark. Good ball once again, just outside of the off stump, gliding across the batsman into the over. 6 for 266 now for the West Indies. When they go into the lab with Mike Hussey. Looking at Pat Cummins, the way that he's been bowling, and a random twaddle. Is that what it stands for? See, that's the thing. I don't know, so it could actually stand for that. Twaddle's a fun word, or twaddle. Is it twaddle or twaddle? And nice, says Golden Guest. Wait, was it right? Was it radio? What did I can't even remember what I said. Radio transmission? Is that what I answered? Maybe. No, I can't remember my answer now. It's currently 18 or 19 all at the moment between Kenya and Australia. And it looks like Australia are trying to steal this one right at the end of the game. Wouldn't be that surprising. They've done it many times in the past before. And I think Kenya, they might end up just missing out here. Nice ball from Pat Cummins. Okay, they're looking at the averages for Pat Cummins. McGrath's average, it's pretty impressive. He's only 0.05 behind Glenn McGrath. Okay, Michael Hussey said there's plenty left in Pat Cummins. I think there's plenty left in him for this game as well. He's still got plenty more overs left to be able to bowl. Nicely bowled just outside of the off stump. Once again. Oh, that ball's been thrown into touch. It's going to be a draw in the game between Kenya and Australia for anyone following that one. So both sides probably disappointed. Mainly Kenya, though, to not be able to go on and get themselves the victory. Right. Cummins. This ball, I think, will be pitched up and on middle stump. Just a guess. Pitched up and on middle stump, that one was. That was literally exactly as I pictured it. And he played it as I pictured it as well. And how many runs to avoid the follow-on? They still need another 133 runs. So they're slowly getting there towards that total. The West Indies, yeah, another 133 to be able to avoid that follow-on. Plus, I would say if they get within another maybe 50 or 100 more runs, Australia will enforce the follow-on anyway. Pat Cummins there. That one is a wide. Yeah, that one's gone down leg side quite badly for Pat Cummins. And also make sure you say it right. You know what happened with Jacinda Ardern question, says Kiwi Gamer. No idea. And Bugger wanted Kenya to win for Master Miles' sake, says Nazi Williams. And also that's a mammoth of a score, 150 plus, says Anil. Yeah, they're going to need still quite a few more runs. But yeah, I think if Australia lead by 280, so another 50 runs on the board for West Indies, I think Australia will still have another bat. Just because anytime they get a little bit closer, well played once again from Roston Chase. And behind the ball. Okay, Ireland only just beat Spain as well in their game of the sevens. Plenty of upsets coming up in that. I wonder if we're going to get any more upsets in the cricket in terms of players. Maybe, I think a bigger upset would be Brooks getting a 50 here, mainly because he's a young player who's only just been brought into the side, and he looks like he should have been there the whole time. I see that Uganda actually gave out up against the French side as well. They did end up losing the game, cut into his pad there for Roston Chase. End of the over. It's a maiden 6 for 266. And the Chase viewers angry after unfair Jacinda Ardern New Zealand question blunder this week, says Kiwi Gamer. And if I bury the Australian cricket side, I'll apologise to the Aussie nation, except Master Mal, says Sebastian there, and Hamish Spencer. Yeah, to be fair to Hamish Spencer, unless, of course, he's on a second account somewhere that we don't know about. Like, he did stick to his word. He was like, I'm going to stay away and I don't want to, or I'm not going to come back. And he hasn't at this stage, mainly because he probably can't with his account. You might have had something to do with that, didn't you, Sebastian? But yeah, he hasn't so much as said he's back anyway. West Indies trailing by 332 as we currently sit. Cam Green once again. Running and off the edge. He's got to have him there. Brooks has gone. I really jinxed that. I said that Brooks getting a 50 would be an upset, and now he's gone very next ball. Brooks dismissed. He's not going to review that one, but Cam Green gets the breakthrough. I mentioned it earlier on. This man needs to be bowling more for the Australians than he gets. And Australia don't like to enforce the follow-on. Bowlers need a break, says Alan Mack there. And also to the shock, Walsh denies them a point, saying, sorry, I can't give you. It's Jacinda, not Jacinta, says Kiwi Gamer. And also Gone says, no one, Brooks out, says Sebastian, brilliant ball. And look at a creepy crawly, says Sebastian there. But Kerry taking the catch, bowled by Cameron Green, 33 off 38. And Shamara Brooks is heading back to the sheds. Now, Azari Joseph. Okay, they're actually talking about the fact that he was leaving very well, but because he did end up seeing Cameron Green bowling, he thought that maybe he'll be able to get onto that one, and that might have caused him to play at a ball that he shouldn't have. And Jacinta, she said we're looking at all areas for improvement 1 year later. says Nate. And there as well. But nonetheless, Cameron Green picks it up. He's done very nicely for himself there. He'll be smiling ear to ear. And now Joseph and Chase at the crease. I mentioned once they get a wicket, and I actually said that they'd need to get one within the next 5 to 10 overs. They were able to do just that. Azari is going to impress. Watch him see. Do you think he'll go attacking Anil, or do you think he will go a little bit more defensive, stay in his box? And 32 overs left 6 minutes ago, Hamish, says Robert. Oh, so they're not going to get all those in, I wouldn't think, with the fact that we've almost had an hour already of the final session. And Azari, watch Azari play, says Anil Dan. Joe Root is still going with the interviews. The amount of energy the lad has, I wonder why, says Sebastian. Yeah. How many did Stokes get in the end, Sebastian? I didn't actually see it in the end, but I know he was closing in on a 50. Good Yorker there from Cam Green. He's starting to find it now. Doesn't get too many opportunities to bowl. So when he does, he's got to make sure he's getting wickets. He is very calm. You can see in his body language. Yeah, he's one of those players who never looks at all phased. And when stumped, so it is supposed to be 10:20 p.m., but then they have the extra 30 minutes that they can play. So I believe it will be 10:50. So it overlaps with Samoa, Canada. We're not actually sure if Samoa, Canada is being shown here in New Zealand yet. Oh, it's gone straight up from Azari Joseph. It's a chance for the Aussies, but it's going to fall safe. That was a very risky shot to be playing this early on. And nice as Golden. Guess that also another hour, Seb. And Stokes got 41. Okay, so he managed to get through a little bit. So they've also, both bowlers have decided, or both batsmen, have decided they want to go after Cam Green. Slightly short ball. Joseph said, yes, please. Didn't quite fall into the hands of the Australians. And like they're saying in the commentary box at the moment, all of the effort that they have put in over the last few hours and the last day or so could be thrown away if the trail or the tail enders don't quite hold their end of the bargain, which is just stick out there a little bit longer, give your bowlers a bit more of a rest. Oh, played by Chase in behind it. Still looking very solid out there, Austin Chase. Doesn't look like he's going anywhere anytime soon. And Cam Green is a big unit. He is. He's a very tall individual, which is why on this surface, with a little bit of variable bounce that we've seen, can create opportunities. I will mention anyone who is new, be sure to hit that subscribe button. We've got plenty more of the Test match cricket coming up on the channel. The West Indies taking on Australia. It's been an entertaining one. We've also got Pakistan, England that we will be doing a little bit later on in the weekend. We won't be able to do it today due to the sevens, but a bit later on. We'll be trying our best to get through some of that. Also, the FIFA World Cup just around the corner. The Dubai Sevens currently being covered on the channel. And then maybe a game with the URC might be scattered in there also. Tapping the bat there, Austin Chase. High bat lift. A little bit leg side-ish, a little bit of a noise there too, but I think it was just clipping the pad, and also I'm not too sure about the maths behind it, but I reckon if South Africa win one test in Australia, then Australia versus South Africa is locked in for the World Test Championship final, says Sebastian, which is actually, it's quite interesting, isn't it? Because South Africa, for the ODIs, they need to win about 4 out of their next 5 games just to qualify. Something along those lines, I think, but yeah, it's an interesting one. No matter what, South Africa need a lot of wins in all formats, really. Keep them in the zone. Look at the yawn. It's quite a long yawn as well, that one. But yeah, I'm interested to know what to do on the Samoa live stream if they don't end up showing it, which I have a bad feeling they're not going to show it. So I don't know whether to still do the commentary of the other match and keep everyone updated on Samoa, Canada as well with what's happening in that game while doing the commentary of the other match, or whether I just cancel that live stream because I can't actually do that game. And they'll focus on their new domestic T20 league. ODI won't be a priority. Says Sebastian, that's off the edge. I heard a noise. Sorry, I just get a bit excited there. No one really looked interested in it. That game's in India, ain't it? Says Robert. It is indeed, I believe. Right. Austin Chase facing off with Nathan Lyon. Down the leg side, left alone, didn't want it. In fact, it's Azari Joseph, on strike, which I think is why Nathan Lyon's back in the bowling attack to see whether or not he can kind of tear through the tail in a hurry. Thoughts on the Rugby World Cup, Emmy, and who's in the final? Says Golden Guest. I think the best thing about this Rugby World Cup is no one's a for sure fact anymore about making it far in the competition because of all of the sides contesting well at the moment. You've got France, Ireland, South Africa, New Zealand, England are up there as one of the contenders. You've also got someone like Australia who might be able to peak at the right time for the competition. And then, someone like an Argentina can cause an upset every once in a while when they need to as well. So there's a lot of teams still right up there in terms of who could end up winning it, which is great to see for rugby in general. Zari Joseph still on strike. Be left alone outside of the off stump. Nathan Lyon seeing if he can lure him in, trying to take it on. If I was Nathan Lyon, I would put this one also wide outside off stump just to see. In fact, I'd pitch it up and go about cover region with it. See if you can get him driving. No, he goes straight with that one. It went a little bit too full, a little bit over the stumps, I should say, and that will be the maiden for Nathan Lyon. 7 wickets down for 267. Also, World Test Championship will be played at the Oval in London. Oh, I see. I didn't know that. What's the game in India? Is that might just be a series actually in India, never mind. Whoa, win a premium match test experience. She's got a Magnum. Looks like a hokey pokey one. Looks all right too. And as I say, don't know why the back of my thoughts want to say England versus ABs in the Grand. It'd be an interesting one. It would be a rematch. I think a few people already are saying, if New Zealand and South Africa can avoid each other up till the kind of semi-finals, there's a chance we could see them play off in the final. But I think there's going to be a Northern Hemisphere in the final this year. That was close. Cameron Green just getting the line slightly wrong. They're going to be taking on the 1 run. Maybe even they'll get 2. No, they just take the 1. And in the end, Steve Smithy's done well to field that one. It looked like he hurt his ankles in the process and think it's just a fantasy, but I was hoping you wouldn't say France, says Golden Guest. At home, you still got to give them some credit there, France. They're looking good at the moment. They'll be looking to continue to build towards that World Cup. It's actually only about 300 days away, which is crazy to think that a while ago we were saying only 900 days till the World Cup. And now we've kind of taken that down by a third. Now Cam Green. Looks like he's just having a bit of a field reset. They've got a man at bat pad also. They've decided to put man kind of halfway between square leg and deep square leg. And it's swinging away outside off stump. Still waiting for the second session to commence. We have longer lunch breaks to allow other Muslim community their lunchtime prayer, says Sebastian in there as well. See, I probably need to look into that a little bit for if I'm covering some of the sessions. Although I'd like to think when I'm doing it, we'll probably cover the whole day. But I have it down as just the normal start and finish time, if that makes sense, for a cricket test. So the 40 minutes, nice straight ball. Too bad, like they're saying, Azari Joseph, he knows how to bat, knows how to stick around at a crease. Currently at halftime in the game between Ireland and Japan and the Dubai Sevens women's, they are sitting at 14 points to 5 in favour of the Irish. I think my voice is going to disappear at some stage throughout the evening. That's not ideal. Not what we want. But Cam Green. Short ball, once again, goes over the top, 300 plus or not. Ooh, it's a good question because they've only got the 3 wickets up their sleeve. I would like to think that if Roston Chase is still out there for another 5 or 6 overs, yes. But if he loses his wicket quickly, then they won't get 300, sadly. So it's a tricky one because it's a bit of a 50-50. It's a double-edged sword. Could go either way. But I would say just for now, I'm saying they won't get 300. But I wouldn't put any money on it because that's a nice cover drive and he's going to get 2 runs for it. Nice shot from Azari Joseph. Moving up now to 271 for the Australians. They're saying the West Indian bowlers, they certainly don't want to go out there and bowl tonight, so that is why they'll be batting with everything that they've got. I just ended up listening to Brendan Julian for a little while there. He was just talking about the fact that the new ball early on is extremely dangerous, but then after that, you start to get into that patch how it can get a little bit easier. Get that ball away. Azadi Josephs leaves that slightly shorter ball alone outside of the off stump. I also already put $500 on 300 plus score. Oh, so you probably didn't want to hear me saying that I didn't think they'd get there, did you? Sorry about that. Hopefully I've jinxed it so that they do get over 300, because normally anything that I say is wrong in terms of predictions. Although I did guess, or not guess, I knew that Samoa would win by 21 up against Japan. And they actually did. And also we have got there, we will have to watch 10-7 Aotearoa. Then next week, have you seen the Kiwi lad's voice? Says Kiwi Gamer. I remember watching Police 10-7 back in the day, and the fella on it used to have some brilliant one-liners, didn't he? That's the end of the over. 93 overs down currently, 7 wickets, 271 at the moment is how many the West Indies find themselves sitting on. If anyone is new to the channel, be sure to hit that subscribe button. We've got plenty more test match cricket coming in the near future, and also a whole heap of other sports just around the corner as well. So we have got there very likely, and fingers crossed, says Dark Shadow. Yeah, see, for me now, I really hope they can get the job done. How much was it paying, Dark Shadow? When did you put it on? Was it recently, or was it right at the start? Because if you put it on right at the start, that's probably good money. But if you put it on later on, maybe not so good money. Nathan Lyon there, a little bit leg sideish, nicely played out to the man at short mid wicket, which is Cam Green. As we'll find out 2 months' time, Six Nations Cup, Ireland versus France, Golden Guest. Says Nate, yeah, that's going to be a good game as well. And it does end up taking place. Right, so they got a man kind of halfway in between deep, square leg and square leg. Also a man halfway in between deep, fine leg and fine leg. So they've got them halfway up. It's a good shot down the ground. Goes to long on for the single. And in the middle. So what was the payout, if you don't mind me asking, Dark Shadow? I'm curious about the different odds that happen throughout a match. I know it's kind of weird, but I'm getting better at predicting odds, which is weird. Oi. Sorry, that's just a nothing noise. I need to learn how to not go oi for cricket. It's like when I used to do something in the rugby and it annoyed people. And they were like, you can't just make noises. You got to tell us what's going on. I can't remember what noise that was, though. It might have actually been in the cricket. What a ripper that is. That has turned a mile and it's going through. It's another 4 runs. Through the gap between bat and pad. Leg buys is what it's called. I put 295 plus score. Well, that's better for you. It's getting closer. It's not on Police 10-7. This mongrel Kiwi gamer. We are looking for him in connection to being a camper. This crowd rat, or the coward rat, says Golden Guest. Yeah, he used to have he had some good lines, didn't he? Yeah, man. Nathan Lyon, 4 leg buys. Well played in behind it, Joseph. He's looking solid at the moment, Joseph. That last ball wasn't the best one. And can Northern Hemisphere boys maintain their status come Rugby World Cup next year? We're invisible off beak. Next minute, England wins the Six Nations, says Nate. All outside of off stump. And also we have got there, Nessa saying, as just said, that lunch breaks last for an hour. The usual 40 minutes plus 20 minutes for the Islam prayer. So does that mean the second session is shorter as well, Sebastian? Or do they go for 2 hours? 272 for 7. Plus those extra 4 runs they just got off the leg buys as well. So they're getting closer for you. They just need to make sure they don't lose wickets in quick succession. Like I mentioned, if Chase is still out there in 5 overs time, which is now 4 overs time, it should be good. Okay, so in swing compared to straight. It's just that cross seamer. They're showing me the difference. Mayer's, his one stayed straight. De Silva, he had the one that ended up swinging back into, I think it's a 2-hour session. Still not sure, says Sebastian. And sorry to ask so many questions, but did they do that yesterday as well, Sebastian? Or is it just today that they're doing it? The leg side, nice whip shot from Chase. Looking to push up for the 2, and they'll be able to get there as well. Nice running between the wickets. And Cam Green, he can sometimes be a little bit expensive, but still bowls very well when he gets it pitched up on that perfect line. Sometimes he gets a bit keen and he goes for the Yorkers too often. Got a very nice kookaburra ball there, Brendan Julian. That ball looked tiny in Brendan Julian's hand. I think there was a full-size ball, though. Second new ball taken. The West Indies were 4 for 244, so it's changed a little bit since that new ball, has come in. Yeah, all it takes is that little transition of the seam. Makes all the difference. And also, guess 1 hour lunch breaks are locked in. The whole series they have to because everyone stops, or everything stops in the Islam community during the prayer, says Sebastian. And I assume that they've got adjusted hours throughout it. A new ball comes? Not quite, no. The new ball came, and then they got a couple wickets. And imagine England knocking off Ireland and France in the Six Nations Cup and win it. What does that do for the Rugby World Cup favourites? Yeah, it would be interesting to see how those odds change. I think England would boost themselves up above maybe the Irish. They might still have France as favourites because it's in France. Nicely played once again by Roston Chase, sitting on 9 off 34 deliveries. West Indies trailing by 321 runs. Ideally, they want another 120 on the board so that they can stop the follow-on from being enforced. But that's going to be a tough one to do. For the side, I am actually going to very, very quickly check what time I had that Canada Samoa stream actually scheduled for. Oh, nice. And also, by the way, I'm from India. So it must be just after lunchtime for yourself. Maybe if I'm not wrong. 10:25 p.m. I've got that one scheduled. I'm still trying to decide what I'm doing. Sebastian, I need your guidance. I sit here and talk, but I don't know whether I'm talking for the end of this. Because by then they'll have about maybe 5 overs left in this, maybe less. To the leg side, nicely done by Roston Chase. Races away to the boundary. They'll move him up to 14 off 36 now. Cam Green just getting that line slightly wrong, and that will make it now 7 for 282. Yes, it is. Drinks break. Was that drinks break later than they should have taken it? That's an extra 20 minutes. Longer. Does that mean that they're going to be playing later today? I'm not too sure. Where are you from? I'm from New Zealand. So South Island of New Zealand. It's currently sitting 9:38 p.m. here in New Zealand. Just showing some supercars there. Sometimes I feel like I'm driving a supercar. I realize I'm supposed to be vlogging weekly, aren't I? Or doing vlog clips, and I haven't actually filmed anything today. Whoops. I'm very bad at vlogging, I've learned. Yeah, just showing the Dubai Sevens. We are going to be covering them in a very short moment on the channel, ladies and gentlemen. One of the more exciting games that are coming up in the future, New Zealand versus Fiji. That's going to be an absolutely awesome occasional match, or awesome match to watch. And hopefully, it's going to be a close one as always. Although with New Zealand losing their first game, who knows? Just come from office and see the match. Says Dark Shadow, and also we have got there, how was the first day of summer? Warm. It was raining most of the day, sadly. But the sun was out for a little bit, and it was nice. And then I had cricket practice, and the sun went away, and then it started bucketing down. Working in Amazon, says Dark Shadow there. They're talking to Mitchell Stark. Way to do it is to pitch that ball up, says Mitchell Stark. And then a little bit fuller Get a bit of skid on. And also, I'm working for Jim Browning, says Nate in there as well. Oh, no, it wasn't DHL. I was about to say, Nathan, you might have actually, without knowing it, may have moved one of my packages, but I don't think you would have at this stage. I haven't heard back from Adidas as well. I'm a bit concerned because I sent them an email about missing their call because I'm booking a courier so that they can come take it back. My boy James Boyler. And there's well, but yeah, it doesn't seem like they have got that one sorted yet. And also maybe there's some I was like, cricket practice. I will go away now, says Kiwi Gamer. I hear a door, which can only mean one thing. No, it's not that one thing. I thought it was Dad, but it is Mum. That's the other thing it could have meant. Hey, Mum. How are you going?
Good. What's that mean in cricket?
Cricket at the moment, West Indies 282 for 7.
Ooh, how many runs short of the 5?
They still need another 117. Not ideal.
No.
New Zealand lost in the 7s as well.
Oh, who were they from?
Argentina.
Is that men?
Yeah. And also, I tried to send super chat, but it's not done. Says Dark Shadow there. I know that someone had a problem with super chats in the past. Can't remember who it was though. Wait, who's your handler for your package, boss? It was Australia Post. So I don't know whether or not it would have gone through DHL, would it? But it was in Brisbane. Oh, it was in Brisbane, but I think it might have also been in Melbourne at one point. Maybe. Like they've said, Mitchell Stark, he bowls it quick enough that you've got half a second to decide what you're going to do with that one. Maybe even less than half a second. And it just gets to you. They're showing it in real time. Straight through. And any birthday cake to share, bro, says Nazi Williams. No, I haven't got a birthday cake this year. But I'll probably end up, I don't even know. I feel like tomorrow we might be hanging out, me, George, and Isaac. I don't think it's so much a birthday hangout, though. It's just more of a catch-up because Isaac's down for the weekend. So we get the chance to chat. I see that the boys are actually talking in the group chat at the moment. Nathan Lyon back in the bowling attack. Okay, so George is just interrogating Isaac, working out what time he wants to do stuff tomorrow. I hope they say early afternoon. I should probably say that I want it early afternoon. One moment. We'll go like this and like this. There we go. Just had to do that. And I was going to be in the group chat as well because I want to hang out as well, says Ollie. That one is just with me, George, Daniel, and Isaac. So we haven't really got too many in there. And also, what is the score? Says Dark Shadow, still 282 for 7. And also, Australia Post will be handling, I guess, direct mail delivery, boss. And aren't you tracking it? Kind of. It's one of those ones that it seems to take a lot longer to update where it is. They are pretty much just like, hey, by the way, it's in New Zealand and it's on your doorstep. Cheers. That type one. Also, is it a dead pitch? Not really. It's starting to come alive a little bit. We've seen quite a few wickets taken. I can ride down on my magical carpet, says Ollie there. Down the league side, nothing going. At the moment, spin seems to be a good option, though. Nathan Lyon getting the ball to do just enough. I'd like to see more of Travis Head's bowling, to be honest, but that's just because I'm impartial to a part-time spinner. It's well bowled, well defended by Joseph. End of the over. 96 overs down, 7 for 282. George just had an autocorrect situation. Now it corrected Hamish to Hakusho, which is interesting. I don't know when he would have used Hakusho in the past. Australia, they'll be looking to close out these last 3 wickets in this session. Get it done early, and then from there be able to decide. I guess the earlier they get it, the harder the decision might be. go like this. There we go. Boo. A knock knock boo. Oh, sorry. Boo. Oh, yeah. Is this the don't cry, it's only a joke? And have a good stream. Maybe see you the next year. I'll see you next year. Hoping Super will be more competitive this time, says Golden Guest. And I was like, what if the batter hits the ball and it broke apart? One part went for 4 and the other half went for 6. It would probably count as a dead ball in a way. And 14 runs to test match to big, says Dark Shadow. Yeah, we're getting closer. Only about 13 away now. Just need some more runs. They don't want Chase to get dismissed. He's doing well, though. I created a group chat with me, you, Reed, and possibly Corey. I don't really, other than that one, to be honest, I don't really use group chats. I think the only one I'm in is the one with George, Daniel, and Isaac. Every other one, I was going to say every other one, but I don't actually have any other ones. It's literally those ones. Or I think I might have one with me, my mum, and my sister. Might be another one. And I was like, don't be a stranger now, by the way. Merry Christmas, says Nate. And there as well, Pat Cummins. Wanting to get this ball in the right area. I'm worried my green screen's going to fall down soon. It was pitched up, hit down the ground from Chase. Made a nice little rocket gunfire noise. That was very quiet for a while. As I understand, says Ollie, yeah, I'm not much of a messenger. Overall, I kind of just, sleep. And McCullum, will he be a great coach? The way he's guiding English team is awesome. I think he's a handy individual with the coaching. He's got a good brain on him. And I feel like everyone, when he was playing Test match cricket, was like, why is he trying to hit the ball so hard? And he's just shown on the Pakistan game and also the last little while, that's why he's done it. Was the Japan goal legitimate? I haven't actually seen any of that match. I just know it finished 2-1. A little bit leg side-ish there from Cummins. Seen a lot of dot balls in a row here for the Australians, but not too many wickets being taken as of yet. Tell you what, if they get a wicket now, Dark Shadow, you might be a nervous man because that's still another 14 runs needed with 2 wickets in hand. Oh, that's Plum. That's Plum. I'm sorry, Dark Shadow. I just literally jinxed that badly. The very next ball, Pat Cummins has ripped it through him. That's about as flat and as plumb of an LBW as you will see. They haven't gone upstairs for it. Or have they? Chase looks like he's walking off, is he? Look at this. It just goes straight through middle stump. And 8 says Dark Shadow. Yep, now 8 down. Oh, no. I'm very sorry for jinxing that. Because that's back leg. Definitely plumb, as they've said. No review. Chase is gone. And now it gets interesting at the end of the innings. Making his way out there onto the field now. It is going to be another one of the West Indian batsmen, one of the bowlers. I guess is the better way of describing him. It's going to be a Roach. Now out to the middle, looking at this LBW impact in line, hitting middle stump about maybe 3/4 of the way up. Smashing into the middle stump. Said, thank you very much for coming. Hey, for coming. It's a bit of a pun there. There we go. Sorry, had to reply to that. And dude, you're a Kiwi. So I'm asking this since childhood. I've heard Aussies ask, did you win? The Kiwis ask, did you enjoy to their children cricket? Says FIFA World Cup. I mean, it's one of those ones, yes, a lot of Australians are competitive, but there's a few Kiwis out there who are also of that competitive mindset. 2 wickets to go now. That's almost a catch for Labuschagne and close that they managed to get through for that single. Now Roach will have the strike up against some very good Nathan Lyon bowling at the moment. Did it carry? Oh, it almost did. Just went a bit slow down, Marnus. Maybe wasn't quite ready for it there, Marnus. Was going to be a very tough one for him. Roach facing Nathan Lyon. He's got 1 wicket so far in the day. Which was actually the wicket of Jason Holder as well, I should mention. But yeah, just got the fingertip to it. Marnus reacted well. Would have been an absolute screamer of a catch if he had been able to clean it up, but went through. 283 now on the board for the West Indies. Well bowled and well blocked by Nathan Lyon. Oh, sorry, by Roach, I should say, to Nathan Lyon's bowling. $315 runs. It's a tricky one because when you look at how close we are to the end of the day, oh, he's gone after it. What a take from Steve Smith. That will be the wicket of Roach, and now the West Indies 9 down. What I was about to say before that happened was the thing is for Australia, if you're bowling again and you enforce the follow-on, worst comes to worst, you're bowling 10 overs tonight, and then you are back into it tomorrow. So you get that rest anyway. So I don't think bowling the extra 10 overs will be the thing that should decide whether or not they follow on. You're getting the rest. You're going to be bowling tomorrow afternoon. Why not bowl at the start of the day and really try and fire yourselves up again? You know, just keep that momentum flowing. They're finding wickets. Roach dismissed on his 3rd ball. 9 down now for the West Indies, sitting on 283. Roach, that's the 2nd player to have a duck for the West Indies in this contest. He went after it. It was wide. It's a great take from Steve Smith. Able to see it nice and early. Took the catch well, Nathan Lyon. Very happy with that one. It is another wicket for the Australians. Right, Seals now. Going to be the man who makes his way to the crease. And wow, says Gordon, yeah, finishing this day extremely well for the Australians. But that's why I think they should enforce the follow-on. Have yourselves another bit of a bowl. You've got Stark, who will be almost ready to have another go. Maybe that's why they've gone Nathan Lyon and Cameron Green now. Just deep down, they were thinking maybe if we save our 2 quicks, they can have one last big spurt at the West Indians before the end of tonight. And that's my thinking anyway. I think 315 runs on the board is enough. Definitely with the rest coming up. If we were in the first session, different story because you've got another 60 or so overs. But with the fact that you've only got a few to go in the day, well played and behind it there for Seals. Solid from him. Yeah, I think you enforce it. I would anyway, but I'm not in charge. I'd say well bat. I'll say we'll bat, then bowl 20 minutes after lunch, says Robert there. Side of off stump, doesn't chase it there for Seals. Nathan Lyon, end of his over, a successful 1 run off it on the 1 wicket also. 9 for 283. So he actually changed up the angle there, Nathan Lyon. Decided to switch over the wicket rather than round. And that lured in the man to try and play his shot out through the gap. Roach get some extra runs on the board, but unable to do so. So Pat Cummins. See, this is interesting now because Cummins coming back into the bowling attack for me says, I want a bit of a warm-up before we have another crack at you. Or it could also say, I'm the captain, I want the last wicket because there's 2 guys down the order now at the crease. One of the 2, though. Everything for me is setting up for an enforced follow-on. I bet you they won't do it, though. Well bowled by Cummins and behind it for Joseph. Plays it late. There we go. Pat Cummins getting one of the earliest wickets of the day. Fleming, then Vittori, then McCullum, and then now Kane, all the cool gentlemen. What they eat actually to stay super cool. Oh, Joseph didn't time that. He's out. That's the last wicket. Now comes the question time. What? Oh, David Warner's sprinting off. He's batting. Australia are having a nice little knock at the end of the day. That's a bit of a shame. Because when you think about it, I know I just mentioned about like the way that it sets up. You're probably bowling, what, maybe 3 hours later than you would have had you enforced the follow-on. So it's not that much of a difference. And also, who would win if KFC play McDonald's and cricket? Depends on who they'd have in their teams. Because if you're talking Ronald McDonald versus Colonel Sanders, I feel like Sanders would have a little bit of something up his sleeve. And it's not just his herbs and spices. Kicked into touch by Fiji in their game up against Spain. Currently 14 points to 7 in favour of the Fijians. And Warner's gone off the field. He certainly has. He ran. He sprinted off there. So Australia, I believe they're going to have a bit of a bat. The last thing they want is to lose a couple quick wickets here, though. Because that would probably annoy their batsmen more than anything. They've decided that their bowlers want to rest, even though they've got 315 in the lead. I guess at the end of the day, though, thinking towards the future, they obviously don't want this test match over by day 4. They want to have a full day 5, and the only way to get that is for them batting first here before allowing the West Indies to try and chase. So I believe they will have a 10-minute interval. Then we'll get a couple overs in, and then we will be popping over to our 7th live stream, ladies and gentlemen, for the next little while. But anyone who is new to the channel, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. It's hugely appreciated, all you guys being here, no matter the hour where you are. We've got plenty more cricket coming in the near future. Now, I'm not too sure if we've got the first session of the cricket tomorrow. That would be starting at 3:20 p.m., but it just kind of depends on what time I end up getting back from my trip in the morning. And also, then Aussie behave like red hot chili. CSV for World Cup there. Look at that. Wickets falling at the end. 282, 283, 283. The falling of the wickets. I mentioned once Chase goes, the whole rest of the side also will end up falling for the West Indies. Some very good bowling from Cummins. Very good bowling from Mitchell Stark and Nathan Lyon, getting a couple crucial wickets along the way also, with a 61 for 2 off 22 overs. So yeah, I believe it is a 10-minute intermission, and then they will be back out there. Oh, we will go like this. Oh, the new skybox. I might have to get me one of those. As the pitch deteriorating, Australia probably set them around 550 in 5 sessions. Something like that. They'll probably try and get them pretty much completely out of the game, but they still need to make sure that they don't allow the West Indies time to be able, or they need too much time for the West Indies to be able to bat it out, if that makes sense. Can we bowl them out for 150? It would be pretty impressive if the West Indies were able to tear through them for that 150. And also a cricket quiz while they're off the ground, says Robert. It's an idea, although I think they're only off the ground for another 5 minutes or so, and then they will be straight back out there. And Aussie behave like red hot chili. Say it will crack open tomorrow, says Robert. And there as well. We could do a part-time cricket quiz. I'll get one up on my phone. Cricket quiz. We'll do it slowly, like kind of part by part. I'll find a cricket quiz. We'll go to this one. How did I end up on the TAB from Cricket Quiz? There we go. And also we got their Cricket Quiz. Oh no, I read that one, didn't I? There we go. Right, I went down about 15 pages so that I could find one that you guys won't also be on. Okay, you're ready for a cricket quiz. Right, first, oh no, these are not good. The first question is, how many players are there in a cricket team? Now that depends whether or not you're counting the managers or the coach. You got the trainers and everyone, but I think it's, these cricket quizzes aren't good. So what we will do is we've probably got 5 minutes till the next one, 11. Well done, Tony. You absolutely nailed it. The two sides now just about to return out onto the field, which means I'm going to stretch again because or else then I will hurt myself in terms of slouching too much. 14 minutes to go. Or sorry, 14 overs to go. 11 says Thomas there. And I was like, says Nazi Williams. And there is also currently the roller is on the pitch. The West Indies, they did finish in disappointing fashion, unfortunately, for them, just with the amount of wickets that fell in a hurry. Spain are currently beating the Fijiana women's side. There's been so many upsets in this rugby sevens competition already in Dubai. The next game that we are covering, though, it will be Samoa versus Canada. That is taking place in only a few hours' time. In fact, no, sorry, a few minutes' time, I should say. We'll go like this and like this. Yeah, that's going to be an interesting stream because if they don't show it here in New Zealand, what we're going to be doing is probably a bit of a mixed commentary of telling you guys what's happening in that game, but then also kind of keeping you updated on multiple matches at once. It's going to be more of a general game discussion rather than a general game commentary, if that makes sense, which will be different. I haven't actually done one of those before. I want to see how it would end up going, though. Gold medal for the answer. Exactly right. I feel like you can tell that I slouched, don't you? Or can't you? This chair is rough. I'm still looking at a replacement chair, but the problem is you got to find a chair that's comfy, but not to the point that you want to sleep on it, because if you want to sleep on the chair, that's where the problem starts, because then you sit there and you just go, ooh, and then you nod off. That's not what we want. And so we have got there my private photo here. Well, no one's going to see it. I'll show you guys my private photo. It's of me in a cricket kit that was way too small for me. There I am. Look how happy I am. This kit was a kid-sized T-shirt. So pretty much if I moved at all, you would have been able to see my belly. But that was when I was playing cricket a few weeks ago. We're in the semi-final next weekend. There are 4 teams in the competition. So no matter what, we had to pretty much, we just show up and we're in it. And that's what we're going for. We're going to try and take down the top dogs. Kind of the equivalent of me being the West Indies, the opposition being Australia. So it's not an easy game, but I'll give it a go, see how it does end up going. And one of the players in that side that we're playing actually is a New Zealand representative for the over 65s in like cricket. He's gone overseas and everything. And chest press and flies, Amish, for your for your poor posture and weakness. Hey, I never said anything about weakness, Tony. And also, the English, we're insufferable if they do well in the World Cup. And also, that's called multitasking. Was thinking that, says Nazi Williams in there. Yeah, so hopefully people don't get too annoyed if we are not so much saying every moment that's happening in the Samoa one, because it's gonna be a weird stream. And I don't even know if it's going to stay up on the channel after, depending on how it goes. But the plan is going to be pretty much look through the teams, talk about hopefully what's going on in the matchup, and find a way of slightly being able to watch it, I think is the best way of describing it. Oh, we will go like this. And we will go like that. And we go here. Go here, and then we go here. There. Click here. There we go. Got it all ready so that we can see exactly what is going on. David Warner at the crease, up to 97 matches now for the Australian veteran. A lot of people want to see whether or not he can get himself a bit of good form here up against the West Indies in the second innings. And I think that's the more important thing for the Australians. Usman Khawaja had a decent first innings, managed to get himself the 60 runs on the board. He'll be disappointed not to have gone on to the century. But this batting pitch, maybe there's a little bit in it for the bowlers. Roach, he should be fresh. He only faced 3 deliveries, then he got a duck. So he is going to be almost steaming in for the West Indies. What are we going to see in the second innings? The shadows are on the pitch. Short ball. Khawaja takes the single straight away, keeping strike rotating. Good running between the wickets from Australia. And the Melbourne Stars had it. Certainly was. I didn't know what to wear for my cap because I don't have a team cap. So it was just pretty much whatever looked the closest to the colours that they had. That's what we had on the lid. Like they're saying, the shadows are tricky. The moment Mark Waugh here is complaining because Australia have to deal with the shadow, whereas West Indies, they had to deal with the shadow yesterday, and he didn't say a single thing about it. Interesting. Now, on strike it is David Warner. He goes with the cut shot over the top. It's going to be 4 runs. This is the time that David Warner will really enjoy because he gets to just go out there and play his shots. A lot of Aussie want Warner replaced by Matty Renshaw, says Al Mac there. Although he started not too badly there. Strike rate of 400. The moment for Warner. Did get it over the top. Landed in the shadow as well. So nicely placed by Roach. Bit of deception there. Yeah, gets it out of the middle. Once again, it's off the edge for Warner. It's almost carried all the way for 6. The 1 bounce 4. Back-to-back boundaries for Warner. He has been watching England and he's gone, you know what? That kind of looks a bit of fun. Mark Moore moaning from sun up to sundown, says Tony. Pretty much, yeah. I just realized there's a Sevens game going on next to me on the screen, but not here. This is the cricket. That's Mitchell Stark. I can't quite see him, but I recognize the pants. That part. That sounds weird. Warner, 8 off 2. He's continuing a strike rate of 400. I think he's going to keep on going aggressive here. Tried to chop it away. He did play it with soft hands, though. I'm wondering who the bowler's going to be. They're showing all the pace bowlers, dismissals for the Aussies. Everything on that good and full length, and then the 1 short ball. That was the other dismissal. Warner, 8 runs off 3 deliveries. Nice shot out through cover. This is going to be another 2 runs at least. They're working hard in the outfield though. Chanderpaul chases hard, keeps it to 2. We needed a K in there and it wasn't coming. And also we've got the I prefer Hamish and Mark Waugh's spot, says Robert. Although you'd hear him complain about it a lot, Robert, if that was the case. Oh, he's still... Has he always been like this? He's just now complaining about West Indies bowling choices. He's like that angry granddad, isn't he? Nicely done by Warner, getting over the top of the bounce of the ball. End of the first over, 11 off it. The only game you can say that in really is Pakistan versus England, but going to be a good start. Nice cut away, though, from Warner. He was able to get that first one a lot cleaner than the second. The second one, he just lofted over the cover region, over the slip cordon. And also, I would have sent West Indies back in. Aussie bowlers tired, says Tony. I'm of that same mindset. I would have said you can follow on because the difference between them batting for maybe a session tomorrow and them bowling compared to bowling tonight, getting it over and done with, it's not a huge difference in terms of resting time for the bowlers. So I would say it's probably more, not so much that the bowlers are tired, but more to do with they want more time for the batsmen at the crease heading forward because they've got the West Indies, then they've got a couple important games up against the South Africans. that are coming up. So they want to be sure that they are in good form heading into it. Azari Joseph opening the bowling, left alone by Kawaja, only just over the stumps. Good leave from Uzi. Uzi? Is that what they call him? Oos. Might be Oos. Also, Mark Waugh likes complaining. He does. It's his pastime. Pace down a little bit from Mark Waugh there for Azari Joseph. 326 runs. The moment the Australians lead by outside of our stump, left alone by Usman Khawaja. So it seems like he's going to be more of the conservative player. And David Warner, for a start, is just going to go out there and hit some big shots. Possibly could be the combination they're going with. I feel like muting Mark Waugh. Azari Joseph now. Bit straighter there down the leg side. Nice shot from Khawaja. Works it down to deep fine man. Deep fine leg, I should say. And Pakistan 54 for none. How many overs does that Pakistan have faced, Tony? Do let me know. So I feel like if it's anything like England, it should, like, you would think it's only been like 10, but I think they would have had about maybe 20 overs, something like that, Tony. Anywhere between 10 and 20 anyway. Now Warner sitting on 10 off 5. They've got a man out deep backward point. On the onside, they've got a man at mid-wicket. It's a pitched up delivery. He had to play that one nicely. He had to respect the ball. And, as Gilchrist has gone quiet. Oh, is it those two who have the arguments? Is it Gilly and Mark Waugh who end up having a couple little rows every once in a while? Maybe it is, because I know that there was one commentator who Mark Waugh couldn't really commentate with because they just fought all the time. And I was at 16.4 overs. Okay, so they're not going too badly, about 3 and over. Normal test match scoring, I guess you could say, but now with England scoring at 6, everything feels a bit slower. Nice and swinging ball from Azari Joseph, misfield from Chandapal. That will hurt the bowlers. They'll get through for 2. Like they said, when you're built in over pressure, the last thing you want is a misfield. Unfortunately. Well bowled by Joseph. It was swinging back in a little bit. Mark Waugh needs John Kerwin. And as a Mark Waugh selector, says Al Mac. Is he? Is that why? Although he never really says anything bad about Australia, I don't think. It's more just the opposition that they're playing. So maybe it's, Warner's done well to play that. Because that one was going to be coming into his chest. He's kind of ducked around and done a swivel in there as well. That's the end of the over. 14 for none now. And they were Warner pretty happy. The way he would have played that. Probably the best case. Yeah, that stayed low. That didn't really bounce too much at all. We've got Hunter Lord in the chat. Welcome in, mate. Hope you're doing well. I'm not too sure what that says, but hope you are having a good day so far. Hope you've been enjoying the cricket. We've got plenty of test matches going on. Pakistan versus England. Australia versus West Indies. Another matchup that has been taking place right at this current time. Almost coming to a close soon, but this live stream, that is also going to be the case. We're going to be going through probably 1 or 2 more overs. And then we are going to be popping over to our next live stream. And then the match, the draw. And there says Hunter, he thinks. And he got dropped. Says Robert, is that why he's angry? Maybe we're learning about Mark Waugh as we go. And I was like, can you be a commentator and a selector? I would have thought it would be not allowed because you're kind of dipping in both, if that makes sense. Like you're kind of in a position where you can, I guess, preach your selections, if that makes sense. Nice shot from Khawaja. Cut away. Chandapal does well in the outfield. Slings it back in. And also there's a little, or give a little page to buy Mark with some help, self-help book. I read it in my mind. I just didn't read it out loud very well. It's happened before, but Mark Waugh wouldn't be able to do it, says Tony. Nicely done. Once again, they did it almost. Yeah, it was a half a run-out chance. Roach, nicely bowled, but once again, worked by Usman Khawaja. These two are just ticking over the runs. Usually, in a comments role, I'm very diplomatic, says Tony there. Okay, Mark Wall's saying they need a gully because they don't have a gully and that's annoying him. I wonder if in his other hands he's got a cricket stress ball just going like this constantly. Going, they're annoying me. There's no gully. Now they've got a gully. He'll be like, there's a gully. He'll be happy. He's saying that's the spot. He's feeling good now. Roach. A little bit leg side-ish. David Warner said yes, no, but then they do go through in the air. Mark Moore had a bad night's sleep the last 5 years or so, says Tony there. Usman back on strike. George Bailey, Andrew McDonald, Sean Flegler, Shelley Nitschke. They're the selectors for Australia, says Robert. So there was a no year even before the misfield had taken place. And then he got excited and then said, yeah, we might as well while we're here. Khawaja currently sitting with a decent starting with 5 off 8, 13 off 9 for David Warner. That looks like a different bat for Khawaja. He might have absolutely brutalised that last one with hitting it out of the middle because it was cracky. Had a few chips out of it. Last one that we saw him using. He's got a different one here now, but that is the end of the over. And that is going to be 18 for none. So I think we're going to be able to squeeze in one more over before our next live stream. But then we will be transferring straight over to the Sevens game that is taking place between Samoa and Canada. Then after that, I don't believe we've got another game after that one. I'll just have a quick look. Not for a little bit anyway, until we get to Fiji versus New Zealand. And Australia should get their former greats like Ponting, Gilchrist, McGrath, and coaching and selecting, says Al Mack. So yeah, there'll be some interesting choices with those three in some sort of job. Because, I mean, we've seen what Ponting's been able to do with his IPL team. He's normally very good in terms of being in one of those slightly more up there roles, if that makes sense. So the next one after our 10:25 live stream is actually 11:10, and that will be New Zealand versus Fiji. Well, that ball was coming back in a little bit. I was thinking about the single Warner, but he doesn't get one in the end. No, I was like, Gilchrist's commentary. Says Robert, he certainly is, and he's good at it. Gilchrist. Gilly, as the nickname says. Zadi Joseph. That was a better line from the big man. Australia leading by 333 runs. So what we will be doing also, I should mention, on that Dubai Sevens live stream commentary, we will still be keeping you updated with what is happening in this cricket while talking about that other match. Nicely hit off the hip there for David Warner down to deep fine leg. He'll get the single. And also, the high says Amelia, welcome in. And Matthew Hayden would probably make a good coach. Oh, is he coaching someone, Al Mack? He might be a BBL team coach, if I'm not wrong, Matthew Hayden. Who have they got? Gillespie's a coach. I think he's the Adelaide Strikers head coach. But I think Matthew Hayden might be in a coaching role somewhere. Actually, he's linked in with the IPL as well, isn't he? And he is a coach. Do you know where he's a coach, Robert? Whereabouts he's coaching? Currently 5 off 10 for Khawaja. Warner sitting on 13 off 11. And my friend is the Funnies. He had a DS game at my work for me to play. Which DS game was it, Amelia? Do let me know. Was it a FIFA one or was it a different one? Brendan McCullum, best coach since Bobby Simpson, says Tony in there. Yeah, pretty much the plan. At the end of this over, we will be switching over to our next live stream, which is Samoa versus Canada. So that will be starting at 10:25 p.m. New Zealand time, or 5 minutes time. And we will be going through looking at that game while also continuing letting you know what's happening in this one. So anyone who is new to the channel, be sure to hit that subscribe button. So we're going to be back tomorrow with some more of the test match commentary. Currently charging in though, Joseph. Pitched it up. Oh, it came back in. Inside edge off Kawaja. Run out opportunity. Doesn't hit the stumps. It would have been close. And Super Mario make a 3D. Here's Amelia there. Oh, Warner had to get on his scrapers. A little bit nervous for that one, David Warner. Like they've said, he's quick, but he's not that quick. They took the single on. He was running hard. I think he would have been gone. Would have been run out. Yeah, nah, he would have been gone. And he's Pakistan's mentor of the T20 side. Okay, so that's where he's tied in terms of coaching and whatnot. Final ball of the over for David Warner. Oh, it's a ripper from Joseph's gone through him. Just over the stumps. Will be the end of the over. 20 for none off the 4 overs. So they're going at 5 and over here for the Australians. But like I mentioned, they've only got another about 20 or 30 minutes left of the day of cricket. So what we will be doing is while doing the sevens commentary, we'll keep you updated with what is happening in this matchup. But thank you all very much for tuning in. If you did enjoy, be sure to leave a like and subscribe to the channel. We've been going for over 7 hours on this live stream, so it's hugely appreciated, all of you tuning in for this test match. But thank you all very much for tuning in. We will see you for the sevens, and then also tomorrow with some more of the West Indies versus Australia commentary. See you all in a short moment. Hang on. Kawaja's just got a wicket. Roach has just got a wicket. Usman Khawaja now dismissed. 6 off 12. He's out. Whoops. That was unfortunate timing. Usman Khawaja just losing his wicket right when we were about to end this live stream. It was outside of off stump. Khawaja went for the cut. In the end, he pulled out of the shot, but he still connected and almost dropped by De Silva. Had a little bit of a juggle. He was nervous for a second, but on the second attempt was able to take the catch, and that is Khawaja now gone. So nonetheless, now we are at the end of this live stream. Thank you all very much for tuning in. We'll keep you updated on what is going on in the Dubai 7 stream, but thank you all very much for being here, and I will see you all for the next